Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome into day number 3 of the World Championships here, excuse me, of the AFG 2026 season. I'm Spaceman. Zepcash joining me as always, and my Irish brethren, talk to me. How you feeling about today? All of these matches we've had yesterday, they were all sweeps. Maybe a preliminary sign for what's to come here today, but we've now whittled it down to bracket play, and we get into the nice thick of it here in day number 3. Talk to me how you feel.
Oh, like I'm feeling great about the day, and as you said, you know, with all of them being clean sweeps yesterday, that was kind of a shocker. And I'm wondering how many clean sweeps are there going to be today, right? You know, day number 1, we talked about it yesterday. There's a bit of nervous energy in the room. Anything can happen with the games, but it really felt like with day 2 that the teams that are, you know, really vying to make that effort to go right down to the wire showed up and proved themselves yesterday. And we started to see a bit of that split in the skill disparity really start to take shape within the group stages. Now that we're beginning the initials of the group stages, of course, we had a couple of games to begin with yesterday, but now today, with it being all bracket, I really do wonder how it's going to be from this point onwards. How many sweeps are we going to see? I would predict to have a couple early on, but as the days start to run now, we start to see it directly go into a situation like normal where you start seeing the best play against the very best, and those should be some really entertaining games.
Yeah, there's definitely some heavy hitters still kind of leading the top side of the bracket that we're going to be discussing later on in the show today. But it does feel like we've gotten a lot of the sweeps out of our system. I say that, and then you never know. These early rounds can also be a bit of a toss-up. We'll find out. But the one thing that has always been certain for this event has been our title sponsor, USAA. Again, this was a program that was founded over 100 years ago by 25 military members with a mission to always take care of their own. And they've done just that. You can learn more about USAA at usaa.com. That is USAA.com. We wouldn't be able to do what we do without them, and for all the players in the venue who have been able to bring this competition together over the years, and for everybody who's been bringing this together, Zep, it's really nice to have a sponsor who sees the vision of esports and sees how far it can reach, especially in the armed services, and I just couldn't ask for a better partner.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we've been talking about it a lot over the last couple of days, you know, the importance of having sponsors in to support events like this as well, support the camaraderie, and you know, all the feelings that we have about esports and the importance of the events and how they're important for players, they're important for the esport itself, whatever it may be. It's been so nice to see it reinforced by watching the player interviews. Again, the player interviews throughout the course of the last few days have been phenomenal. They've been really entertaining to watch as well. But beyond that, actually listening to the players talk, you know, might see a very intensive game. You might see a game that went very quickly, regardless. When whoever is being picked up on that mic, when they talk about the game, yes, there's a little bit of trash talk, but it's all within this, you know, the bounds of just that competitive edge, the competitive spirit. It's never extending into a manner in which it shouldn't, and everyone is just super delighted to be at the venue. And even teams who maybe have won a game or two but know their journey may be coming to an end very shortly, when they've been up for interview, you know, they've talked about just being really happy to be there, really happy to be playing with their teammates that they may have played with online for months or years up until these points, and just to have the opportunity to network with people that share the same interests of them within the same field. So I mean, you don't really get it anywhere else. You got to have LAN events like this to get that feeling. It truly is a unique and special feeling. And for those of you who may have never been to LANs, I was in that position myself up until a couple of years ago, being in Ireland. Not much goes on here within esports. It's only as of very recently I've had the opportunity to touch on a few events, and I mean it when I say, as someone who was a fan of esports for 10 plus years and only gone to events in the last 12 to 18 months, you really can't describe it until you're at an event. Whether it's a small event, large event, they're hugely special occasions.
They really are. It got me reminiscing as an old man. Yeah, it's an entirely different atmosphere. One, it's just the fact that we've been able to build the scene over the years that's big for grassroots. But two, so many more opportunities, which is just great for everybody. But that also means that we have a couple of recaps to talk about. Specifically, let's take a look at the Rocket League side of the bracket here for this tournament, for this World Championship, because we wouldn't be able to do this entire event without having Rocket League on the docket. And though it was all best of sevens, that didn't stop teams from coming out and making quick work with their opponents yesterday. I'm talking all sweeps all day long. A couple of interesting matches for sure, but mostly it was one-sided affairs. And Zep, it just felt like no matter whether it was a best of 5 or a best of 7, the teams that showed up in Rocket League at this event were going to have an easy go of things, and they didn't disappoint yesterday.
No, absolutely not. They were phenomenal games yesterday, and you know, a big story that shone out to me was Conus Mountain B, right? I mean, we'd seen them on day 1 look a strong team. We'd seen the mechanics of Buck come out, and he was playing very, very well alongside, I think it was Sizzler, his name, I do forget off the top of my head. We were just playing some phenomenal Rocket League action. But then going into day 2 to begin with, it was a little bit of a shaky start. And as you see Buck on your screen here, going with that tap down, what we started to see from Conus Mountain B was growing into the day, sort of having a little bit of a regain to where we saw them in the final game of the day. And for lack of a better word, they were showing off, really. They were phenomenal in their performance. And I think they're a team to watch out for now going into day 3, a team that slowly but surely recovered some of the confidence that they had in spades in day 1. But of course, a lot of the teams that have made it to this stage, when they realize it's that do or die from here on in, that's going to fill them with confidence as well, because a lot of these squads, other than maybe at the very top end, all feel like they have the ability to get the job done against each other. So it should make for some very entertaining matchups.
It was just nice to see the mustache come back and do what he does best. I think that's my biggest takeaway yesterday, was we were curious about what was going to happen with this squad, specifically Bucket Company, because they came out flat-footed, weren't able to score much in their opening series, but they did bounce back in pretty unique fashion and were able to handle business later on in the day. As you can take a look here at the standings overall, 5-0 for Conus West and 19 in the goal differential, clearly leading the pack. Pack half at the very bottom, rounding out the end of the rosters, 0-5 unfortunately. But at one point it was like a 2-2 split across the board, and then we started to see some teams finding more of a position in that upper echelon, that top 2, top 3. Now it comes down to Conus West, Mountain A, Central, and Mountain B, all kind of fighting in that mid-pack. Everybody else still looking up at Conus West at 5-0 as the undefeated squad. And here's a look at the brackets overall. It's going to be a really interesting day of action.
It is. I mean, look, with that Conus West side, they are just very, very comfortable. There's no two ways about it. They are a phenomenal side. They deserve to be where they are. And for Mountain B, having to go up against them today, it may be too big of a challenge too early. You know, again, they're a team that, from what at least we've seen, it takes a couple of games for them to get into the day, and having to play against the very best. I mean, as you said, it's all within that top 4, but I feel like it's between places 2, 3, and 4 where it's really going to get mixy in terms of who fights for that second place. First place looks pretty much guaranteed. At the moment, the tail of the tape reads that it's going to be very clear who the champion will be in Rocket League by the end of day 4. However, you get to these stages, anything can happen. I'm eager to see us proved wrong in that and for some underdog to go through. But if you go off the first 2 days, beating this Conus West side is a very scary prospect.
It is a very scary prospect indeed, and that is the maybe biggest hurdle for teams now going into championship night Friday. I guess the best way to put it is like championship eve at this point. We have one more day of action after today, and again, it's going to be a gauntlet of a marathon for these teams to work through, but they do have many games ahead of them to fight over all best of 7s again until we get to that grand finals, which is still a best of 7 with some additional flair for good measure. But let's now talk about the Call of Duty side of the bracket, because we wouldn't be able to again round out this entire competition without Black Ops 7 ending its season on a high note, not only with new maps coming into the rotation and new opportunities for a different Colossus map 1 pick for Hardpoint, but it was definitely a day again of sweeps. And this was also surprising, is that we jumped into multiple series with both Conus Central, Conus Mountain A, and Conus Mountain West A, and it felt like we were going to get a little bit higher stakes, a little bit more of a closer affair, especially with 4 and 5 on the docket being extra hard points. The S&Ds to round out a series certainly more interesting than just a sweep. All that to say that none of that happened. It was just nonstop sweeps left and right, and once teams started to dominate in the hard point in the opening respawn, they kind of rallied that through the S&D, and the overloads weren't close either. This was a very one-sided affair yesterday.
Oh, absolutely. There was a real momentum about yesterday, as you said, pulling that through into the S&D. You saw games, sometimes be close in the hard point, not always. But what we were seeing on day 1 was, opportunities for sides to regain within Search and Destroy or Overload. But what we had yesterday was going to that Search and Destroy. The momentum carrying successfully through, albeit a couple of rounds going the wrong way here or there. Carrying through the S&D and then going into an overload where you felt almost the confidence of the team on the opposing side would be shot by the time you get there. We saw those overloads go incredibly quickly. I believe the last overload of the day, the first half, lasted only 2.5 minutes before overloads went through. It was just sort of a complete collapse by these teams. The confidence draining versus the confidence growing by the sides in the ascendancy. But again, at day 2, you can afford to make those mistakes. Now it's getting to that point where you have to fight tooth and nail for everything. I'd be shocked if we see as many sweeps here, because you're getting to that stage where, getting swept or losing these maps, you don't get the chance to go again. It's either go big or go home. So the last ditch opportunity for these teams in the back half of this 4-day championship, they got to take these opportunities, they got to make them count, and they got to make sure that they don't let momentum steamroll them.
Yeah, that's, I think, a really important point, is that momentum can be so much of a boon in these stages of the tournament. Kona Central 5-0. 13 game differential all the way down. USAFE, again, struggling for sure when it comes to the Rocket League side of the bracket and here in Call of Duty, but that is just credit to the competition overall and how good it's gotten over the years. CONUS West A and B both sitting towards the bottom side of this overall group stage. Mountain, PACAF, and Central, however, will round out the top three. Again, undefeated CONUS Central. Going to be very interesting to see if they will continue their undefeated streak here today. Still plenty of matches to get through and a lot of games to get into, but curious, Zep, if we're going to have another kind of before we jump into our head-to-head for the day for our first match. Curious, we talked a little bit about this in the pregame. Do you think we're gonna have another quick bracket today? We have a lot of games on schedule, but it seemed like teams found a rhythm yesterday as the tournament was getting underway. Are we gonna see the same kind of results today looking at the bracket here, or are we at least in for a game 4 somewhere?
I think so. I think through the top end of the bracket we are. I think the losers bracket runs the risks of having some sweeps here there, but I think beyond this point now, between the top 3, top 4 in the Call of Duty side of things, there is definitely an opportunity for these teams to drag them beyond the 3-game sweeps at the very least. And again, folks, those of you watching for the schedule today, we do have the COD first, which we're going to be into. You see on your screen, PACAF versus CONUS Mountain, the first game of the day we'll be covering. But after that, we'll be going into two Rocket League games in a row. The lower round ones, match 1 and match 2, we're going to be covering them both. Then 2 Call of Duty games, then a Rocket League game, then a COD game. 7 games being broadcasted for you guys today. It is going to be a marathon of a broadcast, and I hope folks haven't been taking a shot every time we do say marathon on broadcast, because it's a pretty dangerous affair. It's something we've been talking about a lot, but look, it's going to be a terrific day of action. And for the first game of the day, I think it's worth breaking down what we've seen between these teams, because these teams, we've had plenty of opportunities now to analyze their action. Of course, they'd have played against each other earlier on in the days, and I believe the last time around it was PACAF taking the series 3-1. So they are the side that are going to be feeling the most confident, and PACAF seemingly the only side, or at least what we've seen on broadcast, who were able to challenge the top side. So will they be able to get the job done here, or is there an upset on the cards? What I will say about PACAF as a side is that they have 3 of their players really in that top end. iWept, Greengred, and Breadwinner all on the top end of the KDs, 1.19, 1.18, and 1.17, all performing very well. But it is Artie on the side of CONUS Mountain, who has an overall KD of 1.23, so just that a little bit above. It feels like for CONUS Mountain that when their star players are performing, they really are the top end. But as we alluded to before broadcast, you were discussing it, consistency sometimes feels like it's the issue for this Mountain side.
It really is. That has just been something that's kind of been biting at their heel most of the last couple of years. It's just been, when they play well, they're hard to beat. And by hard, I mean, they are very likely to make a run towards top 3, if not win a whole thing. But there have been times where, you can't always rely on Artie to have 15 kills in an S&D. You can't always rely on the likes of Axis or Revengeful to, show up and dominate the respawns the way they do. So if they start to have a bit of a slower affair in these games, either A, who else is going to pick up the slack, or B, what do you have in terms of your game plan to dive into and make this series more viable? And the tough part is that at this stage of COD, one bad game is enough to really tilt the series off its axis. So this is going to be a really interesting matchup for sure, not only because you mentioned it, back in day 1, PACAF and CONUS went head-to-head against each other, and originally it was CONUS who took the opening map, 250, 244 on Colossus again, hardpoint, what a surprise. But then it was PACAF who perfect swept, quote-unquote, the next 3 games, 6-3 in the S&D, 5-1 in the Overload, and then 250 to 246, a very close affair in that game for hardpoint. So again, these teams have history against each other, sure, but they also understand that going into this, you've been able to see enough of the competition to get a good feel of where your weaknesses are and where your strengths are. Curious if CONUS has been able to learn much from that day 1 match. For PACAF, I mean, you come in knowing that even if you get pushed to the back foot, you are able to handle that pressure and find responses and answers to the CONUS Mountain team. So this is going to be a not only important rematch for the bracket's sake, but an important rematch to tell us really where the mental is at for these players and if they're capable of being able to make the run to the championship side.
I think PACAF will just have the realization that if they can get a hard point done, and I feel like a Scar hard point certainly suits them more than the Colossus did versus Mountainside. They get a hard point over the line, they're virtually guaranteed the win, unless Conus Mountain has come through with a large change up to their games, the game strategy, game plan, and ability in this day 3. We go to the hard point stats. Artie is actually top on the overall from hard point, number 1, with a 1.39 KD across the board. Currently the best hardpoint player KD-wise, but then you go down the table, 5th, 6th, and 7th is all PACAF for Green Gred, iWept, and Breadwinner, specifically on the hardpoints, with very strong KDs as well. And then a little bit below that is where you have a few players from the Conus Mountain side. But in terms of occupying the middle of the top end of the leaderboard, it's all PACAF. So Mountain may have to rely on Artie again to carry them through. They need to win a hardpoint if they want to come through the series.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to have to rely on the 2 and 5s to be a dice roll anymore. It would be nice to be able to come out and jump off of an opening hard point and keep that momentum going into the overload for sure. At least guaranteed 3. Maybe we'll get a 4th today. All sweeps yesterday. This time, though, entirely different situation. Brand new day of action and a brand new day for the championship. It's day 3 of the 2026 AFG World Championships. And we got ourselves maybe a preliminary match that we could be seeing down the line between Conus Mountain and PACAF to start. Couple of nice early kills, opening spree from Artie, but iWept will shut him down in a 25-0 lead to start for Conus Mountain. Not much better you could ask for than that on the start of Scar.
Yeah, this has been perfect. I think Scar is just such a better suited map for them. With the likes of Artie, Revenge on PACAF, they rely so much on just that push out, that slaying ability, that going 100 miles an hour. But you can't really do that on Scar Hardpoint. You can very much get caught out if you're not playing disciplined. And Conus Mountain are a disciplined side on top of having Slayers. We've seen Breadwinner have so many majestic moments. I think after one series, correct me if I'm wrong, he had like over 100 kills, I think, across the series. It was ridiculous. I think it might have been over 110, actually. Absolutely incredible performance. So even though PACAF have the likes of Artie, they have Revenge, you still got some absolute barn burners over on the Conus Mountain side as well, who so far are blitzing this PACAF side, who have started off cold, 5-39, but already coming through with the 3, the first opportunity for them to really break through and get a bit of scrap. And, you know, this is what PACAF need. They'll need Artie pulling through with moments like this, but they're going to need the rest of the team to step up as well.
Yeah, they really will. And it's one thing to see Artie kind of pop off and play solo in the hill like he does. He's a very similar, he's like a BZ type player in the hard point. He's tough to kill, he's quick to shoot, and knows his routes, especially in that second and third progression once he gets in his move. But I'm looking at today's matchups overall, and knowing that you're at this stage of the tournament against this kind of competition, you have to have a solid 4-man roster, and obviously all these teams do. But when we talk about execution and committing to the field of play, getting your slaying online early in a tournament, Kimura has to be kind of that difference maker. Like, you can't really just rely on Revenge or Axis to be leading the charge. If you have to pull out a flex, if Artie has to pull out the M15, so be it. But going into this today, Kimura as an AR has to have a better showing than he did yesterday, simply because you need that extra pressure. You need that stability to have an extra anchor, somebody who can rotate with your front sub. If you don't, the rest of today becomes about, can your subs be Supermen? And if they can't be, you know, GG's. You're just not going to make it that far. So definitely looking at the pressure on the shoulders of Kimura. Has to have an impact play, or at least a couple of good sprees today as an AR to make sure that this team is all on the right side.
And folk, in case you were curious as well, because I'm only just after realizing again early in the day for us as well, the top 2 names need switch. It is Conus Mountain on the left, PACAF on the right. So it is PACAF currently in the lead in this one, albeit not by much. And what I will say, what we've seen throughout a lot of the Rocket League side, or not the Rocket League side of things, excuse me, well, I suppose that as well in the sense, but the Call of Duty side of things to begin with on these early days is that the hard points are a tale of 2 halves. We often see the hard points start to swap, even if one team's dominant to begin with. As players get warm in their first game of the day, we start to see a large switch. So even though it's currently PACAF who are dominating 39-79, that does not mean by any means that going into the next set of rotations that they'll be able to sustain that dominance. As the opposition gets a little bit warmer, they may be able to find the answers. But a player that needs to find some answers very, very quickly is Kimura, because 4-15, I mean, you hate to single out one player, but in a game of this magnitude, at this level, you can't afford to have one player dropping numbers as low as that.
Yeah, and look, it's one thing if it's just the sub that's struggling. You can usually pick that up with a flex. You can mitigate that problem with another sub. When your second AR is having issues, it becomes a question of, do you start to switch roles? And I think that might be the case if you want to get Kimura a little bit more comfortable with his shot early on, which can technically, that can usually be a situation for an AR where, like, look, maybe my shot's fine, but it's not as centered as I'd like it to be, and that is the difference in the game of margins like COD can be. That those inches make all the difference. So putting him on a sub role to get him a little bit more mixy and a little bit more comfortable early on, I actually think is a good idea, especially in an opening respawn. But you need to have a pickup on the other end with another AR. I believe Revengeful might be the other one running a M15 for now. Regardless, still everybody else kind of still pulling their weight. 6 and 17 is a slow start, but it's not impossible to overcome. There's still plenty of time to be able to make this one viable. 125 to 51. As again, right now, PACAF still holding onto their lead by about 70 points or so. But looking for the rotation to be a bit stronger on this next route. And for really Konos Mountain to start putting some extra time in the hill.
Yeah, I mean, even just a game with the numbers with all the other KDs being even, Kimura now 9 and 18, Greengred 22 and 10, nearly 15 kills separating, the bottom Slayer for Konos Mountain versus the top Slayer of PACAF. And 15 kills in a game like this is going to matter for a lot, especially on Scar, where controlling the spawns is huge, causing people to spawn out. It takes a while to get to the hills, and with those spawn outs, it can be quite easy to funnel the player spawning out as well, knowing where they are coming from. It's tough to re-break. So when you're losing lives, it can count for a lot on this map. You're not just going to be able to re-hit within the first 15. It is going to cost a lot of time and a lot of pressure on a push. But we're seeing PACAF now still in the lead. It's going back though ever so slightly as we get rotated over to P2.
Nice shots from Artie. They've been able to split the map pretty well as well. And P2 hold should be Konos Mountains to have. We say that. Start to lose some of the control mid-map, but Axis picks it up on the back end. Nice two-piece as well. Again, kept the numbers contained. Funneled them perfectly into the second hill. And now in just a bull rush as we tee up for a couple of gunfights. Artie on your screen has slowed down quite a bit, 16 and 20. However, gets two as soon as I say that. Doubles up on the spree. Kimura with an extra nade. Last one alive in the hill won't last long. Kimura is able to come up top of the M15 and clean up house. So 109 to 131. Slowly but surely, Konos Mountain starting to work back in this game.
Yeah, look, it's been a very good comeback, and I called it. This can happen in the first game of the day, and Revenge having a terrific game as well, 25 and 19. Make that 26 on the two spree, and with nearly 39 seconds in hill, or exactly 39 seconds, excuse me, looking to get rotated over towards P3, and that seems to be a pretty good rotation coming through. Revenge is in a position to do a bit of damage, getting one, ultimately getting traded. But we're seeing this Konos Mountain side start to grow into this. As you said, Artie slowed down, but so often when we do see Artie slow down, Revenge is there to pick up the numbers. I think that's why they have been such a strong side, because there's always at least one of them pulling through the numbers. But to get to that very top level, it feels like you need both of them firing on all cylinders, and that just hasn't happened often enough. But regardless, they are definitely within this game, less than 30 points, and they do have control of the hill and spawns for P4. Or as soon as I say that, the spawns actually do flip, but they put themselves within a shout of maybe pulling this one back, because other than Greengred on the PACAF side as well, the rest of the numbers are not great. CS Kirk 11 and 20, IWEP 19 and 21. They're not numbers to write home about. It's very much the case of the top two players doing a lot of the heavy lifting for both sides.
Sometimes that's just how the opening respawns go. I mean, it's just usually one or two players kind of leading the charge, pulling their team along. But if you are a Konos Mountain fan, shout out production, you now know that you're just within striking distance. It's a brand new hard point, a brand new game one. This respawn continues though, as All Red in the kill feed leads way to a PACAF hold inside the hill. They'll try to push the subs out, and they'll do so for an even trade. Still early time in the hill. Looking for the flip. Worried about those spawns. Greengred is already all over it. And they'll filter through. Extra numbers do trickle. Couple of trades and a nice job from Konos Mountain to be able to handle the pressure as they go in for the break. They do. They flip. And now it's up to them to hold.
Kona's Mountain already realized this is a do or die, but again, I'll go back to Kimura, who was sitting 4 and 14 at one point, now 19 and 25. I mean, this is what I love to see from players who are able to have a regain during a game, because you look at where the room for growth is in your side. A teammate who's double positive at 30 and 15, it's rough to ask a teammate like that to then go 35 and 15 or 40 and 15, whereas on the lower end, you know that if a player's underperforming and can pull those numbers even back to baseline, it's going to count for a lot in making a difference, and it has for Kona's Mountain, who were down by 30 or 40 points, but the switch around in the weakest player has now put them in the lead. And if Axis can pull the same, you may see Kona's Mountain start to pull away with this hard point in the end up, but we know PACAF are a danger. They'll be looking to answer back here, and of course, we're keeping this an even scoreline. They're equally within a chance of taking this game one at any point, so both of these teams got to stay locked, as we could be going right down to the wire here at the end of this first map.
Ooh, yeah, we really could. Feels like we might be getting a star-studded finish once again. Spawns do split just a bit, but PACAF going to try to 3-stack inside, working on the pinch on the back end. They are good for one. Over the top, here comes Breadwinner. NPC in hand, and the break is there. They will try to work back by about 11 points. Now, keeping an eye on the rotation, topside your map, player number 4. That's going to be Artie, who tries to get behind him and pick up that flank. Does read it appropriately. Eventually finds the kill, and they maintain their hold at mid-map. Kona's Mountain are not allowing PACAF to get out anywhere for free.
Yeah, and this is a great way to play 4P1. The spawns eventually flipping the parallels, and I don't know if they read them. I'm looking the way they're sitting. Greengrad's going to be around the back. Surely, actually doesn't decide to peek Revenge in the end. Maybe shot for someone else, but Greengrad versus Revenge here is the big tail of the tape. 37 kills versus 36. I tell you what, Breadwinner is not that far behind either. PACAF have really stepped it up in the slaying department. Body shot through on Revenge. It's a game between those two, and it's Greengrad leading the line. 38 and 27. He gets dropped. But PACAF now 20 points in the lead, fighting for every second on P1, and are positioned slightly better for a bit of P2 control if they can get away with kills. PACAF on the precipice of getting the job done as Greengrad gets another 2 to be first to hit the 40, but Revenge once again not too far behind.
Just gotta hold. Easier said than done. Dead silence should they want it. A trophy if they need it. Come over for 2. I think maybe switching him over to the sub early allowed him to get his shot a bit more warm, which has really worked out nicely. But the hold here, just for a bit, is Kona's Mountain do what they can to work back in this game. 42 and 29 for Greengrad, who was a phenomenal standout yesterday. A couple of massive clutches in S&D, especially on Raid. Looked excellent on the Scar. Revenge at 40 and 31, Artie at 34 and 32. And now it's just about trying to win the team fight outright.
Kimura and Artie are winning a lot of key gunfights here, getting the trades to get in on this time. And now no one can win on this point. I think PACAF, they'd be just half a second behind, so it will come down to P3. Of course, Kona's Mountain will want to get in on the contest at the very least. They need one more breakthrough, but Greengrad holding down the line. Revenge with 1. Checkerboard a kill feed, but it's once again Artie coming through. He's going to chow around the side. It's Axis trying to get 2, but can only get 1. And it's a 20-point game. PACAF going to be just 6 points off, rotating to P3. No one there as of yet. You actually have Greengrad just sitting back holding the spawns, it seems. Or has he? The way he's sitting, I wonder. Oh, he's in a streak. I was wondering. I was like, why is he sitting still? Is there a bit of disconnect? But he's going huge with the Hellstorm. 3 down, guaranteeing PACAF the first map of the day. 250 to 225, I believe it was in the end. What a performance from them, and that streak at the end was lethal. If that streak didn't come through, that was going as close to the wire as it could, but that streak in the back pocket was the nail in the coffin. And you've mentioned it before throughout the course of these last few days. Holding on to that streak for as long as possible is key, and we have seen multiple times in this championship streaks at the death of the game being pivotal for teams winning.
There was a question there at the end. I would love to see a replay as once more PACAF able to come out and once do what they weren't able to do last time on day 1, which is taking the opening hard point, though they did go on to win that series anyway, so already momentum on their side. But at the end of this hard point, I mean, even not last hill, there was a moment where it looked like off spawn. I don't know if Kona's Mountain were either A, unsure of how they wanted to push the hill, or B, were trying to play the early rotation and saying like we need to leave the scrap time and go new, but it seemed like the arrows stopped moving, and I don't know if it was just they have a streak, there's nothing we can do, or simply miscommunication about how they wanted to hit the hill. But there was a moment where they needed to rotate and contest just to keep the game alive, and it just seemed like they stopped, especially over here on the rooftop. So curious whether or not there's been some communication issues to start for day number 3 here. Either way, though, this was a ridiculously quick second half of a hard point. After that opening affair between both teams, we got a couple of nice trading shots, about 80 points apiece. And then when the rotation started to kick in and we started to see PACAF really start to tear this game open, they did a really nice job of not only being able to flip a lot of those hills later when they would rotate late, but when Conus Mountain were out early and winning the early battle to hill and the hold, PACAF were taking that pressure defensively, and they were slowly marching their way back to the mid-map, or to the midfield line, I should say. And that kind of resolve is a good test of where this team's at mentally. It's a nice test of, 1, how do they respond to the pressure, and 2, how far do they bend before they break? And PACAF did a really nice job of handling that and rallying it into not only a strong finish and hard point, but a very convincing win at that in the very end, 250 to about 225, you are correct. So they take map 1, they flip the script from day number 1, where they ended up losing that Colossus. This time, though, again, all best of 5s from here on out, and it is different than Rocket League, where, look, you're down, you have 33% of your series already done, and PACAF are probably feeling like, why wouldn't we continue to play this fast going into the S&D?
Yeah, I completely agree, and I think for PACAF, they're going to be really happy with where they are now. For this mountainside, that is a huge loss. Hardpoint is what you were banking on going into this one, but Ascar just really didn't feel like it played into their strength the same way that Colossus did, and it kind of showed in the end up. Yes, they had their improvements, but they were punished for being cold in the first half. Well, I will give them credit, though, and I will say, because we've seen it before from a lot of other teams, the teams that were kind of in the ascendancy in the second half have gone on to have strong performances in the rest of the series, and they did have a great second half. If it wasn't for those streaks, they were right back in this thing. So that's something to take as a positive going into a raid, search and destroy, where I do think they have a good chance of coming away with something here. Going back to a Scar overload, I think is going to be quite worrying for them, and at that point, I think they got to look at taking the series all the way for the victory. But raid, search and destroy, they have a strong shot of winning this. I still would have preferred them more in the first hard point, but I think it's fair to say if they can't get anything from this S&D, going back to a Scar with a lack of momentum into an overload will be a very, very tough outing for them.
It certainly will, and you only have so many games to really find the answer, to get a solution on deck. So maybe they can top deck something interesting, maybe not. We'll find out. The biggest question again remains and is still just about, will it be somebody other than Artie to help bring this team forward into fruition? That's the big question right now, as we got a little bit more of Kimura in that game, which is really important. Gonna need that to maintain as a baseline into the S&D, but for right now, 1-0 lead. If you're a fan of PACAF, you're feeling very happy with their performance after that opening Scar hardpoint. And moving forward, this is a team that, again, if they get on a roll, they are probably, I mean, guaranteed at least a grand finals appearance. It just feels like they're built for that kind of system, that kind of moment, and the way that they're able to approach every single team and just make those adjustments on the fly and to play fundamentally sound COD. It will buy you some very, very good dividends down the line when the event gets harder.
Exactly. At the end of the day, PACAF are the only side that made the Kona Central side look mortal, right? They're the only side we see them take to a game 5. I believe they're that's the only 2 maps that Kona Central have dropped is against PACAF. So we know how good PACAF can be. And yeah, I think they're the side that you're going to be looking at to go to the grand final, to play that underdog role, to take down the top dogs. I haven't seen that much yet from anyone else to signify to me that they have what it takes in terms of a consistency number. But in terms of the ability to pop off, you do have Conus Mountain with Revenge and Artie in particular. If they can find that vein of form together, they can beat anybody.
They really can. That's the thing at this stage, man. Everybody has a say in how this one goes. Every single team can pop off at the right time. But you just got to come out and execute. Do the damn thing. Commit to the game plan. Speaking of, 2 first bloods in a third. A follow-up from Artie. Raid's the pick for map number 2. And a couple of trades to even things out. 2v1 for Conus Mountain, and I believe they will take the round. Raid is a very nice trendsetter for the series. It's a nice way to get teams honest and open about how they're going to look for this day 3. Kimura having a strong start, 3-0. And who knows if the changes in the hardpoint were enough to get this man comfortable. But that's the kind of confidence and the kind of opening spree you want to see from your AR.
Yeah, it was a really good round to win. Again, it's just very important, I think, going into search and destroys to not let things steamroll. Get that first round back, get yourself into a lead, and buy yourself a little bit of breathing room to go forward with the strategy. And Kimura, I mean, for Kimura, for all the criticisms we gave them, has really, really stepped it up since the second half of the hard point. It has been great from them. The best numbers, I would say, probably except for Revenge on the overall, but still really top tier. But now on the offense, IWEP going through with the first blood, and Kimura is rotating out of there as quick as they can, realizing that they've lost the A side. They need to play the retake. Revenge playing very deep, and I don't think that's going to work, because you look at where PACAF are sitting. They're in no rush to push through. They're going to hold for them the back if they get this bomb down.
I'm wondering if Kimura's going to peek through Zig at all. I don't think he will. No, they're just going to stack it. Fair play. Skirk is in a casual friendly spot, if I could call it one, because I've been there many times and it very rarely works out. But Kimura, in a one-odd situation, not going to be long for this world. Has absolutely everywhere and then some to worry about inside of Laundry. He gets cut down. Responds quickly into round number 2. And sometimes the pub setup on Raid does still work.
Yeah, I mean, look, very strong offense in the end up. When you get a lot of A control like that, it's a very, very difficult site to break, and not having the numbers advantage. And also for Conus Mountain, they played very, very passively on the defense. There wasn't much in terms of movement through mid or flank, whatever it may be, to undo the hold. It was kind of direct through Laundry, but still passive in doing that. Just allowed PACAF to go at their own pace. It's the Chals. And for Mountain, that's not the way you want to be playing the defenses, which are the easier ones. But they could be poised with another offense here, replicating the strat, going aggressive on A, but has been spotted out on the push here now. Artie could be in trouble, but we know Artie likes to get into dangerous situations. Cooking a nade through, doesn't get any hits, but Axis going on the outside. It's kind of a very similar play, but this time look at your map. You're going to have IWEP going around the back, or at least through the mid, to try and get a pick and cause an issue.
Nade at least gets a couple of checks, and Artie says, I'll take that. That's 2. Green Gred down, maybe one of the most dangerous ARs on the field, is out of the equation here. 4v2. IWEP spots a couple. Surely they know now that pull steps will be a point of friction. So if we still commit to this, got to get somebody in Tiki to watch the cross. Still hunting for kills. A bit shaky and a bit awkward, as nobody drops just yet. Somehow they made a 2v4 feel like a 2v3, but there eventually the numbers do fall, as it will be another quick round win for Conus Mountain. A bit scary, but they do clean up the kills, and with it, a nice rotation to capitalize on the free space they had.
And the initial break from Artie was absolutely brilliant, getting through Laundry again, catching a good timing, but just knowing when to push up and getting the double, sort of allowing that break. Because again, if you're not feeling super confident, when you get that plant down in A in a 4 versus 4, you could have that site very quickly taken back off you. Even though it's a good site to hold, there's not really any guarantees unless you have a little bit of a number advantage. But Artie pushing through for that too, really open up the round for Conus Mountain to do what they want. And Artie, we know him, he's got to be a key player, and he's got to find that vein of form and confidence for the rest of this series. So big moment for them. Kimura as well, still with the strong start, 4-1. Now they want to try and hold and grab a defensive round, and great first blood as well, but instantly answer back.
Once again, another crucial couple of kills where Artie's been able to flip the momentum of this round, or at least pull the defense back. Have them as a guardian angel. Does PACAF to get the bomb down? Smokes out into Tiki. Tiki starts to move, but has nowhere to go as Artie is there. And Artie now for the cleanup. He's a roaming slayer for a reason. Was like that yesterday. Flies into his second in the round, 5 overall. Getting closer and closer to a Hellstorm, and that could be a difference maker in this S&D. All right, Conus Mountain shaking off that loss in Hardpoint as quickly as they started this S&D, and they're already up 3-1.
A really good round win in the end up to retaking that site. Now what I want to see for them is taking another offense. You go up 4-1 with now 3 offenses in the bag. And as you say, already on the way to that Hellstorm, if he can stay alive in this round as well, that really puts you in a strong position of thinking that this search and destroy is yours. The difference between a 4-1 and a 3-2 would be huge. PACAF, it's a massive round for them to not let it sort of fly away from them. And it seems to be a 2-1-1 split in defending the sites. That bomb is going down on A early. Artie's going to plant and pull back. You wonder if the streak's on the brain, if he's trying to get those plant points. And just about hiding in mid, but he gets exposed and he gets taken down. That's a huge loss.
It's a big time loss. Revenge does fall as well. Green finally good for one early in the round. 30 seconds to go. Player 3, and it's Kimura on your screen, able to tag one going through the side pillars, but needed some extra help. Gets it anyway. 1v2 again. And Kimura's really had to step up in this S&D. A couple of times earlier in the tournament, he was left in one-odd situations, and it just felt like it was always a problem, just because it's like, man, the timing doesn't work out in his favor this time, though. Much more confident with his shot at 6-2. Ari at 6-3. More of a rounded team effort between the AR and the sub duo that we expected to have a big performance this weekend. But nonetheless, it will be PACAF who handled that pressure, and after that opening hit marker inside of this peak in Garden, it was, yeah, I'll chow that all day, every day. Feeling good about my shot as well. Green, one of the best ARs on the field, and handles business quickly.
And it goes to show as well, for PACAF, position now they've put themselves in. They've been a really, really strong team. It was a big round for the search and destroy. It shows how easy it could be sometimes to retake that A after an early plant. All 4 players still alive, already getting dropped. A little unfortunate in the positioning. And it just allowed PACAF to get on through and play for that defuse. But now having to go on to offense, can they chain a couple of rounds together themselves? Fully committing to this B, it seems. Is CS Kirk going to try and get down for the plant? Picking up the kill against Revenge. That will open a path, but maybe we could still be in trouble on the bomb site. Artie's having to rotate out now. And Mountain are in a little bit of trouble. There's a lot of control here on B for PACAF.
Nice pick from Kimura. That is a tough gunfight to read and a tough angle to hit in quickly.
Wow.
Axis with the cross picks up both. None of this is possible without Kimura's pickup. I mean, that initial kill onto site immediately pulls the offense's attention. Axis is able to pick up the cut. The timing is picture perfect. That was beautifully played all the way around. Kimura at 7-3 leads the charge, and Axis comes in for a big crucial 2 kills. What an impressive round.
That was absolutely phenomenal from Conus Mountain. That was a round that was, as you say, not easy to retake, but the way that kill came through, that initial pick, again, just opened it up. The first bloods have been, or at least not the first bloods, but the kills to open up, puncture a hole in a setup have been massive for the teams on defense. And Kimura once again shining through, picking that one up, and PACAF will be a little bit frustrated with themselves. That round was theirs for the taking, but didn't get the bomb down quick enough and didn't make enough of an issue. Now Conus Mountain going quick on to B for the second time in a row on offense, going for the quick plant, but Axis is going to be dropped through the smoke. Wept picking up one, and now already in a little bit of trouble. They know where he is, and PACAF, they're going to be in no rush to deal with this B now that they have the numbers advantage. But I'm wondering why Green hasn't rotated over quite yet.
Artie's in a tough spot. Yeah, interesting trying to dip there. Was looking for info on the shoulder, but usually just try to stay down, Mr. President. There's really no need to get over aggressive when you're in no man's land. Red winner collapses perfectly. Revengeful picks it up. Here comes a follow-up trade. Does read it, though. But no peek as of now. COD timing is insane. Able to pick up one. Revengeful going for the second. So close. Almost made a 1v4 look impressive. And it was nonetheless. But too many numbers for PACAF, and they will get the defuse.
We are starting to see the defenses shine through more and more. Picking up these rounds, getting these defuses. And the quick plants just, they don't really seem to be the way to go. If anything, teams are just starting to look weaker once that plant actually goes down. I wonder who on offense now is going to make the decision just to try and push through and not worry about the plant straight away. We saw it work for Conus Mountain when already got the 2-piece early on in the search and destroy to guarantee that round. I think it was round number 3 it got them the victory on. I wonder if we'll see a play like that replicated here towards the end. For now, PACAF 4-3 down. Big offense for them. It's a good chance to even it up, but drop it early like that, not a good sign.
Nope. Not quite. But Artie's going to try his best to at least even the odds. Does so quite a bit. Revengeful gets absolutely joked. Not the cleanest shots, and it's all falling apart. Is it though? Yeah, it is. This is just a disastrous round, and for PACAF, you are more than happy to take that. That was a freebie if I've ever seen one, and they capitalize.
Yeah, sloppy from Conus Mountain. I will say, you know, Artie's been super strong in the aggression, but you got to realize that, you know, the reason Artie can do that is because he's Artie, and the fact that they just continue to be aggressive once the lives started to drop, instead of pulling back and playing a bit of a reset in a 2 versus 2, the overcommit really when PACAF were just completely aware, hey, these guys are flying at us, let's just get our guns up and keep these angles covered. And kind of just throwing away the round there needlessly. A poor one, to say the least. Hopefully for them, they don't look back on that one and you know, be too hurt by it.
Would love to see a sniper in this spot. Careful for access. 2 eager on the peak. Usually leads way to an eye-wept Chow. Only way to go here at this point is A. You can't really escape if you're revengeful, so... Gonna have to be a full commit through first blood or a full wrap and a team hit into B. It might be the latter. Leaving Artie by himself, actually not a bad play at all. It's just about how patient Artie can be in this spot and how long he's willing to commit to this. But I don't know if Breadwinner is feeling too comfortable going for a peek without checking all of his corners. But with that kill, now they start to rotate, and as soon as it happens, like a switch, there goes Artie, but the pickup on the flank from Breadwinner, that counter blind is just so clean, so efficient. Nice job all the way around.
Green Gate coming through, huge kill against Axis. A little bit of trouble now, but Kimura trying to hang on, getting their 10th kill of the game. Still going to have to go huge though. In a power position, picking up number 11. And now jumping outside, but the timing's not going to be great. Green Gred coming through with the finish. Got a bit ropey there with the pistol, but getting the job done. Kimura nearly doing enough to win a crucial round. But now this is all PACAF who find themselves on the match point.
It's really surprising. This, again, at one point was a 3-1 lead in the S&D for Conus Mountain. And since then, a couple of blunders, a couple of mistakes, and you give PACAF an inch, they've taken all of it. They've just stayed consistent. It's going to be a really tough loss. If Conus Mountain are unable to close out this S&D, this is going to be a really... well, I should say it's going to be one that'll sting, for sure. As you've had a great performance out of Kimura. Revengeful's been playing pretty great outside of that one round where he kind of got the jump. 3 and 6 for Axis. Artie's been finding a couple of big 2 pieces, but... You know, you're looking at PACAF, but it's not like somebody's been completely dominating. 10 and 7 is still a great game from Breadwinner, but it's just been clean and consistent. Very standard S&D and textbook across the board. First blood again. Conus Mountain will take advantage. Right up the gut into the water. I'm too smart for that, says Green Red. I've played this map many times, and I've seen that strat before. That's 2 down in the round.
I've played these games before, he says, now finding himself on the 4 spree. 8 and 6. Great performance on the back end of the Surgeon's Joy from him. Breadwinner, of course, on the 10 and 8 as well. But Kimura and Axis left alive. We know how dangerous Kimura can be, and that bomb still needs to get planted by PACAF. And the read over to A has been indeed read. Now the shots coming through. The next kill is going to be massive. Kimura trying to stay alive, and Axis... I have a lot of questions about pushing up that much when you know Kimura's rotating out. Kimura's going to spot the leg to get 1, and now potentially the clock on Kimura's side. 12 and 6. But that bomb is going to go down again straight away. Kimura read maybe a transition over to B, but it was not to be. Now has to retake over at A. Great timing though once again for the 1 versus 1. And I tell you what, they've been a little bit blessed, Conus Mountain, in this round, but they have a chance.
Kimura could be the hero for this team after so many questions. 24 seconds. And Skirk gives away his position. That's such an interesting read for no reason. Kimura, you have to pounce. You do not have time to play around here. And the read is perfect. Good Lord. Talk about a throw from Skirk and a perfect pickup from Kimura. I cannot believe this is how this round 11 gets to us, but I'll take it.
I mean, it looked like a throw from Mountain, really. The fact that Axis just threw themselves out into a super isolating position against 3 people rotating over to A, I was bemused by that. But then allowing themselves to be picked apart one by one, granted some good timings and some nice angles. I will give credit to Kimura for that, but I still think that round was there for the win in the end up for PACAF. They will be kicking themselves and going through with the check so early as well. He could have held on another couple of seconds before going straight for that check. But regardless, we found ourselves here in the round 11. Kimura dragging their side through. But will it be enough in the end?
Oh, it's never a simple round 11 these days. First blood is paramount. It feels like it's weighted by 2 kills now. Artie going to play a bit of a ratty spot, but it's the perfect place for Artie to be. Create a problem. Kimura is in danger and just barely escapes. Needs to pull back. They've allowed Artie to be this roaming slayer so often, so aggressive. Gets one, but doesn't check his back. Artie's still alive. 3 peaks, a bit dangerous, but look, job done. You get one, you get out. Question marks about whether or not he should have chowed again. And they're just funneling into the likes of the AR. Skirk does get one. Access responds. Into the money we go. Breadwinner trying to respond. 2-1. In the last live, Breadwinner in a clutch situation. Can he pull it out?
Oh, that was so unlucky for Breadwinner not to get a kill through there. Really played it well. Kimura on the 15 now. Lucky to get the job done. Spots out Breadwinner. Can't get the final bullet through. The bomb in hand for Breadwinner. Are they just going to rush to B for the plant? You really don't have any choice. You just got to get this one down and get yourself hidden. And going for the plant. They have no... Breadwinner's going to have no idea where to look here because this has been a strange read across from Conus Mountain. But that will ultimately suit them when they get around to the site. Breadwinner is just going to play Titan Tiki. I kind of like the play. Actually, looks like going to basketball. This will be a huge clutch moment. Getting off the site now as well. And this is a rewrap. Tentative. Nail biting. Breadwinner. Trying to clutch the 2 versus 1. No one top bomb yet. The spot for 1. Struggled though. Stuck on the wall, but just about out. Axis and Breadwinner for the round. For the map. Who takes it? Axis on the push. No time left to get the defuse. And PACAF somehow hold on and win the round 11 to go 2-0 up in this series. What have we just seen?
We've seen multiple breakdowns and PACAF just being a little bit more composed. I don't know what else to say. It's just the difference of playing scrappy Call of Duty when you're in the trenches. Who makes the right play? PACAF continue to make it. They take the round 11 in a way that it feels like, again, it should never have been that close. They gave away a round to Conus Mountain that they shouldn't have given away, but they respond so cleanly in the round 11. Cleanly being more of a kind term for how this one went. Breadwinner wept, Gringred, and Skirk. I mean, this is one of the more interesting 2-0s I think I've ever seen this weekend compared to all the sweeps we've had or all the games between hardpoints and S&Ds. Everything we've seen in these matches. This has been one of the most fascinating series. I mean, just between the blunders we've seen, the capitalizations on those mistakes, and some of the decisions really in this S&D that might have costed Conus Mountain a chance to tie up this series. It's just, that's what Call of Duty does at its best on championship days. It brings out the weirdest stuff in people, and this was no exception.
It was just mistakes left, right, and center, right? I mean, Kimura rescuing a couple of rounds. They played absolutely phenomenal for this mountainside, but you know, for PACAF, and they end up getting the job done. And it's through, as you say, just mistakes on both sides. It was a scrappy, it was a sloppy search and destroy. I feel like at times the wrong calls, the wrong plays being made, the overall wrong read of the circumstances. But I'm kind of shocked in the end up in that 2 versus 1 Breadwinner going through at that B plant. I'm shocked that why Conus Mountain didn't, whether or not you read it, but get yourself quickly moved up to mid, right? If you're both going to hit through in that mid cut together, Breadwinner isn't going to turn with an AR and turn and burn 2 of you coming through that mid cut, even if he is staying there planning to rewrap A. So the fact that they kind of just sat outer ring until that bomb was planted over at B gave Breadwinner so much more time to compose and sit and figure out a positioning. And then on top of that, taking that long to rotate over and not ultimately going to the power positions on the other side of the map, but instead just slowly coming through mid and half checking sides, and at this point having already 25-30 seconds gone on that timer. They played the timings horrendously in the end of that round 11.
that is something I think I want to hit on one more time as we take a look at some of the stats in this game. It was not so much the decision to allow that bomb to wrap to be and get planted, but if you're the moment you start to lose the round is when you're both double hitting pull steps. First of all, obviously you have a variety of options too. You can wrap back through the mezzanine. You can go all the way behind a basketball court and try to play that flank. That gives you a variety of options, both looking towards Tiki, looking towards bedroom, and looking towards that upper window at money side. You get a variety of different looks towards site. Maybe you run into the opposing player. So one is just that's kind of the first thing you should be thinking about. Two, if you're not doing that, then usually what you see players or teams do is they send one up into bedroom, they keep one down below, and then they usually have them get aggressive inside Tiki. And you split that number because it gives you access to pull steps, it gives you access to the long range with an AR. It's like there's obviously power positions that are affordable on B-bomb, on raid, and the last thing you want to do, unless you are confident in your sub play up close in your 1v1s, which was not the case for this series so far. It has not been the case for the S&D. The last thing you should be thinking in a 2v1 is we're going to double hit pull steps together, and we don't have eyes. Like, that is, it was not, for me, it was not so much the fact that they let the bomb go down. Like, it's like, okay, the bomb's down. There's only one or two ways you really should be playing this, and instead they hit the easiest spot for an offensive player to read in the game, and it's like, it's small things like that where it felt like they kind of got in their own way of finding success in the round. And especially in round 11, like, you got to have somebody in those comms who says we cannot be double hitting pull steps in a 2v1. There's just no excuse. You have to be a little bit smarter than that. Definitely, like, it's a tough read in the moment for sure, but that was a question mark of, look, you have everything available to clutch this round outright, and of all the options, you picked the wrong one. Do not hit pull steps in a 2v1. And they did, unfortunately, though. PACAF will take advantage of that, and they'll go up 2-0 in the series. And I think for them, it hasn't been the cleanest series, but they're like, if we're going to keep being given these opportunities, yeah, we're going to take them all day, every day, because it's working. So we'll allow the players to think about that for a minute. We're going to jump to a commercial break. When we come back, we continue on with the overload here between PACAF and Conus Mountain. Could be another sweep to start today. We'll find out after the break. Hello, folks. Welcome back into the AFG 2026 World Championships. I'm Spaceman. That is Zepcast joining me here for the action this weekend. And PACAF have now gone up 2-0 in the series, and they do it in quirky fashion. That S&D was quite interesting on Raid. Conus Mountain, however, now backs against the wall. They got Scar coming up. Is this just where the series ends, Zep? Is this where we're rounding out the end of the conversation? What are we feeling?
No, in a way it does feel like it. I mean, where I will throw a bone to this Mountain side is that, you know, on the Scar, it was only a 25-point game, arguably the better team in the second half. And a Raid Search and Destroy to where I think you take out just certain baffling moments. The win was theirs in a few moments. Granted, I will say both teams had baffling moments, so maybe they even themselves out. But the point being, this is a series that even though it's 2-0, that doesn't tell the full tale of the tape. It's been a little bit up in the air. It's been a little bit chaotic. And for both of these teams, I don't think they've shown a form here that they're going to want to take into a grand final run. I think this is very much, regardless of the scoreline, a little bit of a hiccup in that chase for perfection between these two sides, but they won't be worried about that. I don't think. They will only be worried at this stage about how the game 3 and beyond is going to go within this series, if there is a beyond, of course. I think for PACAF, they're going to be feeling confident in themselves. It's been two very hard fought wins. They'll feel privileged to be in this position and realize that Scar is where they can get a job done. But of course, for the Mountain side, they'll realize, hey, we actually managed to keep that Scar close. We haven't been too far behind at all, and you know, Overload gives you an opportunity to flip the script around. So a sweep is definitely still on the offing. I'd be more so leaning towards that, but I think it'll be silly to completely count Mountain out at this stage. To make a run in the back half of these maps is very possible.
It definitely is. Now, granted, you remember your tournament isn't done if you drop this in your Conus Mountain, but being in the upper semis is nothing to sneeze at, and it obviously gives you an advantage going forward for the best of 9 in the grand finals if you stay on this side of the bracket. But upper semis is closer and closer to that podium finish, and I feel like if you're PACAF, you win this. Again, you're playing with that confidence, that feeling of no matter what we've been thrown, we've kind of handled it, and there's no real fear right now outside of maybe playing Kona Central. There's no fear about how we're going to approach the rest of the tournament. I mean, this is one of their biggest challenges for sure, but they are playing in a replay against this Conus Mountain squad like they had in day 1, and they're just like, they're making them make mistakes, and they're just kind of handling it. It hasn't been the most impressive series from either team, but at the end of the day, it's getting the win nonetheless. And I feel like PACAF are more than happy to kind of take the ground they're given here, because Conus Mountain just seem to be running into themselves at times. You get some really nice performances from Kimura, already again being a menace in S&D. But outside of that, everybody else still kind of waiting for. It's like we're waiting for this team to kind of wake up and stop shooting themselves in the foot.
I do completely agree, and you know, taking a little bit of a look here at the stats going into this game 3, and you look at the overload on the overall and who've been the top players. So Kimura and Revenge have had pretty decent overloads on the overall with a 1.08 and 1.05 KD respectively, but they've been kind of, you know, middle of the line numbers for a large part. Actually, for a lot of these players, it's been more towards the negative KDs for players across the board on overload, except for your top 10 or top 11. But you look at who's on that top, it's all PACAF. Breadwinner with a 1.29 KD on overloads up until now. I Wept on a 1.22, and then CS Kirk on a 1.04 as well. I mean, you got two players for PACAF who seem to be really enjoying the overloads at the moment. Getting a lot of elims in those overloads as well. It's not a high KD from low engagements. They are getting in there with the engagements with, you know, an average of 39.3 elims every 10 minutes for a Breadwinner. So, I mean, that is a lot to contribute. For PACAF, they'll be feeling confident in this game 3. It's up to Conus Mountain to cause the upset and make a run in the back half of the maps.
It's very much up to Conus Mountain to have to right their wrongs here. Do they have an answer? Do they have anything they can dispel the opening aggression from PACAF so far? Answer's been kinda. Couple of kills that do fall the boys in blue's way. They'll wrap this EMP around. B is the call for now, waiting for the kills to fall though. And they pick up towards that P2 side. His Axis is more than ready for it. Shut down by Wept. And still holding on to the EMP as they are going to get pushed back into their own spawn. This is a chance for Conus Mountain to put some kills on the board and put a goal through. Never mind.
Yeah, rotating this one out now. The play doesn't quite work out. PACAF taking this one forward. Going to actually go down towards Motel, towards P2. They're not really set for this though, and I tell you what, Revenge is in a position to do some damage, but Breadwinner is there with the read, and now with a 3 dead, they can push forward, but already staying alive can be a danger player in and around the middle of the map. Pulling back, staying up, and Revenge up to get a kill. This has been a good hold here from Conus Mountain. They got a little bit ropey there where they were dropping, And it still could be ropey. A couple more kills now through from Pacaf is pushing Conus Mountain right to the back line.
Nice shots from Artie off spawn. I mean, he's always flying forward, always W king. And he's good for one still. That teammate doesn't help, but does give him a chance to get back to mid-map and breathe just a little bit. Reset their boundaries. Play through some of the kills. Out to P1. Revengeful good for 2. There are the trades, even out the numbers, and a better shot around the end, from Kimura at 4 and 4. EMP still in the hands of Conus Mountain as they try to make the wrap to A. Oh, they might get it.
Push on through. Yeah, this is looking very clean. Huge 2 from Green Gred, but it's only going to delay the inevitable. Never mind. Breadwinner there. I thought that was through, but Breadwinner with another 2. Green Gred, Breadwinner, both coming through with a combined 4 to shut down a push that looked imminent for Conus Mountain to go through successfully. And now they have the EMP in hand. They need to rotate out, but they are kind of in a precarious position here as this mid is being held on. And we could see this snuck through, but Kimura getting dropped. And now trying to force it through. Can they get it? Yes, they can. Huge first score on the board for Conus Mountain. Already putting that one through. And so far, so good for Conus Mountain. They've caused some issues. They've done some damage early on a couple of times now. Now they'd love to be able to relay this one and get a second one through, having mostly control of this lane. But Breadwinner and iWeb picking up a couple to slow it on down.
And I went from dire straits to, all right, we can actually breathe again. That was about to be a nightmare situation for Conus Mountain, but they do capitalize. Here comes the gunnies as well over the top. iWeb's better on this exchange, but still turtling up and spawn pack after having to fight through that backline. And great shots from Kimura leading the charge than they are. With Revenge in the wing, they've been able to clear off the right side of the map 2 times now and waiting for the EMP to go into their hands. Revengeful with another nice headshot on Green Gred. ARs have really stepped up in this series for both teams. And now the difference has to be made in the sub-play, as again, Kimura leading the charge. Back to mid-map. Positioning here for Pacaf. Wins here for Pacaf. A couple of gunfights that go their way, and they're going to wrap this one around. B is the call. See if they can get it through.
No, and it's very open down that lane. It's going to be up to Kimura to get pushed up quickly to catch this EMP holder, but they can't. It's on through, and Kirk putting that one down, evening it up with just over a minute left to go. Pacaf finding a way to answer back, and both of these teams have been looking very threatening on their offenses. This has been a very, very entertaining overload to watch so far. And now, it'll be up to who controls it again this next time around. Are we going to see a third overload go through before the half? Kimura with another 2. Huge performance from them again. Kimura had a really, really great series on the overall. Except the first half of the hard point, I will say. But another opportunity nearly going through there. The flood of red through. And that is going to be the third cap. Already through once more. And Conus Mountain just forcing the issue, forcing the pressure, flying down the front. Been great from them so far.
Yeah, really important round number 1 just to establish a bit of dominance here. But it's not over yet. Kills inside general will certainly make things more difficult. More pinstripes. Kimura, good for 1. 3 peaks. Chals, Breadwinner, has to reload. Awkward gunfight for sure. EMP still in nobody's hands. If it touches the ground at 0 seconds, we go to round 2. Will anybody pick it up in time? I don't think so. Closest one's Breadwinner, and it's not going to happen. But finally, a map, or I should say a round of overload that doesn't just feel like a one-sided affair. 2-1. And a fight back from Conus Mountain at the best possible moment.
And both of these teams just feel like they have a real chance in this game, and that's what I've loved seeing, you know, from this Mountain side. They recognize that despite being 2-0 down, despite the issues they've had, they've not been playing that poorly in comparison to Pacaf. And finally taking the fight to them, and that fight actually pushing them through to the other side. Pacaf just a little bit slower on the overall, a bit more of a disparity between their KDs. But Breadwinner, we know what they can do. We know how they love the overload, and being on a 5 spree. Could they be playing for a streak at this point? And I wonder just how huge that would be in an overload on Scar.
I mean, that's if you're able to rally it and hit your cutoff, that's a potential 2 goals if you use your Hellstorm correctly. Plenty of time on the clock. Plenty of opportunities here in this second round. Again, 2 goals away should the score stay the same from a perfect sweep. But right through, Conus Mountain are not going down without a fight. They're able to get their first of the round, their second of the last minute. And so far, off to a hot start in round number 2. But as I say that, EMP comes off spawn, and with it, here comes a Hellstorm from Artie. Going to go ahead and invest the streak early. Going to try to shut down this push. It's a call to A. It's a pickup at A. All 3 go down. Can't find the 4th, but damage done. EMP in the hands of Konos Mountain. All red in the kill feed, but a response from Wept. He's still here, and he's just making sure he splits up these spawns.
Yeah, Wept trying to go huge there, ultimately getting dropped, but I really didn't like what I saw from Pacaf there, trying to push it down the plane side of the map again, just wanting to push it down there for the relay, but they did not have control of there. They were spawning out towards P2. It just allowed Konos Mountain for a free cap, really, in the end up to get through to A. It was quite poor. And Pacaf once more, but they still have plenty of time to pull it back, trying to get control of the plane side. 3 down now. Konos Mountain getting this one moved up. You'd think one more for Konos Mountain would be a nail in the coffin, and they are trying to fly this through. Access with 2, and that's overload number 4 going through the detonation. And Konos Mountain are in the ascendancy here as they desperately tried to claw their way back. Pacaf on the back foot, trying to regain some momentum and recover. 3 minutes now to get a minimum of 3 overloads through, and I tell you what, nearly getting the perfect counter, but Konos Mountain hang on.
I mean, Pacaf are playing right now a 2v4. There's just no response from Green Gred. The AR's been shut down. Skirk's been shut down. You lose an AR and a sub in this entire exchange on Scar, you're never going to win. It's just been beautiful from Konos Mountain, the way they've been able to isolate Green Gred and keep the extra sub at bay. Perfectly played. A 3-goal lead. Oh, Axis is starting to heat up. And this is the team we expected to see in the hard point and a little bit in the S&D. Finally, it looks like the confidence being injected back into Konos Mountain. The Pacaf need to find a response. They are down by 3 with 2:25 on the clock. And there has not been that much to work through at mid-map.
Well, they just need to figure out what they're doing with the EMP. Why are they running the EMP towards Motel when their teammates are spawning towards A, and that's where they have a run of the lane? You were just seeing Pacaf, or excuse me, Konos Mountain spawn over and over again towards the Motel side. Why try and push it down the Motel side when you're not winning your gunfights? A bizarre one, but now is a good time to pick it up. The reset coming through. Green Gred getting pushed underneath could get great timing here, but Pacaf need to move. Green Gred needs to go quicker, needs to force the issue before the EMP crosses. Taking a little bit too long here. Will it matter in the end up though? Can they get the push on through? They absolutely can. It's been shaky from Pacaf. You can tell that the poor KD across their 2 players, Green Gred and Skirk, is in their minds. They do not know what to do when they pick up the EMP, but now finding the wave of form, the vein of momentum they are tapping into, and it's now 3-4, and I tell you what, from nothing to greatness, they're only 1 behind, and IWeb starting to pop off, finally getting dropped, but Breadwinner now in the 4 spray.
Yeah, Breadwinner's starting to take over as well. I mean, if it has to be a 2v4, so be it. 34-22, 30-27. 2 players in this lobby to cross 30 kills, and it's all for Pacaf. They've been able to rally, but that EMP's still out. I mean, they're just going to try to sneak this one through. Granted, the defense is too good for that. Breadwinner gets a triple with the Hellstorm, and they'll pick it back up on rotation. A minute to go. A double from Revenge. Breadwinner gonna try to stall out just a bit. Needs help from the rest of his team. He needs them to find kills. The chase is on. And so far, Konos Mountain are winning the run.
I tell you what, I didn't like that streak investment at all. I think it was a poor time to use it. It didn't really count for much, and a huge defense coming through. But once again, Pacaf are in a lot of trouble investing in a streak, really, where it wasn't counting for much on the offense or the defense. Just a middle-of-the-road wave of kills that meant nothing in the end up. And another 3 dead now. The lead potentially going to be doubled here with just 23 seconds remaining. Pacaf are going to need to get one more touch of this EMP and get a hold to play for overtime, but Artie is just happy to make life difficult. He stays alive. I went with the EMP in hand, but they are isolated now in this top green with nowhere really to go. They need to get a wave of kills. That EMP has been dropped around the back. Artie's going to try and fly on through, and he gets it! And Konos Mountain hang on to take us to a map 4. Massive comeback from the mountainside.
Couple of body shots for good measure, and that was a 4v2 all the way through. Let him know, big fella. Look at the pop-off already as Konos Mountain are feeling like they have a real chance in this series. Now, I don't blame them. They shut down the other AR on the other side. They shut down the second sub. They completely dominated. And, I mean, no matter where this game was going, Green Gred could not find an answer. Neither could the rest of this team. I mean, Konos Mountain, an impressive win there on the Overload. Don't often see a team go down 2-0 and handle the Overload better than they've handled the opening respawn, but they do. We get to another hard point, so no sweep here to start the day. But one has to wonder, if they're able to shut down Green Red like that, what's to stop them from going all through this series to 5 games?
It's always been possible. Each and every one of these games has been close. Again, we've said it before, but we'll say it again. This has been far from the perfect series for both of these teams. There's been issues left, right, and center. But that also means that even though things haven't been swinging your way, they can equally swing your way the next time around, so long as you make a little bit of your own luck. And that is what Conus Mountain did in that game 3. They look strong. PACAF again had that wave where it looked like they were going to come back. But I think, again, PACAF making mistakes off the back of getting 2 and off the back of, you know, the EMP being dropped and sort of finally a full reset getting ready to happen over towards playing. Why invest in that streak then? The only reason I can think of that streak being invested in is a lack of communication, maybe thinking that there's a bit more offensive pressure than there actually was, and that there was a chance to relay with the streak in hand. But I'd be thinking you saved that streak more for an opportunity where 3 or 4 of you are up towards that plane and you're getting ready to directly push and instantly go on the offense, as opposed to a rip off the spawn. I don't fully get it, but those are the opportunities Conus Mountain need to take. And what I will say is that, again, you go back and look at other instances like Kimura being able to rescue a 3-piece. These teams have been giving each other chances where they shouldn't have been.
I think that's a good way to put it, is that they're just kind of giving each other openings where otherwise in the tournament, in days 1 and 2, those did not exist. I mean, and sure, it's day 3, we're getting to some fatigue. You know, you're playing better and better competition, so those mistakes are going to be exploited. Those mistakes are going to look bigger than maybe they are. But this has definitely been a sloppy series from both teams, and yet the fight continues. We're seeing a little bit more resolve from Conus Mountain than what they were showing in the beginning. And this is a real chance for this one to get extended. I mean, the next coming hard point is no guarantee. For PACAF, I think the biggest takeaway, obviously, is, look, you know, the overload didn't go your way. It was pretty much it was a odd man situation anyway. You were basically playing a 3v4 the whole time. But knowing you have Den coming up, it's a bit of a more established map for ARs, something the Green Red should have no problem adjusting to. And again, an extra chance for the Gunnies to get warmed up, and should they, I think PACAF will be just fine. But it does ask some questions about the validity of this series. And look, if we get to a situation where we go 5, all of a sudden we could be talking about one of the biggest, not choke jobs, but one of the biggest blunders of a lead, as PACAF would be on the precipice of dropping a 2-0 lead and doing so in the winter semis, which is not the place to do it. So today has opened up, excuse me, to a wide variety of conversations, and I am so interested to know if we're going to be going 5, because if we are, I mean, it puts more drama on the table, obviously more trash talk for sure, but Den Hardpoint will decide a lot of this conversation, and for PACAF, has to be business as usual. You cannot afford to have only one AR producing on the field. There has to be a little bit more pressure across the board.
I completely agree. I think, you know, going into this one, there's a very good chance that this goes to a game 5. Mountain, they'll be feeling themselves now after that victory, and the hard point, they looked pretty strong in the second half last time round, and going on to a Den, which I think will suit them better. If it does get to a Fridge Search and Destroy, I do have question marks over their abilities there, but again, I think that'll just be a matter of waiting and seeing. Haven't actually seen them play on that map yet, so it'd be remiss of me to judge them on that front. But I just think that map plays a little bit more into what PACAF would be happy to offer. But if we even get there, is the big question. You're just going to see Mountain lock in, try and take this to a game 5 from here, and I think they're as much in this series, I think, as they ever were. I think they always were, even after the end of map 1, and even though a 2-0 it may have looked like another sweep was on the offing, we've been saying it from the word go, that the way the series is played, Mountain always had a chance, and it looks like they're finally starting to take it.
Can only get so many chances before eventually your luck does run out. This time, though, on to Den. One map to decide it, one map to extend it. Skirk good for 2, Green Red for the 3rd, and already a lead. PACAF out to a hot start, and you need to get Green Red online early. I mean, he is a power player, somebody who could take over the map, take over a series on his own, and with the likes of Breadwinner, I mean, you're talking about 2 of the best ARs in the game right now in this tournament. There is no excuse for this kid not to get online, and if you can get him comfortable, it's an entirely different series. But Conus Mountain fighting off that win and overload, now coming into Den into P2. We'll see what they can do here.
No, you can tell Artie is bringing the passion. I mean, he was giving it on the comms he saw on the player cam at the end of the previous game, and going straight away through with a 3-piece to begin with. He is going to be flying at this opposition all the time, non-stop, never going to give an edge. He's going to be a thorn in the side of this PACAF side to deal with, but They'll also feel confident in their ability to deal with him. They've dealt with him before in hardpoint, will look to do so again. Rotating over towards P2. It is Pakaf on the point, but they do not have full control of spawns. It is Revenge hanging on to them, and it is going to be up to Skirk to try and get around the side and cause the issue. Sort of parallels actually happening at the moment, and as Revenge decides to push into the point, a recognition that the spawns are completely lost. Again, I think an interesting choice from Revenge to decide to go through there and push on when the spawns were in jeopardy, but maybe just trying to cause the collapse to hold from the front. Regardless, though, it didn't work out.
We got Breadwinner switching to the NPC. Got a team nade that doesn't help Konos on the push. Their break, however, very reliant on that front sub. So far, it's working, but iWeb comes in with the pistol, cleans up the rest, and holds on to the last 15 or so. Still one straggler contesting. Kimura will drop, and with it, rotation begins. Bottom side of your minimap, keep an eye on numbers 1 and number 2. Green Gred and iWeb working as an AR sub duo. First ones inside the hill, usually going to be them as well. If they find the opening kills, again, they're looking at an opening 20. Goes the way of the boys in blue, and so far, that is the case.
Another wave of kills over towards P3. Breadwinner on the point, trying to get in the initial time. They're condensed on this point now. Pakaf there to be picked. iWeb with the team kill against Breadwinner, but picking up one before getting dropped by Revenge. It's back and forth. Revenge with the 2. Revenge had a pretty good start for Konos Mountain in this game, and this is a big hill to answer back on. Pakaf, we're starting to run away with things after a successful first 2 points, and you can chain the points quickly on a den if you're not playing those rotational kills well. But Konos Mountain finally regaining a little bit here, but P4 will be what they have to think of. So far, they do have the spawns, but now you're going to see a fight for them here through it. Breadwinner picks up one. They're actually going to collapse directly onto this point. I wonder if they're just going to try and get the kills and stack through Dojo. That looks to be the play as iWeb spawns close. They push on through, and now you have Axis spawning out alongside Revenge. A good opportunity maybe for the pinch, but they're dropping up front. It's been a wave of blue in the kill feed to push on through to P4. And maybe a good bit of timing here is going to allow Axis to get on through back onto the point, but Wept with 2 before getting dropped. Kimura picking up 1. It's back and forth, but it's Pakaf who successfully rotates P4.
Yeah, and they might be the first team to cross 100 points here. I mean, if you're going to allow the likes of Artie to be a roaming Slayer, you're going to live and die by that blitz. You're going to have to make him work overtime to pick up kills on the fly. iWeb is starting to go on a bit of a heater, playing a little bit like a prime Afro. The way he's able to jump into the hill and just find 2 pieces left and right. Breadwinner for 2. Quick response again. Couple of trades. Both teams getting a chance for a team kill, for a wipe. The hold here, still close. 99 to 52. Breadwinner on a heater. 17 and 9. And Axis on your screen is good for 1. As Skirk is able to take down 2 in the process. More contests onto the point. Both teams fighting over the last 5 or so. But remember, we're rotating the P1 out early and set up for new. It will be Pakaf. We're ready and waiting. And they'll be the first team to cross 3 digits.
Breadwinner now 18 and 10, 38 seconds in hill and rising. A bit more control coming through from Pakaf on the overall. In the lead by about 40. And the way that they are playing at the moment, they just seem to be on a whole nother level when it comes to the overall map control, the transitions between, and that's working in their favor. But we've seen Konos Mountain answer back before in the hard points and make them close, and it's closer than it was in the scar at certain points. They'll still have every opportunity to course correct the mistakes on the second set of rotations as we come to the last 20 seconds of P1 here. Who is going to set themselves up well for P2? So far, it is Pakaf, who look strongly set up now for P2. Green Gred with a big 2. And are they going to chain another rotation between P1 and P2 together? Already trying to get 1. He is dropped, and this is as clean as you like for Pakaf on that rotation. Axis trying to rotate around the back, but surely Skirk's going to be aware of it. He actually might have caught poor timing here, and Axis has a chance to push around the back, but he's playing it a little bit passively here, not wanting to give up his life.
Got to keep those spawns close. Your backline is the most important part of holding this P2. They know where they're going to be at. Skirk trying to get out of dodge. Not going to happen this time. Wept for 2 again. And he's always good for a couple, so at least gives you something to bank on as you go for these breaks, especially at the front of the hill. Numbers will stack for Pakaf, but Konos are not out of it just yet. Closing in on a tie game. Fighting through. A couple of trading shots. Good shots inside the hill for Kimura. Sub in his hands, good for 13. And Breadwinner with a double. Response quickly. Kimura's there as well. 126 to 116. Every time you think that Pakaf are starting to pull away, Konos Mountain fight right back into it.
Conus Mountain held mostly from the front there as well, so that's a testament to their ability to slay out when they're in comfortable gunfight positions. They really, when they're sat in their comfort zone in a point, they can do a lot of damage. It's merely the transitions to those points that seem to be the initial issue for them. But Kimura now on the 7 spree as well, desperately trying to pull it back for his side. On a 7 spree as well, minute and a half in hill, doing everything for Conus Mountain here. Arguably the MVP of the series for this Conus Mountain side, but whether or not it'll be enough is yet to be seen. Still behind, still trailing by 10 and rising here as PACAF look to hold the scrap the last 30 on P3. And PACAF rotated well to P4 the last time around, just through brute force, pushing through Dojo. Will they look to do so again this time around? Already coming around the side, trying to chal in. And 2 taken down, make that 3. Surely from this point, Conus Mountain should be set well for a P4 rotation, as long as they don't get dropped straight away and are aware of the spawn flipped potential, as we're seeing PACAF start to rush through the front.
I'd really hope, very much hope that is the case. And so far, yeah, they're answering it. Again, another team kill, which does not bode well for the break. But it helps out when you're able to mitigate the result. Get a kill to boot. Net 0 on the exchange, and a second. IWeb, fantastic. Every time they need him to come up big in the hill, he does. Breadwinner, Green Gred combining for 2. Breadwinner, 31 and 19, man. The dude is just so consistent in respawn. A guaranteed 30 bomb nearly every single time. For as good as IWeb has been, for as good as Kimura has played in this series, Breadwinner is maybe the strongest stable factor, the underhand for this entire team. 169 to 139. 30-point game, just a half a hill between these two squads. As all spawn we go back into full gunfights inside the hard point. Breadwinner wins it again, 34 and 20, closing in on a 40 bomb.
Yeah, the slaying power for Breadwinner has just been there, and for overall in the PACAF, it's just simply more than what Conus Mountain are offering. But I tell you what, for IWeb and Breadwinner, it needs to be, because the question marks over Skirk, 11 and 21. Not many engagements for this point in a hard point in comparison to everyone else, which is a bit of a head scratcher, but maybe just sitting a bit deeper back on the time and kind of being that fallback player, not needing to be engaged that much through the brilliance of the rest of the PACAF side at this moment in time. But still, just over a 20-point game and rising. PACAF with the end game in sight here as it rises to 40 in the difference. They will be looking to get the job done here in game 4 to take it 3-1. It will be the second time they win against the side 3-1 in this championship. They do not want this to go to a game 5, and Breadwinner trying to make sure it doesn't. Now on the 36, the 40 bomb seemingly imminent as they reach over the 200-point mark.
And that's just wild to think about. The 40 bomb, it just consistently is a threat when you have Breadwinner on your team. Again, the dude's a land champion. He knows what it's like to win at the highest level. He's got a good squad around him. Needed a little bit more from the likes of Green Gred in the last overload in that respawn. But this time, when everybody's starting to click, when they're playing the way they are, Breadwinner is tough to beat, man. He's so difficult to beat. Give him the 4-piece. It doesn't even matter. The wipe into the point is good. The contest, the hold, the break, the spree. 215 to 155. This man is a champion for a reason. The 30 bomb leads to a 40. Come on now.
I mean, look, Breadwinner on the 5 spree now. I think in the end, it's fair to say it's just single-handedly won PACAF this map and this series, right? I mean, just the hold on P2 there, the kills that he got. I mean, he was spotted early before he even got the first kill. They knew where he was. They went for the chal. I thought he was going to drop. He somehow gets the first, somehow gets the second, and then the third, and then assisting on the fourth. I mean, just take a bow, Breadwinner. We talked about Kimura being such a rock for Conus Mountain in this series, but it ultimately has not been enough. PACAF have been in the ascendancy, and it has been Breadwinner at the top of the PACAF mountain, really, at this stage, on top of Conus Mountain, just completely shutting them down, as we see a nice initial rotation here to P3 from Conus Mountain, but it has to be second by second perfection from here, and this is a long road to come back to try and hold this one. And as the streak gets invested in by Green Gred, any moment now you'd think that PACAF are going to make their way through to the semis, and they do just a second. There they go, they got it. The victory 3-1. Conus Mountain, they gave it their all, but it wasn't enough. And look at the passion on your screen here.
I love this, the head shake for Skirk. I'm just like, why? What the hell is even that? It's phenomenal having these player cams. I mean, I love the fact that production's gotten this set up. Tough fist bumps all the way around. A really valiant series across the board from Conus Mountain for sure. But PACAF were the better team today. And Breadwinner is just a championship caliber player. He's the kind of guy when you have on your squad that if he starts to pop off, it energizes the rest of the team, and it makes you feel like you can just take over and go on a run the way they have. And this team is the real deal for the real reason. Conus Mountain looks really solid later into this series, starting to find their footing in the respawn. Granted, their roles aren't done here. They're not entirely out of the tournament, but their job does get a lot harder. And man, PACAF just responded so elegantly in that hard point. Skirk, Greengred, wept, phenomenal in the hard point, but led by their captain, Breadwinner, who is an absolute beast. This dude is a problem for everybody else, and they will continue to move on the winner side.
And I mean, it's a great name as well. I mean, truly is the breadwinner for a side here, you would think. Like, I mean, it is just absolutely phenomenal watching him play. And look, I've been very critical, I think, of both of these teams overall in their performances throughout this particular series. I think it's been ups and downs, it's been mistakes, there have been holes in their games. I think both teams will have elements they want to improve on off the back of this, but when you have a player like Breadwinner on your side, you can come through at moments like that, you know you're guaranteed a bit of a safety net. But one thing is for sure for this side, for PACAF, it needs to improve. It needs to improve if they want to go all the way. I think they will be aware of that, but I think you can take the moment just to take a bow and realize, like, hey, we won a hard-fought series. We won against a side who were consistently presenting issues. And you could also argue that just the way these two sides play against each other, they bring out mistakes in each other. They expose each other's weaknesses. But it was just in the end up with PACAF, who just had enough in the bag through the likes of Breadwinner to get the job done, as you see here at the very end, just going huge and being a key difference maker in the end up.
Yeah, and I think hitting on that point of, like, look, if you get into a series where you're just kind of getting exposed in small mistakes, or you're being shown that there's still room to grow, how you answer those questions, how you answer that conflict is really indicative of your team leaders. And Breadwinner did not falter at all. When they needed a steady hand in this series, whether it was in the respawn or the S&D, Breadwinner was that guy. When they needed somebody to reestablish a baseline coming off of the overload loss into this hard point, Breadwinner was that guy. And when you can rely on your best players to have moments like that, even when the other ARs are slacking and when your next sub is maybe not having the greatest game, when you can rely on your best players to step up and answer those moments, it pulls you through the mistakes, and it allows you to have a bit of an off game. It allows you to affords you, I should say, the chance to not play your best. Obviously, you don't want to see it every time, but that's the benefit of having a star-studded player like Breadwinner. And we talk about it all the time for those MVPs to show up and do so on championship days, and this is no secret. I mean, Breadwinner is a favorite to potentially win another championship here this weekend. And the way that they've been playing, I mean, you know, the closest series they have is one full of mistakes, and yet it's still a 250-163 win in Game 4, and still a dominant showing in both the respawns outside of the Scar Overload and the S&D, which was shaky in its round 11 own right. So, look, PACAF look really, really good, man. I think they're clearing away the second best team right now on the bracket for COD. Obviously, we still have a couple of matches to get through, and for Kona Central, there's still questions about what will this team look like going down the stretch. But as we start to really divvy out the rosters and figure out where these teams sit for the podium finishes coming up today and tomorrow, this is a squad that, even on mistakes, still looks like they are capable of making the run. And I think an important win for them, knowing that they can play scrappy and a little bit loose at times, but still find the win.
I completely agree. Like, I think at the end of the day, you know, as we talked about going into the beginning of the series as well, PACAF, the only side that has given that top side of Central any sort of a game throughout the course of the few days. And so, look, they're a side, again, who I think will want to improve, but have the ability to get the job done, have the ability to win a grand final. And with that being said, I think you got to commend this Mountain side off the back of that, because PACAF, again, are a side who are reaching for the very top, and this Conus Mountain side, they were great at just making life difficult for PACAF when they could. And to make it very difficult for a side who's vying to be at the very top, I mean, that is just a testament to their ability. You know, this mountain group really feel like, to me at the moment, a side who, off the back of that, will be vying for that third place at the very least, maybe even to get into that second place through the loser side of things going forward. They have the ability, they have that chance, but just for them off the back of this, it has to be perfect from here on in, now dropping to the losers bracket.
Yeah, this is going to be, again, a tall order and a long day for a lot of teams. Again, you're not out of it, so that is that is the benefit, is that if you do drop here, it's not a single Elam bracket as of now. You still have a second life, but I hope for Conus Mountain they can take some of that confidence going in to their next match and really focus in on those small mistakes to change them up. But the one person who doesn't need to make any changes right now is Breadwinner. We have an interview down the floor with him. Let's talk to one of our champions and get a look in at one of the masterminds here in Respawn. Breadwinner, take it away.
How did that match go for you guys? It was some crazy gameplay. You had some clutch plays we'll talk about later. But how was the match overall for you guys?
It was an insane series. We know these guys play fast, and they're all great players. So, I mean, so it was a fun series.
Yeah, I want to come sit here with you on your home turf. This is where you slay everyone on the map, including a 2v1 on that Search and Destroy. Talk me through that one. You were the last alive in a 2v1 scenario, round 11. Clutched it up, my dog.
Yeah, so, I mean, there was only like 20 seconds left. They let me grab the bomb mid. They let me go to A. I thought for sure I was going to die while I was planting, but they didn't push me. And then I got out. They let me get lost. And then, I got Cam in the corner, and some people just break under pressure, so Axis couldn't get me.
You were the victor in that scenario. That was well played. You played your life. You got weak. Went around the pillar. Cleaned it up. That was insane, man. And that advance you on to the winners finals. Out of the two teams remaining, what team do you want to see in that big matchup?
I think it's going to be, I would prefer to see West, because I think they're an easier match, but I think it's going to be the Central team.
Me too. I know both these teams are lights out players. They're clutch, especially Hail Smoke over there. But I'm excited to see the upper bracket. Congratulations on another big victory. We're going to take it back to you at the desk.
He's so calm. He's so collected. He's so chill. Kind of reminds me of KYR Speedy for some reason, but he's so just vibes, easy, chill. I mean, it's what can you say when you're shooting like that and you're that confident? If I'm on that team, I'm the happiest person alive, because I know my captain is just an absolute freak. And if they're that cool, if they're that calm, Zeb, it makes me feel really good knowing that we have a nice current of consistency for this tournament.
Oh, absolutely. And again, he was touching on it in the interview, the bizarreness of winning that 2 versus 1. I mean, kind of almost hitting point for point what we were saying about him being able to pick up the bomb uncontested, rotate to B uncontested, and then get the plant down and get lost uncontested. Poor in the end up when it comes to the defense trying to regain in that regards, but those are just the margins when you get to this level. You got to play perfect if you want to get through the game. It was a bit mixy from both of the teams. I would say it's the first time where you'd say you don't have to play perfect, because there was lapses from both. But at the end up, when you have the likes of Breadwinner who can just step it up just a little bit more, you're always going to be in with a shot.
That is wise words from the Irishman. And this will be a quick break because we get set up for some Rocket League coming up. It's a best of 7 on the screen, as you guys understand. We've just concluded the COD upper semifinals match. PAC-F and Conus Mountain went to 4. Rocket League, though, has 7 on the docket. Can we get at least more than 4 games? We're going to hope for that as we take a commercial break. When we come back, we continue on here with Day 3 of the World Championship. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you after the break.
All right, 5 minutes. I'm going to run to the bathroom.
We hope you're ready for some Rocket League, because I know that we are. Welcome back into the AFG World Championships 2026. It is Upcast. I'm Spaceman, and we are bringing you through some action today as we have already concluded our COD Upper Semifinals matchup, and now a chance for some Rocket League. I mean, we've had some standout performances, no doubt about it, but one must ask the question, as we got closer and closer to a sweep in the first series, are we getting that same result here in a best of 7 for Rocket League? I have absolutely no idea, so I'm going to throw the question over to you, Zep. Are we getting a longer day today of matches? What are your thoughts? Talk to me.
For sure. I mean, look, with the Rocket League, it feels like, we've talked about it before in day 2, but it feels like the skill disparity is more there on display between the bottom 2, middle 2, and the top 2. The middle 2 could potentially do a job against some of the top 2 on the right day, but there's more of those definite splits that are more identifiable. So look, there'll be a couple of games as it goes on where it'll go quite far, but I think there are still a couple of games where we'll see sweeps. I think it's going to be a little bit all over the place at this stage as we start to see, maybe teams on the loser side of things, they make that nice initial run because they're kind of evenly matched, and then as soon as the next team drops some losers, the level that they have dropped from means that they're still probably going to start going through with clean sweeps until they make that route to the grand final from the loser side. And then of course up on the top end, I think, is where we'll see some of the close games. So it'll still be a mixed bag, but I'm hoping, as the same with yourself, that we're not just going to be seeing 4-0s and 4-0s. I think we're going to have a more competitive day in some of these games.
I certainly agree with you, and I would love for that to be the case, and I know that our next matchup will at least be interesting enough to send us the distance, surely. Mountain B versus PACAF for sure, and this is going to be a fun one again, a best of 7, but we also have some recaps on the road to Worlds towards this point, and I'd love to check out more of this if we can.
Yeah, I mean, look, we take a look at the bracket here at the very least here. You're seeing how it got here. Central Europe, the champions of the bracket on that side of things. And I mean, look, Central Europe, they have been such a strong side. You got to give them a lot of credit in the way that they have played. A really, really strong side. And yeah, I mean, I just can't wait to see more of the action getting into this game, specifically with Mountain B versus PACAF. I mean, look, I think it's going to be an absolutely great one, to say the least.
And we get a look at the brackets across the board. I mean, really, the road to this World Championship was a gauntlet for most teams to fight through. We look at Western there on a 4-0 sweep against Central Alpha in the grand finals as the Konos 2026 champions, all representing their own regions. And this is what it really is all about, right? You have the experience, you have the reps in these prior tournaments, the qualifications to get to a World Championship. You've proven that you're the best in your respective region. And as we look at the last bit of the bracket here for PACAF, I mean, this is where really legends are made. We kind of harp on that idea about these events kind of writing the history and the careers of these players, but for how esports goes, these are the types of tournaments that people will remember, and these are the moments that will absolutely rise the stock of some individual talents, and for others prove that all that hard work they've put in over the years and all the times they've grinded through these brackets is worth the cause. As a couple of champions now wait to see who will be crowned the ultimate champion at the end of it all. And again, it all comes down to just a couple of games of carball. And I couldn't want it any other way, as we have our matchup, Konos Mountain B versus PACAF. PACAF, one and only Olaf, Insane Lion, Mark Wizzy versus Buck, Sir Sizzly, and Monk. And look, this is a matchup of teams righting the wrongs of yesterday. A couple of times where these offenses were certainly kept at bay and struggled to find their footing, but once they found their confidence, we started to see the KBM God and Buck hit those resets, and on the other side, we saw Lion finding more and more ways to assist his teammates and facilitating those open shots. This is going to be a very defense-heavy series, and I couldn't expect anything less.
Yeah, look, I completely agree. As we're seeing the jet being held up, my God. The Buck holding everything together, really, is as he does, as that mustache does as well. I know we've harped on about it a lot, but it's truly a sight to behold as they point to the Dangerman in their side. And I mean, look, for this Mountain B side, I think it is going to be a W for them in the end. Up PACAF as a squad, again, you know, to give them their credit, I want to give them credit, I should say, but I just don't think they have what it takes against the level of rosters that we have seen, and we've seen with this Mountain B side, that when they get the opportunity to play confidently, Sir Sizzly, Buck, they just absolutely pop off as a unit together. And Monk, you know, he's there for the ride, and you could tell by the interview we got with him the last time around, it feels like that he's kind of in agreement that is the case, right? You know, that, you know, he's getting carried a little bit by these top two. Of course, still able to contribute, still a very, very strong player, but Buck and Sizzly in top form for Mountain B at the moment. And I think that's been the reason why they haven't been at the very, very top Mountain B, because they haven't had that third player given the same levels that they have, but they're still within a shot of making a run. Meanwhile, for PACAF, we take a look at them here. It feels like this could be the end of the road, the last time that we see them, unless we get a miracle from them.
Well, this is what's interesting, is because I know that I know Monk was like, look, I got, you know, GOAT teammates, I don't really have to do much, but now that means that he's going to be the player to pop off today. At least that's how I'm reading it, of like, the one guy you don't expect to have the big day, or the one player's like, no, my team's so much better than I am. He's usually the one to eventually go on a spree and put up, you know, 3 from the field, 4 from the box. And this is going to be a real fun matchup for the defense, as Mark Wizzy, Insane Lion, the one and only Olaf. Again, it's not just about how quickly you get possession back on that back line, but how does the midfield look? How does the transition into a counterattack look? How steady is the offense? And when it comes to quality shots, these are where these two teams really start to thrive. So if the defenses have a big day today, it will be up to the creativity of those offenses. And so far, the creativity tends to lean a little bit more towards Buck and company, but I'm always down to be surprised, and I'm excited to see what we get in this best of 7. We're going to be flying all the way through with it. And, you know, we had a couple of predictions yesterday about what the offenses would need to do in terms of multiple goals per game, where we need to see more than just 1 or 2 shots. Gotta think today's going to be a similar result, Zep. It has to feel like it's not going to be one. There will be games that will be close, you know, 1-0 games or 2-1 games, but it feels like you're going to have to outscore a lot of mistakes here at this stage of the tournament, because just simply, you can't win a Rocket League tournament by only scoring 1 average goal a game. There's going to have to be more offense from both sides.
Yeah, absolutely. Both sides needing to bring the offense, needing to bring their A game. As for one of these sides, we will be saying good night, goodbye at the end of this one. And again, to give the predictions. I know we talked about not wanting to see many sweeps, but I think Mountain B are going to get the job done here. I think if there isn't going to be many sweeps in Rocket League today, that this still may be one of them. Mountain B have a point to prove here moving through the losers bracket, and they will want to instill fear on whoever will have to drop down to face them. Meanwhile, for PACAF, if there was any time to turn up, it's got to be right here and now.
Well, maybe they can follow suit to the brothers who just took home the win there in the COD series. PACAF have a nice show of thing. Kona's been dominating all weekend across the regions, but PACAF trying to represent down the stretch. We'll see how things fare out here in game one. Nice shot, better save. Follow up there from Monkey Man, and a nice little center out the front of the box. Buck's going to try to pick it up. Gets demoed, though, and the first KBM casualty of the day is Buck. But so far, a threatening couple of shots, and the offenses are not leaving off the pace just yet.
No, it's been all Mountain B really for the offense now to begin with. They're controlling the halfway line. Buck with the dribble past one, manages to get it past two. No boost to work with, but still could do the damage here and doesn't really go anywhere. But Sizzly's going to be up to continue the pressure, keep that ball central. Who's coming through with the follow? It is Buck, but he doesn't quite get there first. And we're seeing now PACAF try and get this one forward, but not really causing any danger as of yet. It'll go back up to Buck, who should be able to get across in here in this dangerous position. Lovely ball on through. But all off there in the defense. Was he going to get it out as well? That's a great clear.
Another boom ball downfield. And to get in these kind of spots where, again, solo plays, a couple of strikers getting some shots, but after that, trying to feel out what the defense will give you. Careful in the back pass for Sir Sizzly. Lion's going to kick it up to midfield. Low boost here for the offense. PACAF unable to continue advancing this play. Down over Sir Sizzly. Oh, he got him beat, and that's a beautiful little effort upfield. The 1v2 through the block leads up to an assist for Buck, and that's our first goal.
I have a feeling we could be seeing a lot of Mountain B's goals scored in this kind of fashion, because against this PACAF side, you're not going to have to score super pristine goals as long as you're consistently in the way of the ball, just preventing those clearances and playing for those rebounds, just to keep it central and allow your teammates the opportunity to come through for the final touch. I think we're going to see a lot of goals like that for Mountain B unless PACAF can change it up, because PACAF, again, they've gotten a couple of good clearances, but they look like a side who start to struggle under the pressure when it keeps being sent their way over and over again. You know that they eventually crumble, so when they do get the clearances, they need to make them count for something.
Yeah, that's a great way to put it. Just got to be able to convert when you do find the clear. You're not going to get many chances, especially early in the series, as all teams are feeling comfortable and aggressive. Way upfield, Buck. Still on low boost. A couple of times yesterday was kind of caught being a little too selfless with his teammates. At times had them eventually playing hospital ball, getting demoed. And the fakes around two. Over the third. So careful. Still playing in front of the box, but question marks about the communication as they try to keep the offense up. On the other side, though, Olaf goes for the musty. Can't quite get the touch, though, as the offense now moves up. Mark Wizzy and company can try to play through the demo on a power play for the moment. We'll see how long it does last. But gives it away on the cross and an easy floater into the net. Sir Sizzly was there for the cut down, intercepts the ball, and puts his team up by 2.
I wonder if we're going to see, sort of similarly to what we saw last night with Yousefi, in that when they have to start going up front in the second half of the game when they're down by 1-0, do we see the floodgates start to open? 2 minutes left to go, the lead doubled for Mountain B, and as PACAF realize they need to get something back, are they going to be punished for leaving that back line ever so slightly exposed? I will say PACAF's defense, you know, for the most part has been pretty good, and that was a very nice shot there that nearly went through for them. But when they're all holding back, they hold on. It's ropey, but they manage to at least, you know, get the job done on defense. It's leaving themselves exposed in the back when they go up now that seems to be the real problem. But I tell you what, a nice shot catching the back line off guard. Nice. And Olaf getting one back for PACAF.
It certainly did. Again, you have to space the midfield. No reason not to pull a shot. The defense low on boost. They're not going to be able to get up there in time. Love to see the goal explosion. And love to see the opening aggression. And again, the counterbalance between these two strikers as both teams finally finding a goal here. No massive shutouts to start our series in a best of 7. Lower round 1 for Rocket League. 2-1 ball game. Opponents Mountain B holding on to the lead. For how long is the question? Buck, low boost, plays it off the back wall. Easily taken away by the defense. PACAF now just trying to get out to the midfield with this one. But once more, third man on low boost is going to be a problem. moving forward, got to make sure that you have some resources to get up and make those saves.
Minute 10 left to go. Mountain B taking it back forward. Monkey Man with the touch. Olaf going to be there with the clear. Getting it over Sisley as well. And this is a pretty nice follow through. Hang on just a minute. You're right back in this one. A capitulation at the back line. They just were not anticipating Sisley missing the ball. And at that point, Monkey Man was caught so far up. I don't know if he was going for a demolition. Maybe he was just so certain that Sisley was going to get there that he was just trying to cause issues on the backline defender. But regardless, sloppy leaving the backline open, especially when you're seeing Olaf starting to grow in confidence. I mean, Olaf, since the beginning of this game, even though it's only starting to pay off now, he's been going for a lot. You noted earlier, he tried to go for that musty flick. Like, he is feeling confident when he goes forward. And now that those opportunities are starting to pay off, he's taking them in spades.
Yeah, yesterday the only question for a lot of teams was just execution. It was like they had the right ideas, but they weren't accurate enough to really send the house. This time, both teams feeling much more confident to go for those solo plays as Monkey was ready for the full tank at midfield. Kicks it downfield. Nice save, but a shallow save at that. We'll give it right back, and into the midfield we go. Sir Sisley going to catch. Nice catch as well. Able to stabilize with the Fennec. Reset over 1, 2. Stalls in front of the box, but that patience, that cadence, so nice to see at this stage of the tournament where those catches can do or die for an offense, can really make or break your switch. And this was a beautiful catch in rotation. 4 seconds to go. Anything else to give? Golden goal opportunity waiting in the wings. Downfield, Mark Wizzy going for the reset. No, plays on the front of the Fennec, and it will touch. Grass is down. Time will stop, and into OT we go.
I think the first overtime we've seen on broadcast of the whole championship here. PACAF looking to cause a shocking upset in the first game of the best of 7 series here. But for Mountain B, we know they have the ability to recover. Just sloppy on the start for them once again. Sort of similarly to the start of day 2. They haven't really been themselves, but we know they grow into the game, they grow into the day. And PACAF need to try and capitalize now while they can. Sisley passing down to Buck. Bonus Mountain B trying to get aggressive on this offense. Sisley going to try and tap this down. The defender has been exposed, and a poor miss on the back line allows Sisley to get that one through. 37 seconds into the overtime. Whatever about Olaf not getting it, but I tell you what, Wizzy needed to get that second touch, and not getting it was huge. It was so costly.
Yep, that's the one that'll kill you. That miss off the backboard. It is a classic miss, as old as time, and by that I mean like everybody does it, myself included, pro players as well. If you can't get that read off that back wall, if you simply miss the angle as a defender, you're almost guaranteed to lose the touch and the goal. So very characteristic loss there, just in terms of pure mechanics. It was about as close as you'd like for a game 1. Again, came down to an OT, one of the rare times we've had an overtime here in this entire Rocket League side of the bracket. And a very tough finish. Sir Sisley with a great second goal there to go up 2-0. They eventually relinquished that lead. And nice plays at the midfield, again, from the other side for PACAF. They looked really comfortable at that 50-yard line. But defensive questions, still a question mark there. You can't make those small mistakes because the likes of Buck and company, they will punish you.
And punish they did. I mean, I feel really bad for this side, honestly, for PACAF, because I feel like that was their best opportunity to get something back here. They've really struggled in the Rocket League. They finally forced an opening, and even to get one game would have just been huge for the psyche and something nice to take home, because I'm not even sure if they've taken a match all of their time here in the championship. Maybe against USAFE they might have taken one. I'm not too sure, but that would have been huge for the confidence in trying to do something on the lower bracket side of things. But it wasn't to be, and our Mountain B going to make sure they don't make the same mistake twice here and try and get this thing wrapped up in game 2 early. We will see as Sisley finds himself back in the ball.
Ooh, a bit of a free look up there. I mean, Buck's been very comfortable on low boost playing upfield. And another opportunity where he could potentially play through second man and poke for a little quick shot. May not have been the most accurate, but keeps the defense honest at least. Around the second, perfect time on the boost grab as well. Buck quickly takes the corner. And the defense happy to play a one-on-one at the time. For man-to-man, it's not too bad as we start off and proceedings again. A little bit of fanfare here in game 2. 1-0 lead in the series for Conus Mountain B. Cool, calm, collected, consistent, as we'll see if they can double up their lead. And a follow-up shot comes through for PACAF, but so far, though they are swarming, they are not finding looks at the net.
No, not really able to do any real damage in that final third. Trying to send it up, it's just kind of hitting hopes when they get up, but then they get an opportunity like that. And if there was a little bit more power on that, Sizzly would have been in trouble. But it sat just right for Sizzly to get that clear and send it right back up onto the offense, and making sure Wizzy not to make the same mistake as the last game, getting that clear off the backboard out. But now it's been sent right back up, and Wizzy just waiting for the chance to get the touch. Difficult position though, Buck taking his shot. Nice block though from Pakaf and sending it forward. I tell you what, I'm liking the way the Pakaf are playing these blocks and counters. They're just trying to get in front of it and then chase up for the quick touch to try and stun the defense with super quick counter goals. It feels like the only really strategy they've really got to work with here that might actually pay off, and they're just going for it. And I tell you what, they've been close a couple of times.
They really have, yeah. They're at least feeling more comfortable being able to commit to the game plan, which again, it doesn't always have to work. It just needs to be able to get everybody involved, and if you can commit at least, you can start making adjustments on the fly, as these teams are so good at doing. Downfield, Buck beating him to the punch. That defender got caught sleeping. Don't often see that, but third man was absolutely unaware of the speed of this touch, and Buck wasted no time getting on it.
Yeah, just a bit of a lapse there in the defense, not rotating back quick enough, not recognizing the danger and getting up to that ball quick enough. And the likes of Buck is always going to capitalize on that, and in the off chance he doesn't, it's going to be Sir Sizzly capitalizing on it. And Pakaf once again in trouble here, almost as expected. Last time around though, they went against the curve and they managed to pull it back, send it to an overtime. But now on the precipice, and they are 2-0 down now. The lead doubled for Mountain B. Have the floodgates opened here in game 2.
Only one way to go with that ball, and that's into the corner. Anything else is almost a surefire goal for Conus Mountain B. That's another instance where that back wall defense, that backboard, has been a bane for Pakaf. They have not had the cleanest touches off of it, and because of it, they've now found themselves down 3 in the game off the kickoff. A double from Buck reads it perfectly, and so far, Conus Mountain B are starting to run away with it.
Feels like from Pakaf we saw a good fight, but as we said, Conus Mountain B, they get warmer as the day goes on, as the game goes on, and now halfway through game 2, they look a little bit more like themselves, taking these opportunities. Pakaf need to get one back in the board quickly if they're going to get any chance, but it's mistakes galore at the back. Buck's going to make it 4, and it's calamity, it's capitulation. It looks like it's all gone wrong here for Pakaf. Olaf, such a strong game 1, all things considered, but when you miss opportunities like that to get it clear, you're just begging to be punished.
4-0 is definitely the biggest scoreline we've seen so far. Might be one of the more one-sided affairs you're going to get in the lower bracket. Double, almost. Follow-up shot, but with 2 minutes, again, still a lot of time in a Rocket League game to get yourself back into it. Only problem is there's just no offense to speak of as of right now. When will things turn around is the big question. Sir Sizzly, the longer they allow these solo plays and these freestylers to go for what they want in open space, again, the more time you kill off the clock. You need something on the ground to reestablish a baseline. You need some kind of pull. Find your teammates and start creating those infield passes to keep the offense pulled back for Conus Mountain B. They just can't hold on to the ball.
Not able to make anything work here at the moment. Pakaf floundering, just trying to take something potentially. After this, only 2 games left of their Rocket League Championship here before they'll be making their way home. Do they have anything left to offer to put up a fight? Again, a decent shot, but not enough power to cause any real issues on the back line. And again, they're given a vibe here, Pakaf, where if they're able to hold on to the defense and a couple of these counters go right, it feels like they could sneak a match, which, you know, even for them, I think, given how the championship has gone, that would be huge for them if they can sneak one. They still have 2 matches to do it, and it feels like it's possible against Mountain B the way they're currently playing.
It absolutely is. I mean, again, you're in this spot for a reason. There is no easy victory for any team who's on this side of the bracket. But it is an elimination match, and knowing that, if you're just not able to tap into that second gear and get your team online, your road might end here. And with the way things are looking, you can't save bouncers like that, and you allow Buck to go 4 for 5 from the field. It's going to be a long series ahead of you. On low boost, Buck still takes the shot. And there's just, even on full boost, there's no response from the defense. It just seems like it's a little too much to handle right now, as Conus Mountain B will take a 2-0 lead.
Yeah, I mean, look, that opportunity did just kind of reek of a situation where they weren't too happy. They know the game is gone. They're not really fully invested into the defense. It's a case of restart and regain in game 3, because this game 2 has been all Mountain B after a game 1 that went to an overtime. Yeah. We've seen Mountain B step up to the plate here in game 2, now getting 6 goals through. I mean, they've improved a lot going into the second game.
You got to feel really confident now, knowing, look, you're up 2-0. The offense is now starting to score in spades. Really don't need to change much at all. Questions for sure about PACAF. Can they completely change up the game plan? Can the offense figure out what's going wrong? Can the defense start making some clear saves off the backboard? But all smiles, all laughs, all good vibes. Buck continuing to show dominance in the KBM, and this team looks like they are in cruise control to a 4-0 sweep.
It looks as easy as it ever will be now for Mountain B, but they do not want to let their opposition back into this one. Again, for Mountain B, I feel like every game they play after this point is going to be a very, very difficult one for them, given where they placed in the group. So this is their opportunity to get warm. They have the fortunate opportunity, at least, of starting in the losers bracket, in that they get, all with the greatest respect to their opposition, an easier game to find that vein of form, which we know they need. They need a game or two to really get into a run and show what they're all about. They're getting that in the losers bracket before they have to face up against a real challenge. But after this fact, it'll be nothing but real challenges for them. They have their opportunity against the team that plays the bottom of the group to flex their muscles, to get themselves stretched. And now, after the fact, of course, they still need to get the job done here, but as that looks imminent, they got to start thinking about how they set themselves up from here going forward, and setting a vein of form and setting just that momentum to take into the rest of the day. Because again, one series loss for them, being in the loser side, they're done. They go home themselves. So it has to be perfect from here on in.
Oh, it has to be perfect, and you got to be better than Buck. 6 seconds in, are you kidding me? Beautiful setup. Again, full boost. The entire defense has everything they need to stop this push. But there's just no advantage on the ground. Already a 1-0 lead, and it's starting to feel a little scary.
Yeah, just not set up on the back line, and they were punished for it straight away, and then Buck going underneath. Now they're feeling confident, Mountain B. You can see they're just going for different plays, maneuvering that ball through the air, trying to bait defenders up high so they can go low, and vice versa. It's really just all Mountain B's way at the moment, as Buck is going to go up again on the chase down. Sizzly was going with them. They're almost racing to see who would get there first. But growing in confidence, Mountain B. It's Olaf going up. Feels like the only player really that's been able to offer anything really for the PACAF side going forward. But another miss there for Olaf. And that's been, I think, the huge problem for PACAF as well. I feel like they just miss too much. You know, beyond anything else, whether it's a clearance or whether it's a shot on target, they're not having to bring out great saves. They're not making amazing saves themselves. They just find themselves in a position where they miss too many balls where they should be at the very least getting a touch.
Cool. Let's talk about a slot. Buck. 50. Sir Sizzly. Oh, upper 90. Good lord, baby. Come on.
Right into the top corner. Nestled in there. I don't think it could have been any closer.
If you're upper 90ing it, I mean, that's there's not much more you can do. That just means that one team's accuracy is just that much better right now, and they are feeling it. Their shots are landing. The defense can't really respond much. And here's the thing, right? We talked earlier about, or we started a conversation earlier about the fact that defense was going to be important today, obviously. It always is in a Rocket League tournament, but it tells you one side of the story with a defense that's been struggling to clear the ball. But also because if there's just no response defensively, the ability to transition your defense into a good offense is what keeps a Rocket League team threatening and composed and able to make adjustments. If you're losing the defense, you're not only just losing your backline, but you're losing the chance to even score downfield. And we're seeing that duality really come out here of just the depths in which this team now has to crawl out of. PACAF need to find an answer because Conus Mountain B are just throwing anything and everything at the net, and it's working.
Literally just shot after shot going, if not on target, very, very close. I mean, Mountain B have the opportunity of making these 5-minute games 10 minutes if they wanted with the amount of goals that they could score. It's just really a matter of how much for them at this stage. And, you know, I wanted to give as much as I could to PACAF. They had a chance to get a couple of goals. They made that game one look a little bit scary, but I think, you know, retroactively looking back, Conus Mountain B, it was more so them having their foot off the gas pedal and not being warmed up than it was PACAF offering much specifically in the game itself. But now the Mountain B are here, we're seeing what they're capable of, and it is just flare shots left, right and center. Olaf there with the save and does manage to get it out, but it's only momentarily. It's just waves of offense from Mountain B.
Yeah, no other way to really break it down. I mean, the most indicative part of this series has been full boost for the defense, and still nobody able to make the save on the back wall. A difference for sure. Great pass, almost fakes it through, taken away. All three committing. Easy bounce. Olaf trying to extend the play. Reset. No, leaves it. And third man's going to wait patiently. Nicely done. Not jumping on a ball that shouldn't be chased after. But how does the defense reestablish some respect back at the midfield? Their offensive third's been completely dominated by the boys in blue. Buck killing time, playing laterally, forcing them to come make the save. They just can't. What a pass, what a shot. Better save, but again, another minute off the clock and still no offensive response from PACAF.
No, and again, a miss there when you had the opportunity for a pass across field, and you're not going to really ask for better opportunities than that on the counter-attack as they were getting ready to go up. I mean, even if the pass didn't work out, but to even just send it into the other corner to give your team a chance to get up the field, they're missing the simple moments here, PACAF, as well. And look, maybe that's whether it's just a realization that their goose is cooked when it comes to their future in this championship, I don't know, but we haven't had the opportunity to see much of PACAF up until now on the Rocket League side of things. And I have to say, there's some of the basics, despite, you know, definitely great moments from them, but some of the basics leave a lot to be desired.
Absolutely do. Can't say much more than that, as unfortunately sometimes get into these moments where, whether it's winner side, lower side, one team kind of has a clear-cut understanding of how they want to approach the rest of the game and how they want to make their run. The other still figuring out exactly where their bearings are at, I guess. It's just completely one-sided, unfortunately. But it does mean that a 3-0 lead is a 3-0 lead for Conus Mountain B, excuse me. They will be up 3-0 in the series, one game away from sweeping through, and really just putting the hammer down on this one. I mean, after that first game, it was the closest we had. It was, what, 6-0, 6-1, and then 4-0. It's been non-stop, absolutely relentless from Conus Mountain B, and PACAF are just getting beat on the ball.
PACAF struggling to get just about anything, and Mountain B having success with just about everything, as with the 5 seconds ticks down to nothing, and Mountain B will find themselves taking the third game of the series and are one away from moving on and sending this PACAF side home. No answers really to be found for PACAF, as it looks like we are just 5 minutes away from the end of this whole series. PACAF cannot get a thing going for them here at the moment, as it looks like their tournament, their championship is over.
Yep, one more game, and you got to think at this stage, I mean, if there isn't much left of the tank, it almost feels like a formality the next 5 minutes. The confidence, all-time high, clearly, for Buck and company. You take a look at the replays, but it's been just nonstop. I mean, after the opening 6 seconds, we kind of knew how this one would go. And the offense on the other side, don't like to beat the dead horse, but gotta say it, the offense on their side has been non-existent, man. There's just nothing given. When you don't have an offense, I mean, the other team can just take as many shots as they want, right? They can completely split the duality of the game down to just a single mode and play training packs, and that's what they've done. 4-0 was the final score. 3-0 series lead and what will likely be a sweep as the boys are feeling good. And clearly Monk very happy to have another instance where his team is just popping off and he can just kind of sit back and watch.
Yeah, the blindfolds may be going down here on game number 4. He could afford them to go down. He's looking confident. He's actually looking a little bit sleepy, I will say. He's looking like he may want to go for a little nap in this game 4, and I definitely do think he could afford to. Sizzly and Buck ruling the day as game 4 gets underway. What can PACAF do to hold on, even if it's not a victory? Is the defense going to hold a little bit more soundly this time around, or are they going to be opened up as that shot goes through? Oh, that was very close. I thought we had the first goal through there already.
Let's give it a couple more seconds. This will probably be it. Sizzly, reset. Almost had the right idea. Just couldn't float it under the crossbar. Second man comes up just to scout. They will kick it downfield. Sizzly on full boost. Will just take his time with this one upfield. And at least the defense does get it out. So, the positives now for PACAF are simply they've been able to create some more space upfield, and their defense at least is getting the ball out cleanly on the touch, which gives them a chance now for the offense to at least start to establish a rhythm. There it is, baby. There it is.
Wizzy. Hello, where's this been? A very nice shot going on under the underside of the crossbar. Getting one back. One last bit of fight for PACAF. You love to see it.
That shot was green all day, every day. Green bean. He needs something like that. Just some ways to get your team involved together. Infield passes certainly help. But finally, a sign of life for this squad at the most desperate hour. They do have something to work with. Maybe that's enough confidence.
Three minutes 30 left to go. They're up on the offense again, and Wizzy trying to get the cross on through. Nothing really coming of it. But Olaf maybe will get something sizzly there to deal and try and send it back on up. And this is probably the longest that PACAF has ever really had in offense, to be honest. I mean, far better from them in this game 4. As Wizzy flicks it over the top, and Sizzly is going to be there for the chase, and Buck there on the defense. So far, it's holding strong as they look to get the cross back on through. Buck trying to make life awkward, but Wizzy there with the clear again. And you know, regardless, it's a bit more of an actual game, this, I think it's fair to say, right? We're seeing two teams at least go forward, have opportunities, and the scoreline be competitive. We're actually, you know, again, with the greatest respect to the way the series has gone, we have something to look at with how this one might go. We're seeing PACAF offer something to where they're, at the very least, asking a couple of questions of what Mountain B have to offer.
That's what we need. We just need something a little bit different. Oh, great save. Just need to force a little bit of life back into this team. And if they do have something to offer, it will start to blossom the more they feel comfortable. Defense starting to get some clears downfield now and much cleaner on their touch. Not wasting all the boost they've been able to save up. Sneaks it under. Love to see the hand cam. And Buck, once again, good from the field. Picks up a perfect bounce. Gets bopped by his teammate. Plays under the Goomba Stomp and finds the first goal here for Honest Mountain B.
And it took 3 minutes this time around, but Mountain B getting their goal, evening this one up, and putting PACAF under pressure once more. PACAF desperately trying to rescue a match. Mountain B trying to get the job all over and done with here. Is there a second overtime on the offing? Only time will tell as Sizzly goes forward. He's got the defender on ropes, on strings, toying with them, as it is Sir Sizzly to take the lead here for Conus Mountain B. Olaf desperately trying to get up in the defense, but when you've got that momentum and you're back to the ball, Sizzly barreling down the goal. I mean, it's very difficult to defend in that situation. At least I would find it difficult. I mean, I don't know, maybe stronger players, it would be a walk in the park for them, but I know in that position on defense, I'd panic.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm right there with you. Nice. Ain't my thing to do. Double is looking good though. Plenty of time still. Offense trying to stay upfield. Pack half will send a couple of numbers here. Full boost. And again, leaves way to space. Sir Sizzly gets so much real estate for no reason. So many moments where the defense has a chance just to get the ball away. And we don't want to, I don't want to beat the dead horse here, but you have so much boost. You have almost a full tank as a second man. You cannot allow a striker to move upfield that freely and have nobody in position to cover the net. I mean, the hardest thing to do in Rocket League is to maintain boost defensively, and you did it. You did the hardest thing, but you just weren't in the right position. And that's enough of a mistake to kill you in a tournament like this.
Yeah, absolutely. It was just poor from pack half there in the end up, and in general just chasing balls where they didn't really need to touch them, right? I mean, when it went to that corner before the offense even happened, right, we've seen a rush, I think it might have been from Wizzy, to get a touch, but it was just a touch that trickled down left and just pushed it more towards the defender to get it clear out of their corner, right? Whereas at that point you either leave the ball, you reset, you get boost, and you go for the block on the defensive chal, or either you pass it right, you pass it back to your teammate and retain a little bit of control instead of just, you know, mindlessly sending it forward touch after touch, to where, you know, the forward touch there, it was never going to achieve anything, right? Unless you're able to get power on it, pinch it for a cross. So you're chasing the wrong ones, and then also not chasing the wrong ones, really, and that ultimately then what leaves the space for Mountain B.
Yep. Couldn't have said it better myself. It's pretty clear-cut dry, just the difference in this series between these two teams. And unfortunately, in Rocket League, because it's so simple, it kind of just tells you exactly what you need to do to fix your mistakes, or what those mistakes look like and how they're impacting your game. And it's been pretty clear-cut dry for most of this series. It's just been a couple of defensive issues that have made everything else more difficult. Buck, another hat trick, perfect from the field, and a 4-0 sweep here for Conus Mountain B in a very quick series.
Conus Mountain B looking strong in the end up. I will give massive commiserations as well, though, to Pakaf, who, again, we've not really seen up until this point on broadcast, but what I will go out on a limb and presume and say that they've put up probably one of the best fights that they have put up all championship here. I guess a Mountain B side who we know can almost be very deadly, and arguably a side that should be in the top 2 or 3 when the form is right for them. So to pack half the bottom side coming in here, getting a couple of goals, taking a game 1 to overtime, and into this game 4 for the longest time looking like they were hanging on in there. I want to give them the props for that. You know, they're clearly off it in terms of the overall technical ability required to go through in this championship, but in terms of making the most out of your final showing here today in the Rocket League, in the World Championship, they put on one hell of an effort.
They really did. They just completely dominated this series, and it felt like for the majority of it, we were waiting to see what the final score would be more so than how long into an overtime we would go. And it's a clear-cut day at the office. It's a GG's and an easy win there. It felt like it was just a matter of when, not if, this team was going to take over, and it felt like they did stop from game 1. GG's all the way around. Tough match for sure, but the better team today was, of course, Conus Mountain B. And they will go on and win this series 4-0. Again, after that slow start yesterday where the offense really got stuck, this team's looked like an entirely different squad, much more reminiscent of the day 1 matchup we saw from Buck. And he was everywhere, a couple of hat tricks in this series. Monk's just there for good vibes. And Sir Sizzly with a couple of putaways. This was a nice win all the way around.
And we see in the highlights here, was he giving a little bit of hope towards the death, but just before the 2-minute mark, Buck getting one on through in the underneath, evening things up. And you can see there, they're just having a good time with it. They seem to have been really enjoying themselves throughout the entire championship as well, which has been great to see. And Sizzly and Buck combining again, fist bumps all around. The vibes are there, which is what's needed to go into the rest of the championship. Or are they going to be able to back it up as the games only get ridiculously harder from here?
Yeah, I mean, I want to say that the games do continue to get harder because that's just technically how things usually go, but it feels like if this is going to be the spread between Rocket League at least, I don't really know if we're going to see too much of a change. Like, COD's going to be close for sure. At least we went to 4 on that one, but Rocket League could be pretty one-sided until we get to finals. So granted, this was still a lower side of the bracket, but for PACAF, at least the Rocket League side, they are done here, unfortunately eliminated from the tournament. Conus Mountain B, however, will continue on and try to make that lower round 1 run. And they look really, really comfortable. And again, at the end of the day, It doesn't have to be perfect. It just has to work, and that certainly was the case as they sweep their way through and make it look pretty easy. I mean, Zep, closing thoughts. I know sometimes it's tough when we look at Rocket League and it's pretty one-sided or pretty simple, but give me your thoughts on Conus Mountain B and how far do we think they're making it?
Look, I think with Conus Mountain B, how far they make it, a bit of an on-the-fence answer, but it really is up to them from here on out. I think as a side, putting all the pieces of the puzzle together, they can make a pretty good run through the losers bracket. Maybe, again, not quite to the grand final, but you talk about a third place match, you know, a third place type of side. They have the ability to do that. The problem is getting all those pieces together. If Buck or Sizzly have a slow game, it really begins to fall apart. And then how is Monk going to step up to the place as well when the time comes, right? Because again, he's been a little bit of the lesser player out of the three, with the greatest respect to him. I know he's kind of aware of that fact. I want to see him sort of shine through where he can in the back half, whether it's with a couple of great saves, whether it's going forward to getting a goal, being the third man, right? Because we're often seeing the passes between Buck and Sizzly are what allowing those goals, this ticky-taka between the two of them and sending it on through. But if we get to a situation where them two, they'll have more to work through in terms of strong defenses, to where that they can just do all the damage to maybe expose the defense, draw the defensive in, and then on the 50-50s having it pop out and having Monk be in the positions to, you know, poach on those 50-50s and be the third man present to get those goals, as opposed to being maybe worried about being out of position and being super reliant on simply staying back, because you're going to need that third man up on the offense if you're going to want to score against some of these higher teams. So for Mountain B, the pieces are there for them to be, I think, a late running surprising team. Whether or not they put those pieces together finally in day 3 here, I'm not too sure as of yet. I'm not convinced, but I'm hopeful for them.
Yeah, it does feel like they could be a bit of a dark horse, and they certainly have the offense to at least stay competitive in this entire tournament. The only question is whether or not we get that execution or consistency, really, is the better word for this squad moving forward. Very excited to hear on the floor what we get. I believe we're gonna have an interview with Sir Sizzly, and I'm curious because we've talked with Buck a little bit, we talked with Monk, but Sizzly's been like a quiet, consistent player for this team. Like as a second striker, he has continuously, I should say, followed up on rebounds and put away errant touches and been able to double some of those looks, and that is something you can bank on in the series for sure. But it's also just really important to have long-term in a series in a team that needs to make a deep run through the lower side of the bracket. Again, the finals for Rocket League will be a best of 7, but it's going to be a longer affair than likely what you're going to get on the Call of Duty side. And for all players in Rocket League, I mean, sweeps are great. It kind of keeps you updated. It makes you feel good, like the game plan is working. But the only problem is that the sweeps can be fast, and it's only 5-minute matches, so you don't get a whole lot of time to really evolve as a roster over the weekend. But still got to think that this is a team to beat moving forward. And for PACAF, again, they bow out here. Again, the tournament does end. But the silver lining, I think, for them, as we get ready for our interview, the silver lining for PACAF is simply, look, you make it this far, and that's still worth something. Like, I know it's tough to go out in lower round 1, but you've made it to day 3 of a championship, and especially of a Worlds. The fact that you make it this far and you run into a team, sometimes you just run into a better squad. But Zep, like, for them, I hope they don't hold their heads too low on this, but 2, the improvements they made from day to day, and the fact that they made it to bracket play of a World Championship, I mean, that's not insignificant. That is quite a large achievement for these guys, and so hopefully they'll be able to take that in stride and fix up some of the gameplay next time.
Oh, absolutely. Like, I think they were, again, a really strong team leading up to this point. It's just that in the Worlds, you know, the level steps up and they weren't quite ready, I think, for the level, and how they fix that. I think it's just getting the reps. I think, you know, as you say, this tournament, this championship will have been a very valuable experience for them, you know, sort of to realize where the bar is set, where the level is at, and try and rise to that level next time around should they get another opportunity. Of course, it ends for them here in this championship, but it's been fun watching them, and they're a team that definitely put up a fight. And, you know, again, and it gives more credit because, you know, we go across to the USAFE side, for example. They were a side I got to cover before, and they look super strong until going into this championship, to where the Worlds, they've looked quite weak. So that jump up to the Worlds is absolutely no joke whatsoever. So, you know, as you say, you can't let it, you know, you can't hang your head too much, you know, off the back of it. You know, be thankful that you got here, you got to compete, you got to you know, hang out with the guys, and you got to put in some decent performances and have a good couple of days all around. And, you know, I agree. I'm very excited to hear from Sizzly as well, because you talk about him kind of going a little bit under the radar, and that is absolutely the case, because Sizzly, up until this point, I don't know if it includes that game specifically, currently sitting on 40 overall goals in this championship. Actually, the second highest, and 2 above Buck, 1 behind Chambo on Kona Central, who's in the highest with 41. But Sizzly has been right up there at the top of the numbers. And that's again what I'll go back to, where Mountain B, I think, could make a dark horse run potentially to the grand final. 2 of the 3 overall top scorers here in the Rocket League, in the championship, are from the Mountain B side. So the only problem is that the drop-off off the back of that is down to Monkey Man. You have 40 and 38 respectively between Sizzly and Buck, and then only 7 for Monkey Man, who finds himself right down on the lower end of the contributions. And that is where the struggles are. But in terms of their top end, Mountain B, they could be a really, really damaging team.
They really could, man. And you see, I'll look there at the bracket overall. Like, we're getting down to the nitty gritty now of a couple of series, and you're already looking at a grand finals. A couple of series, you're looking at a lower finals. This is where obviously the competition gets harder and the bracket gets narrower, but this is the last dash, the last run for a lot of teams. And it does feel like for most of this, it just comes down to, can they execute at the end of the day? And that is a big question, and one that has been answered consistently by Sir Sizzly. We have him ready for an interview down on the floor. Chad, take it away.
Welcome back. It was a hard-fought match. You showed your grit. I'm here with Sir Sizzly and Mountain Bravo team. Took away a dominating victory after a loss this morning. Showed their grit. Showed how resilient they are. Worked as a team to beat back half pretty convincingly. How did you guys do it?
Yeah, I mean, took a loss against West earlier. Had a great game against Central yesterday. That really, fired us up going into it. Just a seeding match, though. So we're going to have to do that again. We're going to have to do that again with Mountain Alpha. Overall, I think, they're great guys who came here to have a good time, good players, but we were definitely the better team.
Yeah, and I get to watch the whole game this time. I was fortunate. I watched some insane plays by you, shots on goal. Somebody was there and threw both of them. How do you do it, man? Do you just practice every day, or are you kind of casually that good at the game?
Yeah, I'd say it's more casual. Go to the Atlanta events, try and get some wins, but for the most part, hop on the game every once in a while after work, enjoy the events, and just that guy, I guess.
It shows, man. And for the future, you got some tough games coming up. You got to fight your way through the lower bracket. What are you guys doing to prepare for your next matchups?
We are grinding. It's been about 4 days straight of Rocket League. We're going into the day with our head on straight. We know we can take Mountain Alpha. I don't think we had a good showing against them in the first match, and we definitely want to change the tides on that.
Yeah, I think you guys got it. I mean, you guys have shown your resiliency. And from here on out for the rest of the competition, it's a fight your way to the top. So good luck. Hopefully we'll be able to see you in the next interview. And we'll throw it back to you at the desk.
Yeah, man, just grinding some Rocket League, like whether you're casual or not. It just, 4 days in, 3 days in at this point, like you're playing Rocket League nonstop. So you got to think that whether you're casual or not, if you're in this environment, you're now considered a pro. You've been playing Rocket League for 18 hours a day at this point. Seems like the vibes are pretty good, though. They're feeling confident. They're feeling kind of composed and clearly not too worried about, starting or coming from the lower bracket and having to make a run. I like that. They're just like, look, we take it as we come, and we're here to play some good Rocket League and just play through seeding. So it seems like the vibes are all good.
Yeah, absolutely. The vibes, immaculate, just playing it humble, playing it casual, not getting too worked up. I think on the inside, they'd be like, hang on, we have a little bit of a chance here to do something, and they'll be feeling a little bit hype. But, just keep it mellow. You got the win that you got. We're casual players, and now is where we're just going to start ramping it up inwardly together. We know what we want to do as a squad. We know we can make this run. Locking in and slowly but surely letting it bubble to the surface of why they're here and what they intend to do by the end of day 4, if they can make it that far.
If they can. That is the operative word of the sentence. That's the big question. We only have one more day of action to figure that out, but for now, they have survived part of the gauntlet in the lower round 1. They move on again to lower round 2. For everybody else, still getting prepped for more matches, which means we have another Rocket League match coming up also after our next commercial break. It's Conus Mountain A versus US AFE, a big-time match in lower round 1. But before we get there, we're going to jump to a break, and when we come back, our next best of 7 for Rocket League on the docket and on your screens. We'll see you in a minute. Welcome back, folks, to the AFG World Championships 2026. I'm Spaceman, that is Zepcast, and we are bringing you now the next batch of Rocket League action. It's going to be lower round 1, match number 2, Conus Mountain A versus USAFE. And look, no other way to slice it. We've entered into part of the tournament for Rocket League, especially, where we are seeing the difference in skill, or the difference in rating. Skill rating, actually, is the best way to put it. We're seeing the difference between like Grand Champ, SSL, low SSL, and so on really come to fruition and rear its ugly head, unfortunately, for some teams. And this feels like it might be a similar series, Zep. It might just be another moment where one team starts to dominate the likes of Conus Mountain. And for USAFE, again, a squad that has struggled to really find much in this entire tournament overall, they're going to have their work and then some cut out for them in this. And it's going to have to be not just 80% good, but USAFE are going to have to play above their pay grade to really make this one possible, it feels like. I know we have a couple of things to get into, so we will, but I want to know your early thoughts before we even talk about this series. Just what are you feeling about the chances of USAFE right now?
I think I can keep this one short and sweet, to be honest. I think the chances are that they have virtually no chance. I mean, if the performances are anywhere to the same level that they have been throughout the course of the few days, I think this Mountain A side have more than enough in the gas tank to get the job done, and not just get it done. I think it's another 4-0. I think, with the greatest respect to them, with USAFE, PACAF, they were the bottom 2 for a reason. It seemed to be a considerable drop-off with the bottom 2, and you know, do they have, I suppose, statistically a slighter better chance than PACAF did? I would say so, but I think it's still going to be a ways off getting anything out of this series for them.
Yeah, it's going to be a tall order for sure, and the only way you can do it is with some teammates and some good vibes, mostly good teammates, and again, some support from around the bend. And one of those reasons is that we have a great supporting sponsor in USAA, which was founded over 100 years ago by 25 military members, all with the mission to always take care of their own, and boy have they. Learn more at usaa.com. For more information, again, we'll have some links being pushed around in the Twitch chat, and is also for the players if you want to support more of these events and find out how you can get involved. usaa.com to learn more about the program, and it's always just a key partner we love to work with. But this is going to be a series that absolutely will determine the fates of some teams. Obviously still the lower bracket, but USAFE, yesterday they came in and they played Conus Mountain B. They get swept. All the matches yesterday were sweeps, but I look at the Mountain A matchup we had in round 4. Mountain A versus Mountain B, and Mountain A just dominated. And I know that it doesn't give you too much insight into what the series is like. It was still a sweep, but Mountain A and Mountain B are very similar in skill ranking, not only because they hail from similar areas, but because these players have experience against each other, and Mountain A dominated. And so when you look at just the difference between Mountain A and USAFE, especially on the field of play, this one feels like almost more than any. This is just a guaranteed sweep, but we have to play the thing to figure out the thing. So here's a look at the brackets, how we got here. From Central Europe, it was a 4-3 Game 7 win for Central Europe against England Alpha to qualify in the first place. And man, these teams, again, had to fight through best of sevens all the way throughout, so at least they have experience with these long games.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Look, it's been a long, hard fight to get here, so you have to give them all the credit being able to get here in the fashion that they did. And you know, again, I just wonder how it's going to fare out going into the rest of this, you know, series, where we see the fight come from. Because again, you know, you take a look at the overall scores that these players have been able to get on Mountain A, Andres, the Real Fruit Loop, J-Dubs, all combining for a nice amount of goals. Very solid as a 3.
They certainly are. You can see again, a bunch of 4-0s, a couple of 4-1s, but it was really around that lower finals and that upper semis where we started to see Game 7s pop out. But from there, Western completely dominated and did so again after Central Alpha took 7 to get to the grand finals. But Western handled their business and they qualified as the CONUS 2026 champions. And now the last bracket to show you, the PACAF 2026 champions. Start off with the Pacific Islands completely dominating along the likes of Alaska. And unfortunately for Alaska, they got dominated in that Game 7. Pacific Islands, better goal differential all the way throughout, and had enough of an edge to win outright as they qualified for this championship tournament. As PACAF will try to represent themselves to the best of their abilities. Alaska maybe next time, but a lot of Game 7s here between these two teams split. This time, though, got a feeling it's going to be one-sided between Fruit Loop, J-Dubs, Jimenez, Big Red Doodle, Too Fast to Slow Up, Conus Mountain A are, at least by recency bias and by the sample size we had yesterday, they are an absolute freak show of an offensive team. When they start to get comfortable, I mean, they don't even need to communicate. They're just able to find one another, and Fruit Loop was good to sit back defensively, poke the ball downfield, go for long shots, find those goals, and just dominate the game.
Oh yeah, and like that was the thing with the games that we seen them in yesterday. They looked like beyond a certain point that they were just having like a lot of fun with the way they were played. The games were relatively easy for them. They're a side that I think, you know, it's a fascinating argument of them versus their counterparts in Mountain B. It's like, do I think the top 2 players of Mountain B are above the players of Mountain A? Yes, in the sense of, I think, doing a job against the very top teams. With Mountain A, I'm curious to see what fight they have in the gas tank for when their backs are against the wall. But luckily enough, for their first game of the day, they'll have an opportunity here to get themselves warm, similarly to how Mountain B did, getting, for them, they would expect an easy win under their belt just to get a few reps of the day and building confidence moving forward in the losers bracket. But yeah, you know, as you say, Mountain A, they looked really strong as a unit, and when they're comfortable, they just start hammering home.
They really do, and that's going to be the kind of the linchpin for everything else, is when they start to feel like they can just volley those shots downfield and put up 3, 4, 5, 6 shots per game, which is still within the wheelhouse of an expected result. They are going to absolutely put you on the back foot. How do you respond? A lot of teams have not been able to answer that question this weekend. For US AFB, we haven't talked a whole lot about them. I understand that it's a different conversation, a different period here, but the biggest question will simply be, do we get a difference in the, I think honestly, the card change, the meta? Will we get anything other than the Dominus from Doodle? Will we see 3 Fennecs, maybe 2 Octanes and a Fennec? I think the Dominus gives you a lot of reach as well, but if you're not getting a lot of rebounds offensively, which requires the offense to be up more times than not, the Dominus can sometimes be a hindrance, and I wonder if this will be the day we see a change, but you never know. That's why we play the actual games on the end of the day, and as long as these players are having fun and feeling good, there's always a chance that we have a surprise in store.
Yeah, look, if there's a surprise to happen, I'd love to see it happen for you. Safety, a roster I've seen multiple times now. I've really enjoyed watching them play. And they are a roster that's pretty strong defensively, right? The big issue has been transitioning that defense into offense and not having it leave them too exposed at the back. And we know they're going up against a side now in Mountain A who would be more than happy to expose them at the back as soon as they try to dare to go forward. So for you, Safi, it's just simply about figuring out where that line is, figuring out where they're happy, when and where they're happy with pushing, and how they do it, and making sure the rotations are there to make sure that they don't get overly exposed when they do decide to go forward. But again, it's a lot of if, buts, and maybes for you, Safi, as to how they could pull their way back into this one. I mean, will we see them like PACAF maybe at least get to an overtime at some stage, put up the best fight yet? If there's any time to do so, it's now, because this could be their very last appearance in this championship.
Yeah, and you gotta wonder if this is going to be the last appearance, is there really any need to hold back? Is there any reason that you should be keeping any tricks up your sleeve? I don't think so at this stage. I mean, look, I know we've talked ad nauseum about the fact that if you're coming into a world championship, there's really no need to keep the tricks hidden for too long, especially when it comes to the last few days. But whatever you have, whether it's got to be a change in the gameplay, whether it's a change in the way the offense wants to approach the field, or just simply, hey, maybe you take position on ball this time, maybe somebody else runs point and I play second man, there needs to be something else that comes to the field to show us that this team can make the adjustments, because otherwise, you know, we've only had a couple of predictions that have really come to fruition this weekend. We've tried our best to be as unbiased as possible, but it does just feel like between the stats, the recent gameplay, the sample size, and the way that the eyeballs test has been, that this is going to be one of the hardest matches US AFB has had to play in the entire tournament. And if they cannot respond in the first 2 games, you got to imagine that after that, it's almost just waiting for the clock to run out.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like for a lot of the games that we've seen in Rocket League, again, with the greatest respect to teams who have been struggling, it does feel like that beyond game 2, you kind of have the full story already. We've not really seen any change up beyond a game 2 to make us think that, hang on, there's something here that one of these teams has to alter the narrative. If it's going one way by game 2, it usually ends up going the same way by game 4. But you safely have a chance now, their last chance, to change that narrative here and perhaps take something out of this one themselves as they look to go on the offense early to catch Mountain A off guard. Doodle trying to keep the pressure on.
Well, sticking with the Dominus, I like the confidence. We'll see if it can really start to make things happen on the other side of the field, though. Again, the scoop range of the Dominus, especially on ball, can be enough to keep a defense jumping. This time, he's trying to play it back into open space. Fruit Loop works underneath, way off the back wall. and then quickly cleared out to the midfield. So already a better sign of the counterattack here for USAFE, and I like the confidence we're seeing early on. Look, just keep the speed up, keep the pace of the game going, and there's no reason USAFE can't get a jump on this Konos Mountain squad as they do early. Big Red lets this one float through. It was a takeaway defensively and an immediate give back on the back wall.
What a great first goal from Big Red. Really, really nice stuff there. Like the way they played that again, just keeping it high, keeping the offense up and just slamming it on hold. Great start from them. And looking to try and cause an upset here early on, but only a minute gone. Mountain A, they've not even gotten started yet, so you say if you're going to have to look at hanging on or maybe doubling this lead early on. Because we know when Mountain A start to get into their stride, there'll be at least more than one goal on the offing. I think USAFE coming into the bracket side of things, at least in terms of their overall group form, it was an average of 1.1 goal a game. They got to break that average here if they want to stand a chance.
Oh yeah, they're gonna have to break the average and then some. That's the big problem. It's not just playing up to your pay grade, it's also can you play above what you've shown us this weekend. So far, defense has. The offense has been successful for their efforts downfield. Rewarded with a free ball. Bumped off the play. And Fruitloop's going to wait back as third man, and we'll see what Andres can do now. Looking for the reset, can't pinch it in, but here comes a follow-up shot. Better save on the goal line. One demo, one trade. Everybody getting the chance now on the power play. 2v2, back to full strength for both teams. J-Dubs tries to send it centerward, but it just isn't enough English on the ball. And kicked out again. This one actually will poke through, and it will. Nice defense upfield, staying on ball to contest that challenge, and too fast realizes the defense is too slow.
The defense not been great for Mountain A to begin with here, being caught a little bit overzealous up front. And USAFE doing a good job of exposing those defensive weaknesses, but we know when Mountain A, again, I've said a lot about these Rocket League sides, but when it rains it pours. Mountain A are one of those teams who could score a lot very quickly, so for USAFE, they can't think that they're safe at this point. They just got to keep going, and they got to make saves against the likes of this, because that was a magnificent shot. And one thing you have to say about Mountain A, their passing play between each other is one of the best, some of the best that we've seen out of any Rocket League side in this championship.
That's a beauty. I mean, the pass, the finish, the finesse, the touch. What a beauty. It'll get you right back. I mean, you do all that work, and again, you still hold the lead. And then you see an infield pass at the 50-yard line like that. And a great flick under the crossbar. Good lord, accuracy has consistently been a superpower for Konos Mountain A in this entire tournament. Can't sneak it under. On no boost though, still playing the ball. And J-Dubs will try his best to kick it to the corner. It is centered for the moment, but defense will be there and USAFE do escape.
Now on the defense, trying to get up once again. Ooh. But again exposed on the back line. And these are some amateur mistakes from Mountain A, really. Just not getting up to the ball quick enough. Underestimating USAFE's ability to chase onto that one quickly. And the rotation's out. Incredibly poor there from Mountain A. And credit USAFE, they are capitalizing on it. Terrific from them. Doubling the lead once again. 3-1, 2 minutes left. This is going to be one of their best chances here to take a match.
Absolutely will be. You know, again, they can just maintain some consistency on what works. And I say that, and they double commit right into a goal. So ignore what I just said. Also ignore what happened on the field. But if they can maintain some consistency, again, you can just try to chain that into a positive first game, second, third. Who knows? It's a brand new series. But you also can't shoot yourself in the foot. You cannot afford to double commit into your own team, because when you do, you give away free looks like that.
Not something you'll be happy about, my word. I mean, you've just done all that work to take the lead, and then what did I say about Mountain A? Probably less than 5 to 10 seconds between those two goals, and they are right back into it, instantaneously demolishing everything that USAFE had built up until this point. And now with the floodgates open, USAFE potentially in a little bit of trouble. Mountain A, have they found the form?
I mean, I'd be feeling confident if I were them. There's no reason to leave off and change up the way the game has been played. Nice shot, better dish, better serve, Doodle, long reach of the Dominus, and this is the teamwork that had been lacking all weekend that makes this team look like a brand new squad.
And one of the highest scoring games between two sides we've seen on broadcast all championship. USAFE more than breaking their average goal per game, recognizing that that was a key issue for them, and now trying their very damnedest and so far succeeding on increasing that scoring tally and putting the pressure on Mountain A. But in doing so, the defense has been lacking from time to time, and maybe lacking here again, as every time USAFE squeeze themselves forward, Mountain A just answer right back and even things up. Andreas putting that one right into the bottom corner, as easy as you'd like. A nice cross in. USAFE struggled to deal with it, and now we're back to an even Stevens game. You have to feel with the amount of goals that they scored here, Spaceman, that this will be a huge sort of momentum killer for USAFE if they end up losing game one after scoring this many.
And on that point, yeah, it's interesting because now you're being asked if USAFE, it's like you're playing some of the best Rocket League you've played all weekend, and now you're being asked to go toe-to-toe with an offense that can just respond to whatever you do, right? It's like you had a 2-goal lead, feeling really confident that the time's dwindling away, and now 4-4 ball game with under 40 to play. Can you simply hold on and continue to respond to the pressure of this game? Oh, what a shot from Fruit Loop. Answer so far is no, as Fruit Loop creeps up into the box very slowly. It's a tough read defensively for sure, but ends up giving it right back to a full tank of boost in Fruit Loop, who slots it to the right corner of the post. It does not miss that opportunity.
Well, sort of unfortunate there for the defense. Just a terrific shot, really placed perfectly. Anywhere else the goal, it probably would have been saved. But that's what you're dealing with this Mountain A roster. Up now 5-4, 20 seconds remaining. Can USAFE get one more to send us to an overtime? So far, it's for them going the wrong way. And the block going to come through, but the 50-50 actually puts Big Red in a great position. He's going to do something with it, but with no boost. It's going to be really tough to get anything on that. They got to go for the chase. They can't let this clock run down. 1 second remaining. Tipped onto the ground. And Conus Mountain A, it wasn't textbook, but they come away with the first game of the series. And that one was a pretty intense one all around. I don't think either of us expected to see that amount of goals between both sides in this game.
No, I really didn't. And it was more so a surprise and a welcomed one to see how confident USAFE were feeling when it came to just setting up their teammates for success, the facilitation of those passes downfield. It was a 180 compared to their gameplay earlier on in this tournament, and it looked like they were able to respond to this pressure. They were more confident in their ability to handle their business and handle that speed of the game. But as we got going, offense started to pick up a little bit on the other side, and slowly but surely, Conus Mountain B just kind of handled all of that pressure there. They really just dominated in I guess the last minute or so, completely controlling the pace of the pitch, and I should say Conus Mountain A, excuse me, controlling the pace of the pitch and simply holding on to possession and taking quality shots. I mean, good looks at the net are not easy to come by when it's a 4-4 game, and they still were able to slot those away. How many times did we see Fruit Loop pulling up into the box, taking a shot, and having perfect accuracy to sneak it onto the crossbar? The accuracy will get you through tough times in Rocket League, and this was no difference here. So a really tough win in the first game. A great showing from USAFE, really, even on the loss. I mean, that's the best they've looked all weekend. But can they settle themselves? Can they just say, you know what, we almost won that. Can we settle now and focus just on maintaining that kind of fundamental Rocket League style that they found success with in game one and try to make this series closer?
Well, the last thing USAFE need now is to concede early. If they're feeling like they have a chance to pull a match in this series, they want to try and keep the pressure high. They want to keep the back line clear. Make sure not to be missing clearances like that. Luckily, Too Fast Too Slow was there to get it out. Doodle going forward with the shot. That was a brilliant shot. Great save. Doodle there, though, the rebound. But it's blocked. Too Fast Too Slow getting up there. Where's Big Red? Can he grab it? He can, but it's wide. Pass back into the center, though. It's Doodle sending it home. And I tell you what, it took them a couple of days. But USAFE doing what they need to do, finding the form and offense that's been missing throughout, and getting the first minute out of the way perfectly in this game too. It was a demoralizing loss in game one. But for game two, they've locked it on in and kept the form up. What a goal to get themselves started.
I mean, shaking off the rust one goal at a time. Whoa, what a pre-jump, though. All the way upfield, and it will be immediately responded to. again, we might have a real tight series on our hands. So far, these teams are not afraid to go for looks downfield. A little whiff off the backboard, but don't blame the defense on that. That is a nice fake from the second man up on the play. And USAFE will again have to prove that they can outscore their mistakes. 1-1 as Conus Mountain A get right back into it.
As Conus Mountain A just know that they can answer back so quickly. But for Conus Mountain A, their defense has been struggling with clears. But we know when they go forward, we've seen it, how lethal they can be. But now at least USAFE providing some lethality in their offenses for a change. As they look to get a decent clearance here, but Andre sending it right across the goal. No one there though to get through, and J-Dubs is demo too fast, too slow, trying to get it up. And Big Red letting it through, the ball hanging around the halfway line right now. A bunch of 50-50s. Fruit Loop getting there, taking it away from the defense. It's a little bit calamitous here. No one really has any boost for the side of USAFE, which is going to cause trouble. And that shot couldn't have been placed better by Andreas to take the lead for Mountain A. I mean, what a peach to send it up into that corner. Of course, coming off the crossbar, but I mean, it was inevitable as soon as that hit that was going in.
I don't know what kind of practice Conus Mountain's been doing, but whatever they've been doing to train themselves to be perfectly feathered on the touch to get it under the crossbar or to hit the upper 90 and still ricochet in. Again, it's so easy for that ball to bounce out awkwardly. They have been picture perfect when it comes to their placement this entire tournament. It's been nuts. They are just so efficient and so good at knowing exactly how to send that ball towards the net. Again, another lead. Another opportunity for USAFE to find an answer. Tried to go for the pass downfield. Kicks it back out. Players run into each other, but it's okay. Half a game still to go here in game 2, and the pinch given away right back into the midfield. But some chances now as the defense gets squirrely on both teams, and not a lot of boost here to really work with for Andres, but for everybody else, a chance for USAFE to keep this ball on the ground.
And that was a great clearance there from Andres right into the danger zone. Fruit Loop on the chase, a bit of a miss, so that's unlike Fruit Loops, but it was a pretty difficult one to follow up on, to be fair. And J-Dub's trying to get it up, but Doodle clearing it, but now they clear out once again, and no one's on the back line. Trouble ahead. Doodle somehow saving it. Calamity at the back for USAFE, and having no one back there was quite horrendous, really. The fact that J-Dubs was higher than the deepest defender, it's question marks over the USAFE defense in that situation, but they managed to hang on.
Oh, it's going to be tough to read. Nice job by the defense. Just a bit off. Didn't bite too much off the back wall. Set up, center, not quite the double that they were hoping for. Fruit Loop's been great on facilitating, but usually she finds more success when she's been given the ball to rip a shot from the midfield. J-Dubs will send it on its way. Picked up by Fruit Loop. The flick. Don't think Andres had enough boost, but still got a hand on it. Now you got the defense guessing. And I think if you're Conus Mountain A, I mean, you should just continue to send the house here. Keep the defense honest. Keep them jumping. The more boost they burn, the better. Give up a demo. Pass downfield into the box. Immediately taken away. And that will be just off target. Before the fallout comes in, the crash. And still on no boost, trying to make a play happen. The offense will not give up. Conus Mountain A don't want to win it by 1. They want to win it by 2.
And then the offense is just slowed down here a touch, it feels, for USAFE. Even though they've had, again, the best series, it seems to be, by a long shot for them. Slowing down a bit going forward. Again, too fast, too slow, trying to get up, but it's dealt with relatively easily. And Mountain A will be happy to clear it up, go for this third goal. They're just going to keep bearing down on that goal, and that should be enough for them. Unless USAFE can get a quick counter to send us to an overtime. They're going to be down by 2 in this series. Doodle trying to send it forward, struggling to get out now. Andreas was there, but doesn't manage to send it through. Big Red with one last hit in hope, sending it up. Can he send it on through at the death? He's there, but it's blocked. It's touchdown, and Mountain A are now up by 2.
Can't make it closer. I mean, I know we called this series potentially being a sweep based off of our own analysis, quote unquote, and I gotta give credit where credit's due. USAFE have made this far closer and far more interesting than I ever would have expected. And I really love the adjustments we're seeing. I love the confidence of this team. I love the speed at which they're playing. They're just 1 or 2 touches away from really sneaking this game through, or sneaking, I should say, themselves through a war of attrition and flat out taking a game in the series, to keep it honest. This has been non-stop beauties. Great touches from the offense. Conus Mountain B looking fantastic. So close to getting that one forward, but blocked at the goal line. And again, down to the wire. Just a 1-goal difference is all that it takes sometimes. And this has been quite an interesting show, but still the results are the same. It's a 2-0 lead for Conus Mountain, as A will try their best, and USAFE will try to at least get themselves alive in this series.
And you wonder how they can keep themselves alive from this point on, because again, you talk about a momentum drainer. When you're playing your best game and it's still not enough, you surely at that point just start to feel a little bit hard done by, and maybe the heads will drop from here. I said going into this series that with every game, or a lot of these Rocket League games that we've seen, whatever the result is by match 2, it usually ends up going that way by match 4 with no real turns and twists about it. But USAFE have the opportunity here to prove us wrong. They have the pieces in play to be able to change that narrative. But they're going to want to make sure, once again, they don't concede early and get an early goal. If they concede early, it feels like there'll be absolutely no chance. The start of Game 2 was perfect for them. They need to have a replication of that in Game 3 here.
Yeah, they do. That's really just the best way to put it. It's like everything you've done right, you just need to continue doing so. Cannot afford to pull off the gas even a little bit in this game. You got no wiggle room for errors, no margins, other than simply playing up the hash marks and making sure that you do what you can to hold on to boost defensively, because it has kept you within 1 at most times. J-Dubs tries to get downfield, does. Couple instances now where boom ball has been the name of the game. See how long the defense can take to recover here as they give it back, but doesn't really do much with it. Can't hold on to possession, gives it right back off the back wall. And now the offensive Conus Mountain A are happy to play upfield.
Yeah, the longest we've gone in a while between these two sides without a goal, including Game 2 as well. They both seem to have just reached an impasse, really sussing each other out. USAFE holding on a bit better in the defense. Mountain A's defense as well has also started to lock up. Not as many mistakes in the back line, but Doodle nearly getting through. Now Big Red with the miss in the back. Will that cost them? Might have if Fruit Loop had full boost, but he didn't. And so the clearance came through. 2 minutes gone. No goal for either side yet. Definitely the most tentative game between these two so far, with both sides looking like they're feeling the pressure, in the sense of, I'm sure Mountain A aren't incredibly worried yet, but they've seen enough from USAFE to know that, you know, they need to lock in. They got to keep that defense right, and they can't afford to mess about. There's a pressure to this game. But what a pass down to the shot for Andreas to finally break the deadlock with the game nearly halfway gone. That's what Mountain A can do if they're afforded the space.
Yep, another beautiful shot from that elbow. I mean, again, offensive third has been all of Fruit Loop, all of Andreas, all of Conus Mountain A. They have had so much success just being able to redirect that pass straight into the net. No reason to stop it here. Gotta think we're gonna see more of those types of shots. And now, again, question on the shoulders of USAFE. You're down by 1. You've been keeping within striking distance all series. Can you now give us something more? Can you dip into the playbook? Can you dive a bit deeper as a team and find that grit? High off the back wall, the double available, blocked away. Followed up in the corner. Conus Mountain A just trying to force the second one through. The defense does jump on it. Taken away once more. Low boost in the box. And still, the goalies will not let this one through.
USAFE are hanging on as much as they can. That's going to give them the best chance to go forward and do something. But it has to be said, as these games have gone on, USAFE, it feels like they've started to turtle up a little bit more into what we've seen from them before, being quite solid on the defense but not offering much on offense. Whether that's just the confidence dipping and them going back to what they know best, or whether or not it's just Mountain A beginning to grow into it and beginning to hold on to defense better, who knows. But some issues there in the back line for Mountain A. That's not been great, and USAFE could capitalize, but not able to just there. Big Red's going to try and send it to the corner. Andres, though, with the read's going to hover that up into a dangerous position, but Doodle there to send it into the corner. Fruit Loop trying to get the touch on through, but It's getting a little bit scrappy now towards the back half of this matchup. Might be something there for USAFE to sneak in.
Time continues to dwindle. Nice block. Best look they've had all game. Really focused now on trying to send the house. You got nothing really to lose now. Great poke downfield, however. Defense will be back ready and waiting for it, but those are the kind of shots you need just to keep them fully pushed back on defense. Don't allow the counterattack to blossom any further than it has to. Big Red trying to make a play happen from the corner. Around 1, around 2. Into the midfield. Slow roller up the net. Doodle might not be able to get a hand on this, but his teammate will. And they are able to bounce over the last defender, rotating up. Doodle.
Oh,
Beautiful shot. Nice little give and go. Need more of those looks.
yeah, one of the best opportunities yet for USAFE is countered by a nail in the coffin for this game 3 by the real Fruit Loop. Andreas sending it forward, and Fruit Loop there. The perfect little touch over the defender. USAFE committed on the offense. Doodle, as we saw, with a terrific shot, but it not going through. Punished this USAFE side. Mountain A double in the lead, and imminently it'll be 3-0 up in this series as another sweep looks like it's on the offing.
It definitely does. It's a tough spot to be in for sure. I mean, when you look back at that goal, how many times have we seen that exact play in this series of just, I'm going to pass it to midfield, I'm going to catch you when you're rotating, go ahead and send this one towards the net. And it's worked. 4 out of 4 times. It's just been clinical. And when it works, and it doesn't need to be fancier than that, it doesn't need to change. If it ain't broke, you know the deal. Once again, another quick win for Conus Mountain A. They are now up 3-0 and 1 5-minute match away from sweeping their way through this lower side and continuing on from lower round 1.
And the confidence must be sky high now for this Mountain A, because you have to look at it as well. You could argue the confidence will be dipped in the sense of that they're playing against one of the poorer sides and they struggled off the initial, but there's also something to be read in there in that, you know, similarly to the Mountain B side, maybe Mountain A can start off slow and going up against the USAFE side. These games have been closer than maybe they would have wanted, but they've shown an ability to fight back. They've been put under pressure early and they're having to deal with that pressure, and to have that readiness throughout the day. It's better than just simply blitzing a team, having it be easy, than all of a sudden in your next round going up against a ridiculously difficult team. You're being put under pressure. You're dealing with that pressure whilst you're getting warm going into the rest of the day. All of those things are positives for this Mountain Alpha side, who of course still have a job to get done, but it looks like it will be done here in this next game unless USAFE could find a bit of a miracle. But USAFE, I think, had their best game in game 1, had their best half in game 2, and then from there I've kind of just fallen off ever so slightly as Mountain Alpha have just grown in confidence throughout their first game of the day.
Yeah, I think it's the best way to put it. Is just that when the confidence starts to grow and they feel like they don't need to change things up, why bother? With that said, again, Fruit Loop excellent on facilitating. Andres amazing at being able to finish. Another deficit. Another quick moment where we ask USAFE, what more do you have? What can you give us to keep this one going? You're already down by 1. Sweep in the cards. And what a way to get things going into this 4th game.
And we said throughout all these games for USAFE, the worst thing that could possibly happen for them is an early concession. It has happened here. 30 seconds gone. And now with a mountain to climb. Will they be able to do it? Unlikely, as the lead's doubled. J-Dubs just getting there, getting through with the block, sending that block on target. And Doodle just sending it the wrong way, and they end up being punished for that. And again, no one on the back line. The rotation's not quite there for USAFE, and you do wonder if that is the morale just diminished for USAFE at this stage.
I think one more goal and it's probably GG's. If it's a 3-0, it'll be a 4-0. We'll see what the offense can do. Again, similar situations they've been in all series. USAFE have to find something, and they got to find it now. That's a great clear downfield. It's a beautiful touch. Just got to follow it up. Hold on to possession. 1 for 1 from the field for Andres. Bump. Follow up. Working through physicality. USAFE will not be deterred. And they go for the pinch. It almost works. They're still fighting. They're still clawing their way back to midfield.
And you say if you fighting tooth and nail for everything that they can get, and
Ooh.
again, like it's been great to see from them. This has been, I think, the really great thing to see from both Yusefi and PACAF with their last games of the championship, coming off the rip with their best games. I mean, what a goal by Andreas! What a fantastic goal and a terrific pass. But I will finish my point because I do think it's an important one. You have to give massive commiserations to Yusefi and PACAF for leaving their best at the door, I would say.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, clearly USAFE showed us the best that they had all weekend here in this match, which is a valiant effort and a tippable response. Opponents Mountain A have come out and just kind of do what they do best, which is just simple mechanics, clean, precise fundamentals, and what works. Infield passes, using the offensive third for quick shots. 3-0. Got a feeling the sweep is close behind. But I'm down to be surprised. I am down for anything at this point. As Big Red will try to flick it on forward. And now the defense here for USAFE will try their hardest to just hold on to possession. But they're nowhere around to be found. Right off the top, that should do it. That's a hat trick for Andres. 4-0 in this game number 4, and the series very much a similar result.
It's amazing for Mountain A the touches that they get when they tee each other up. They make life so difficult for the opposition. You know, for Mountain B, a lot of the times it's very accurate passes towards each other, or it's Buck doing something crazy, Sizzly getting on the other end of it. But for Mountain A, it's not like the passes are necessarily accurate as much as it is that the recipient is always making sure that they're in the right spot at the right time. It's almost just floated in to awkward areas as opposed to more of a drilled pass. And it just seems to undo every single defense they go up against, at least on the bottom side of the championship, at least. But you say if you're getting something on the board too fast, too slow, keeping the ball covered, going through the demo on J-Dubs as well, an intelligent goal to say the least, getting that defender cleared out of there to guarantee at least one on the board. And perhaps a consolation, perhaps too little too late. But once again, nice to see them get something from this game.
Can they get a second? You feel good. Hey, miracles can be made in Rocket League. You never know. But it takes a couple extra shots. Just a little bit more effort. They've already dug so deep. Got to dig deeper. Nice shot. Almost able to sneak it in. I'd love to see more of that. Working those corners. Stretch the defense out. And a nice hard double off the back wall. And still the offense continues to stay up 4-1. Could it be 5? Backboard? No. Long clear downfield. And the touches continue just to kill time off the clock.
Minute and a half remaining. The result imminent. The 5th through. Andreas with 4 shots, 4 goals. Mr. Clinical. As J-Dubs just sends that back down off the post, and Andreas there to finish in an open goal. It's been a great performance from Mountain A. And Yusefi have fought long and hard, but their journeys would end here in a minute 25 seconds.
I thought for a second we'd get something sneaky, but yep, a sweep in the cards, 2 in a row for Rocket League. Unexpected, but not unsurprising, as today has been very, very fast. And once more, we're seeing a separation between skill levels of Rocket League again. The highest ranks in the game, SSL. If you're low SSL, it's impressive. But the difference between SSL players or Grand Champ and like rung 4 SSL to rung 3 SSL is an entirely different ballgame, no pun intended. It is a much different speed of game, and Rocket League can, again, be an instance where no matter how good you are, if you run into somebody who's better, it's almost night and day. It's such a ridiculously difficult esport. And we see it here just once more, how easy it can look when you're really, really good at it. J-Dubs from the ceiling, punches it through, signature shot, and a sweep to book it.
There was something about that shot that was just incredibly satisfying to watch. It was majestical. And Mountain A having a mountain to climb to get through the losers bracket. But what a way to start off, a 6-1 victory in your game 4. I mean, I say 6-1 like it may not end up being 7 or 8-1 still. But it's been a terrific performance from them. They found their form, a shaky start in game 1. USAFE giving it their all and having that all count for something, which I think was a bit of a surprise going into this series. But as Mountain A have had to regain and grasp control, they have tightened their grip on this series. They have gotten the job done. They have knocked USAFE out of the championship, and they move on through the losers bracket. A 4-0 victory in this series. Massive congratulations to Mountain A. Massive GGs to USAFE, who put up one hell of a fight. As I said during the game, I'll say it again, both PACAF and USAFE leaving the best of their Rocket League ability here at the door at the World Championships, playing their best games yet, but it's still not being enough.
No, it's still not, and it's just tough. It's the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. The competition is still very, very good, and it's nice to see some good camaraderie across the board. A tough loss for sure. Granted, it was still lower round 1, so it's not like they make it all the way to lower finals or the finals and, you know, bow out. This was a very quick showing for Jimenez, J-Dubs, Fruit Loop, and it just felt like it was almost a formality, waiting for when this team was going to finally click and put all the pieces together, and they did, as they always have done. They've found each other in the right spots. Their rotations were clean. They made sure the defense didn't lack anything, and at the end of the day, when you're hitting, you know, redirects from the offensive third as cleanly as they were, it's there's not much more you can ask for in terms of a squad having good offense on the right time and the right day.
No, really, like at the end of the day, they showed off, offered everything they needed to offer within this game out in Alpha, right? I mean, they were, I think, fortunate enough going into this game, granted in the losers bracket, but playing against a side where they weren't going to need to have to hit 100% of everything that they create in order to get a result out of this game, right? I still think having to offer more than they would have expected against this USAFE side. The defense certainly needed to be cleaned up, and all it was towards the back half, not conceding too many. I mean, USAFE had only scored an average, I think, of 1.1 goals per game going into this one. So for game 1 to them to finish on 4, I think in the end just really showed that they meant business, and that they, through their play, granted while not being overly complicated, were exposing a weakness in this Mountain A side, which was in their defense. That was being left exposed early on, but having a course correction and having a bit of fun going forward with these passing plays. Again, I think once any of the games past 3 goals, when it was a 2-1, a 3-1, whatever it may be, that's when we saw Mountain Alpha start to have a little bit more fun with how they were going forward and the chances that they were creating. But until those points, they had to lock in and they had to make sure to get the job done, because there were times in those games where the offensive chances were a little bit few and far between until they had gotten those few blows striked.
Yeah, and though those chances were few and far between, it felt like at least after game 1 there was going to be a little bit more of a contest. There was going to be a little bit more of a swing in the momentum. Suddenly it felt like we were going to get a real close defensive game. But though that brilliance did exist, again, Konos Mountain A just handled their business the way they have, and they make it look easy. They've made it look simple this weekend, and again, to do so in lower round 1 and to do so when you have such a long marathon in front of you, it is and important to conserve that energy for sure. And it's a very nice win across the board. Again, a tough loss there for USAFE, and I'm both on the Call of Duty side, the Rocket League side, you know, a tough weekend for sure. But again, you make it to bracket play, you make it to the lower side, and it definitely feels, you know, it hurts, but silver lining is you made it to bracket play in a world championship, and to do so, just to run into a better team, a team that's just like outright skill wise just ahead of you, there's nothing to be ashamed about in that regard. So it's nice that we still got to see USAV put on their best performance, I think, so far offensively here today in this match, and I love the fact that we did get to see that. But I mean, 2 sweeps, man. I guess closing thoughts on the series before we get ready for an interview. 2 sweeps. Rocket League's been very different than COD today. I know we've only had 1 match of COD so far, but is Rocket League, we've actually asked this a billion times, but like Rocket League might just be this continuous effort of teams sweeping their way through, and maybe adjustments take a little bit later to come into fruition for tomorrow. I'm actually going to skip the question because I believe we're ready with the interview on the floor. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's take an interview down on the floor with Andres. I want to hear what the team's thinking after that win. They sweep their way through round 1 of lowers. Can they keep it going?
Base at the Delta Breeze Event Center. We got some crazy gameplay today. We got our Mountain Bravo team with us. They're competing. They're addicted. They can't stop the competition, but I got Andreas with me. You're able to 4-0 that team pretty convincingly, but there was one game that was pretty tight. Tell me about it.
At first, it was pretty close. We have one of our teammates. He's kind of injured right now. His neck is kind of hurting, so we kind of had to adjust to him not playing as well. But later down the series, we were able to take it down.
Yeah, that was a well-fought team. Coming out of the loser side, the lower bracket side, you lost your first, but you just won the second match. You were able to show your grit, show the momentum. What are you guys going to do with that momentum going into the next matchup?
Try to use as much of it coming into the Mountain B versus Mountain A game. They're going to be a tough opponent. We did beat them 4-0 last time, but honestly, that was kind of a surprise. So coming into it right now, we're hoping that we can 4-0 them again, but at the very least, win them game 4-3.
Yeah, you're able to play them. You've played them a few times at this point, some scrimmage matches, some official matches. Going back and watching your gameplay and getting your strategy going against them, what do you think you're going to do a little bit differently to guarantee that W?
Honestly, tightening down our defense. That's our biggest hurdle that we have right now. Just doing well on rotations and calling each other which one has it. If we're able to do that, I think we'll be able to win. Yeah.
Love to hear it, man. You guys are a solid team. I believe in you guys. Obviously, you love any and all competition out here at the Delta Breeze Event Center. Hopefully, we'll see you in the next matchup. We'll throw it back to you at the desk.
Communication's important, man. Being able to call to your teammates, know who's taking the ball when, that is the signature style of Rocket League that makes teams successful, and I love to hear that that's kind of at the forefront of their game plan, is making sure they're on the same page.
Yeah, absolutely. They're going to need to be on the same page going forward. You know, the same thing we said about Mountain B. Every game from here on in is going to be an incredibly challenging one. So, like, you know, you're at that stage where you've had all your opportunities against the, quote, lesser opposition. Every game that you play from now is going to be a really, really tough one. It's only going to get more difficult from here. You got to lock it in as best as you can. So, you know, having had the couple of days to get everything put together and then getting a victory like that, it's the best way to be going forward. But now it's really do or die. You play your best game or you go home. It's simple as.
Yeah, that's where we're at in the tournament currently. Look, if you don't have your best showing, your best game, it's going to be tough to win the whole thing for the Call of Duty side as well. But here for Rocket League, it's been all sweeps. And for everybody else, still a chance to kind of breathe, work through their progressions, and we'll figure out what everything else is from there. But I believe coming up next, we do have lower round one of our COD matches, Mountain versus West B. That's going to be exciting. And of course, we're going to make sure the players are all ready to go and in the lobby. And the lobby is all set on that end from Activision's side. So before we get to that point, you know the drill. We're going to go into a commercial break. When we come back, we continue on with the second match of COD here today. A couple of matches down, a couple more to get through. But day 3 of this World Championship is not disappointed. See you in a minute. Hi, folks. Welcome back into our day 3 of the championships here, 2026. Bit of a tongue twister here for the AFG World Championships. Very excited, though, as we have Call of these still up on the bracket. But before we get to that point, we're going to go straight into Game 4 of the upper finals match as we get ourselves a chance to do some like ESPN Red Zone action here. We're going to get a quick look into some Call of Duty. Very excited for that. Zep, welcome back. This is a chance for us to kind of kick back, relax, watch some great gameplay, and make sure that we get all the players in and ready to go for the next series. But Game 4 of the upper finals, at least it's going to 4. Like, that's the silver lining for me, is that we at least almost have a full series. I'll take it.
Yeah, I mean, it's showing that the upper finals, at least, they have some games on the offering to where it's going to go beyond the initial 3. I mean, for those of you that missed yesterday, it was sweep after sweep after sweep. So it's nice to see at least that through a couple of these games, there is going to be ones that can go all the way. And I especially did think that that would be the case on the Call of Duty side of things. So going into this Game 4 will be a Hacienda hardpoint. We'll be getting into it any minute now. And I mean, look, we're going into this one, as you say, red zone style, a little bit blind. We don't really have the tail of the tape as to how the series has gone up until this point, and actually just getting it in the ear that it's not actually going to be a Hacienda, it is going to be a Scar. So again, it'll be an interesting map to see how that one plays out. But look, I mean, the fact that it's 2-1 at the moment just shows that between these two sides anyway, they're giving each other one hell of a fight. And, you know, is this one that'll go all the way to a map 5? I don't think we've seen, in general, even for the ones that are off stream, again, I could be wrong in this, but I don't think we've seen too many map 5s whatsoever. We've been seeing these often be, you know, map 3 or map 4 affairs. So it'll be exciting to see a series like this go all the way, even if it means that we can't cover that 5th and final game. But still, it'll be exciting to see for the sake of the rest of the Black Ops 7 side of the championship.
Yeah, I think at this stage, I mean, it's nice to at least get more maps in the rotation. I will say that, and then immediately counter my own point with the fact that we got Scar Hardpoint for map 4. So, like, you're not seeing anything you haven't seen before. But the fact that we are at least going the distance more gives these teams a chance to, at this point, not even warm up. Like, it's just, you give us a little bit more to chew on, because when you have sweeps, there's only so much you can really dive into. But for the squads currently standing on the upper side, we want these matches to be close. We had the closest match really all weekend was that round 11 earlier, which was like still a weird match nonetheless. But this should be fun, because at least now the teams are going counterpunch for counterpunch. And if the fact that it's a Scar hardpoint means that, again, it will be a very quick one and a very contested one, as we would love to see. Curious how things will look across the field overall, but if you're still curious about what the schedule is going to look like today, remember that we're going to be jumping between games for COD, Black Ops 7, and Rocket League. We just concluded 2 back-to-back best of 7s for Rocket League. Now we're going to get ready for our next series of Call of Duty, but before we get to that point, we are going to jump in with map 4 and our upper finals between PACAF and Kona Central. Vengeance, Charms, WSD, and Jake currently up 2-1 in the series against Breadwinner, Green Gred, I Wept It, Skirk. I mean, this is a prelim grand finals matchup if you've ever seen one.
Oh, absolutely. I think there's a very strong chance we will see these two teams up against each other again in the grand finals, as the levels that they bring against each other. And PACAF are going to be trying their very best to do damage here against Kona Central and cause a bit of that upset. You know, if there's any time to cause the upset, obviously it'd be nice for them to do it now, but wouldn't they be almost thinking, hey, if there's an upset in the offing, do we want to save that for the grand finals? If we think we can go up against them again, maybe think that would be me thinking a little bit too deep into it. You just got to play with what's in front of you. And to begin with, PACAF having a great start. Breadwinner 4 and 2, controlling Scar for the most part. Again, played very well in the Scar the last time around, so you know, maybe that's why this map was chosen for them. They're confident in their ability here, but Kona Central are going to be confident in every map mode they play. They have been phenomenal up until this point. The only 2 maps that they have dropped, now 3 maps that they have dropped, have all come up against PACAF. For the most part, it's been perfect for them, and they're on the precipice of getting another victory here. But PACAF, phenomenal start from them to put the pressure on Kona Central early.
Absolutely are, man. PACAF could have just a complete resurgence in this series that they're able to stun the likes of Kona Central. We know how good these two teams are. We understand what's at stake here in this upper finals. You win this, you move on to grands. You get a immediate game 1 victory just from coming up from the upper side. WASD off to a slow start though, 1-6, looking for his 2nd kill of the game, and he gets burned. Breadwinner on an absolute heater. On the other side, Green Gred still a bit slow to the punch, but 2-4 for Wept, 5-4 for Skirk. Breadwinner versus WASD. I mean, what more could you really want in this matchup?
And the transition over towards P3 has actually been pretty good here. Jake trying to cause an issue, but PACAF are close to this point. They could play the retake. Jake and Charles picking up a couple of kills, and Jake with the second, and that is going to keep that P3 clear, and there should be a lot of time regained for Kona Central. Terrific recovery from them, just 20 seconds behind and counting. They don't have spawns as of yet, but they're in no rush to get them. They can make their way forward as long as they pick up the kills, and I tell you what, that is a very, very random spawn flip. I wept just flipping out seemingly for no reason, and considering then Vengeance spawned up right beside him, and now that Green-Gred has spawned up there as well, that was incredibly unfortunate for Kona Central, who seemed to fall victim to one of the very random spawn flips you can get on that P3 side.
That last pick, there it is. There it is. Nice pick up on the cut. Well, they were able to handle a lot of that pressure as the flank was starting to orchestrate, but split spawns don't mean too much when the Slayers are online. Vengeance tries to trade, will do so. Able to keep 2 numbers up on the back, and it will be a 2-2 hit, make it 3 into the hill. But Kona Central handling the pressure, even when they've been split, having to basically watch each other's backs as they break back in. Jake's going to stun his own teammate. Everybody else swarming on the outside. Essentially a tie game. Give or take a couple of hills. And Jake on your screen has been excellent, as again, Kona Central are just finding the kills at the right time and doing a great job of keeping themselves in this game.
Yeah, the right kills, the right time is now going to get them into the lead, albeit by actually none. It was even, and now it's back on. Never mind. Now they take the lead. 8 seconds left. It's going to be scrap time for Central as they look to rotate over towards P5. Packaf will be on the hold towards new. Breadwinner 16 and 10 for Packaf. Breadwinner is just a hard point warrior. I feel like every game we're seeing Breadwinner, and it's minimum 30-35, usually up in the 40 bombs. That's just the levels he brings.
I mean, dude, it's been like consistent 30 bombs all day. Like, what else can you really say? Just absolutely unreal. And if that's the consistency we're gonna get through a winners finals, gotta think we're going 5. Gotta think it's gonna be enough to at least pull this team forward. Only question really is how long until WASD starts to get online, right? The moment the moment he begins to feel himself and starts hitting his shot, it's a very different ball game at that point. See Skirp, excuse me, on your screen. Able to lay down for a couple extra ticks. And over the top, Charms gets punished. And Wept will go down on this next engagement. Never mind, bro guns him as he sweeps through and eventually drops. So with that, back to P1. Already set up for new. It will be Packaf who have to come off the defensive end, and Kona Central who will be ready and waiting for the next pop. So far, the numbers continue to go the way of the boys in red. They have the numbers up into general, all 3 alive. Only 1 stacking the hill for now, but a 97-87 game still within 10.
Man, this game really could go either way. I know Packaf are kind of the stronger hardpoint team, but Kona Central, they still keep themselves within such a fighting distance that even with Packaf being the stronger on hardpoint, that can still flip very quickly right at the death. Kona Central are just keeping themselves constantly knocking at the door. They never really seem to take the lead by 10 or 20, but they're always keeping themselves within 10 or 20 on that scoreboard, and even less this time around. In fact, now finally going to get the lead. And I tell you what, I like the position that they have as well to potentially feed into P2. They're getting an initial wave of kills here. They know where the spawns are coming from. They know where to be looking. And they're going to get an initial 10 here on P2. So Central have changed very well off the back of this point to actually take a little bit of a lead for the first time in this map.
Be able to flip it quite well as well. Going from that P1 all the way out is no easy feat. Nice shots. Now they're up to 2. Able to hold on to the catwalk just a little bit. Charms on your screen was a standout yesterday. Always a good player and hard point in the respawns. One of the most aggressive, most lethal ARs on the field. Was able to do the most damage going into P2, but this time, this time, it will be the defense again who comes out strong just for now as Packaf find themselves 2 stacking inside P2. On the rotation, player 8, that's Jake, going to go ahead and watch the rotation, trying to flip this one over. Guesses correctly. Nice play by Jake, and they have P3 already locked up.
And Packaf are really, really strong with this P2. This is where they've been getting a lot of their time. The rotation over to P3 is a little bit more of a mixed bag in P3. Kona Central done a decent job on it last time around, and they have once again rotated well. Only 14 behind once again. Still more of them within touching distance to do damage on this P3, but it's the transition to P4 again that will be important, as this game is looking like it could go right down to the wire between these two. Again, for those of you that may be just joining us, these are two sides that we feel like could meet again in the grand final. These are the two ones where, you know, PACAF seemingly the only side that's been able to do any damage to Kona Central over the course of these championship days. That would have been dead even. I mean, 140 to 141, as close as you can get. Both of these teams, though, starting to think about P4.
So if Jake's playing like that, it will keep this team just within arm's reach. But even with those extra plays downfield, the over-aggressiveness we're seeing, WASD has now switched over to the MPC at times, and he's being just fine in the flex spot. Take that 2 in a row again. One of the closest hard points you're going to see all weekend between two juggernauts of a squad. Another 3 dead. Trying to work on the 4th. Charms not going down without a fight. And he will eventually fall. Tie game again. Lead change again. This is now, what, the 5th lead change we've had in the last 2 minutes?
Yeah, it's been so back and forth between these two again. Both sides worthy of that grand final level. I think it's fair to say the entertainment factor that they bring. Is this going to go for the second offing against with these two in a row? Will it go to a map number 5? Or Kona Central going to lock it in towards the back half of this hard point and take the victory 3-1? PACAF giving it everything they've got here to take it all the way. But they are losing out on this scrap time, desperately fighting in for it. But now they're going to have to push out PACAF and rotate well over towards P5 and Kona Central. They are really looking to lock down those spawns. You look at where WSD is sitting, that is far back. And with them spawning out as well, it's going to be WSD. It's going to have to go huge here. Breadwinner doesn't know he's in the back, I don't think. I think they sun checked it and it didn't hit. So now WSD could go huge with the collapse on in. The spawns up around the back. Vengeance pushing through a team nade in the end up, which they're not going to be happy with. But WSD is still holding on now, pushing into the point. And it's going to get some initial time at the very least, but iWept is in a position to do some damage.
Breadwinner needs some help, man. I mean, the poor guy's, you know, getting some help from Wept, but Green Grid's been slow to the affair today, especially in this hard point. C-Skirt, 17 and 29 as well. I mean, Breadwinner just needs some help in the slaying department. The other side, Vengeance kept within 30 is still a good sign of things to come. Everybody else hovering around 24 or 25. Oh my God, Vengeance. Is that all 4? No, it's 3, but it might as well be 4. Now he's starting to pop off. He's screaming. He's starting to feel it. And this feels like a momentum swing in this game where now all of a sudden you're just seeing one team start to clamp down and really put their foot on the gas here. 196, 177. Next hill pops. Already out to new. Jake winning fights in rotation on a 5 spree of his own. He eventually falls, but damage done back to P1. 34-28 to Vengeance. Charms, next one in the hill. NPC in hand, slides around a bend and burns him with it as well. Green Grid trying to make something happen on the back end, but 204 to 177. It keeps going, and it feels like the series is getting slowly out of reach.
Yeah, might be too little too late now for PACAF if they pull anything from this. Needs to be a strong P1 transitioning into P2. The problem is, though, PACAF, or the problem for Kona Central, I should say, is that PACAF are really strong at P2. So if they get something going on this P1, there is a chance they can get something. But Kona Central are completely set up with the mid control and control of the transition over. Vengeance, close to a 40 bomb, but he gets dropped, sitting on 37. Breadwinner also on 37. Whew. Huge moments between these two sides now. Every gunfight matters. As Breadwinner goes for the chase. Green Grid with a huge 2. You said you needed him to step up with the numbers, and since you've said that, 26 and 29 on a 4 spree, he is catching up to the rest of the pack. And could potentially be the difference maker here, as there's only 20 points in it now. Oh, what a huge kill through from Charms as Kona Central gets set up in P2.
I think he got streaks. I think he got Hellstorm. I mean, that's everything at this stage. If he did get the Hellstorm, call it in now. You might as well. I know you're fighting through the kills individually on the catwalk, but you want to keep your backline secure for P3. You want eyes at least to mid-map. This is the moment where I would say an early investment is not the worst thing in the world. 232 to 208. And they're going to go ahead and try to flip this. Kona Central want to win this one outright right now.
I tell you what, having a streak in hand over towards P3 could be pivotal as well. When that point opens up, Green Grid is going to pop it now directly on the flip to P3, and they're going to lose a couple initial seconds on the point, but they should be free pickings over on the side.
Oh my god.
Oh my word. The triple team kill. You'll never see anything like it. 5 kills in the overall, but 3 of them as brothers in arms. And PACAF somehow still managing to get onto this point. Skirk, by the way, 19 and 40. That is not a KD you want to be bringing into this one. Still a chance, but they're going to deal with multiple waves here, and they have to deal with Jake on a flank as well.
Yeah, surely they recognize it's not going to be free looks at the zone. And they started to get picked apart. The only question about the streak was, do you give your teammates room to get in without being streaked? The answer is no. And eventually, the Gunnies are going to come back online, and they do. 250 to 234 in the end, and a massive, massive win there from WASD and company as they will take it, and the series 3-1, closing it out on Scar Hardpoint. And a GG's all the way around. It looked like for the moment we were going to see a slow comeback into this game, but Breadwinner needed a little bit more help, and in the end, that streak did open up the entire hill, but not exactly in the way I think they wanted.
No, it was just everyone can get it type of situation. It just got dropped in there and just did the damage. I mean, look, a little unfortunate in the end up. If that streak was popped cleanly, getting the kills without the team kills, you may have seen a different complexion in the end up to this map and series. But unfortunately, Kona Central, you know, they were just, for every man they lost, the opposition lost a man themselves. So it was just a flat regain onto that P3, managing to eventually break onto the point and get the job done in the end. A great map to watch, and 2 teams that are phenomenal to watch. Teams that I think we will see face up against each other again in the grand final. But a 3-2 victory on the first meeting for Kona Central, and now a 3-1. It seems like for PACAF, at least from what we've seen, hardpoints are really all they've got against this opposition, and they need to find a way to lock down at the very minimum search and destroy. If they get to face each other again, they need to try and find that golden goose of an S&D map.
Yeah, the golden goose waits, or awaits, I should say, many teams who are confident enough to fight for it. But for now, again, we will continue to send one more team down to the lower bracket to fight for their life in this championship. The upper finals is done, and for us, that means a break. When we come back, we continue on here with more Black Ops 7 gameplay. Don't go anywhere. We are back. I hope you guys are fans of Call of Duty, because we got some double backed up matches to get into. Lower round 1 for Call of Duty, Mountain versus West B. That's Conus for you. I'm Spaceman. This is Epcast, and this is more Black Ops 7 action coming to your screens in just a moment. Welcome into day 3 of the championships here for the 2026 AFG Worlds. And man, after watching that last match in the upper finals between really a preliminary favorite to potentially win it all, it seemed like WASD and company were going to have a bit of their work cut out for them on the Scar hardpoint. It turned out not to be the case. They end up closing it out in pretty convincing fashion, and with that, punch their ticket forward in the bracket to the grand finals. Everybody else now fighting through the lower side. They will have an advantage to best of 9 in that grand finals, which comes up tomorrow. But now we focus on the lower side of the bracket, and we get to send some teams home. Zep, this is where the elimination matches become really painful, but it's time to send some people home.
Yeah, time to send some people home. And with this Conus Mountain versus West B, again, you know, not to be the bearer of bad news for the fans of West B side, but you know, these teams have faced up against each other already, and for West B it was a loss for them. I think as far as I'm aware, if I'm remembering correctly, it was a 3-0 loss. So, you know, we've unfortunately been witness to a lot of clean sweeps in these games, and you know, usually at the start of the losers bracket, you know, when you see those teams drop down, that's normally what will be the case, because you have the team in an upper echelon dropping down to face the teams at the bottom. And West B, they just have not really been added over the course of these last 3 days, and it very much feels like they're on the precipice of another 3-0 loss and another clean sweep. Of course, we would like to be proved wrong, but again, for those of you who were tuned in for the Rocket League side of things, we've seen that come to fruition once again over there, and it could be the same story here as we take a look at the championship bracket and how these teams got to this position. And for Central Europe Alpha, I mean, it was great for them. They had just clean sweeps right up until the championship.
Yeah, they really did, and I didn't think sweeps were going to be too much in the cards for really a lot of this tournament, but it turns out I was just dead out wrong. I mean, Central Europe handling business against England Bravo. Unfortunately, it's not coming home the way we thought it would, but Europe does handle their business. They take it again in that upper finals 4-0 and eventually qualify through. And now look over at the Conus side of the bracket. This was a little bit more contested all throughout. We're looking at Mountain and West Bravo in round 2, 3-2, all the way up to the semis, Alpha Bravo 3-2 as well. A couple of game 5s, a lot of game 4s, and a full-on 7-game series in the grand finals for Central Alpha, Western Bravo, and it was Central Alpha who eventually moved through. Arguably the favorites to win the whole thing outright, and clearly they've had their experience, their reps getting through the qualifiers and as well here in the main event.
Yeah, absolutely. And you go over to the PACAF side of things and you see the Pacific Islands winning it out 4-2 against Japan. That was their journey over towards this stage. And, you know, the championship has been, you know, immaculate so far. And it's been great in the championship to see, you know, you've so many different levels of skill just trying to get to the championship where, you know, you look at a team that actually wins and you think like, wow, they're going to do a great job in the championship. And then for some of these teams, that's just not been the case. The level has been stepped up once again. And it's just a testament to the varieties of skill level that exist as you go right to the top end and you make your way to the Worlds. But now going into the game specifically for this West B side, I mean, do they have something in the locker to where they'll be able to rescue a result from this matchup? Because from what we've seen from them before, you wouldn't think that would be the case. But I mean, is there something to be exposed against this Mountain roster with the likes of Artie and Revenge? You wouldn't really think so, would you?
No, I mean, even if they have a bit of a slow showing like Kumaro, who at one point in the hard points was a bit of a detriment, like really pulling the team back when it comes to what they brought, their slaying capabilities of this event, and also what we come to expect from this squad in Respawn. But he turned it around. The S&D had a much better showing, and then eventually the Overload was playing better and better and better. And if that's what we get from Mountain, I mean, West B are going to have their work cut out for them. Tuan, Gumrick, Knopf, and Prometheus. Yeah, we've seen some highlight plays from these guys, but they're going against a stacked roster on the other side, and with that, like we talked about in the Rocket League, these guys are going to have to play above their pay grade. They're going to have to outslay the likes of Artie, and especially in S&D, deal with that pressure and that pacing change that Artie likes to play with as a roaming slayer. And I'm just curious if they're going to be ready for that kind of pace.
Well, look, it's hard to say because, I mean, you look at the overall stats, right? You have Artie, who's, you know, actually in the top 5 of the overall KD ratios across the Call of Duty over the last 3 days, whereas the top player for this West B is Tuan at a 0.95, so it has just not been there for them. And, you know, you go over to the hard point specifically, already right up there in the top 2 at a 1.28 KD, and going across to the other side, it is Knopf on West B with a 0.89 KD in the hard point. Hard point is just not been there for this West B side. So going up against Mountain, who I feel like thrive on the hard points, that's at least in this first map where it could get really nasty really quickly unless West B can find an answer somewhere.
That is the thing. Can they find an answer? The big question everybody has to ask themselves as they get ready for a run at the title coming up tomorrow. Can they find an answer? Well, we've seen Artie do it before, and I'm curious if Kamara will also be an impact player in this series going forward. Got to imagine it will be the case, but also have to imagine that at this stage, maybe picks and bans are going to be a little bit more interesting moving forward. Maybe we don't see too much of Den as we used to, or Colossus as a map 1, but I do hope that regardless, Raid does make it through. I don't care what we get in S&D. As long as Raid is at least either map 2 or 5, I'm a very happy person. I would hope map 2, because we haven't seen a lot of 5, let's be honest, but again, there is so much to be excited about, so much to look forward to in this match, and really great seeing these the excitement and the energy in these player intros. I mean, I know we have seen our fair share of them at esports across the years, but this one, it's always nice to see the players having a good time, especially on the back end. There you go, Prometheus, Knopf, Gummerk, and Tuan, Conus, West B. Definitely have a mountain to climb in their next series in a best of 5. But if you do it, you keep your series, you keep your tournament alive. If you don't, you punch your ticket out of here, and we will see them hopefully in another couple of years, but this is going to be a big matchup.
Yeah, this is the last chance saloon for West B, and it is a huge mountain to climb for them. And you take a look at the maps in this series, a Scar, Hacienda, Scar, and if we need it, back to Hacienda and onto a Fringe. But I have a feeling the second Hacienda and Fringe may not be necessary here. Scar Hardpoint, again, is one of the most disciplined hardpoint maps where you need that control at range, and that is going to suit this Conus Mountainside to a T, where they also do have the ability to slay out as well as a unit. I really like what their subs can do getting up in the face, and it's a harder map to do it on in Scar Hardpoint, but if they can get that room, which they may do against this West B side, they can cause some real damage. So for West B, it's alarm bells early on. They need to find something in these hard points, and if they do it from there, then there certainly is a chance going into the rest of the series, but the hard points definitely proving to be their weakest link.
Well, Scar can settle a lot of afflictions at the end of the day. We just saw it in the winners finals. We just saw it come down to the wire over on P4. This time, all about execution, resolve, for sure. Let's get into it. Make sure the players are good to go for map number 1. Kamura is going to be a player to watch for sure. I mean, you're going to need both ARs to have to step up in the series and contribute. No doubt about it. But very curious how deep these teams can go. And for Artie, again, are they going to let him go on that roam like we saw earlier with where he plays kind of hyper-aggressive as a sub up front, especially in S&D? That aggression could be the difference maker in a series. And curious how far this one will go. You know, we don't do predictions too often. I just lied straight out. When we do predictions, usually we're saying, you know, we want it to go 5 or so. We haven't really been right on that at all. But do you think we're going to have a real series on our hands here? Is this the first time we're going to get a full 5-game set?
No. To put it very blunt and blank, I don't think that that's going to be the case here. I think, you know, you talk about the likes of Artie having that free roaming role. I mean, a game like this is just going to suit him down to a T, right? I mean, it just feels like the case of if this Mountain roster just play their game, it's should be very simple for them. It is up to this West B side to offer something different to what we've seen from them already. And look, we did see it from the loser side of things over in Rocket League. We see Giuseppe and Pacaf both play arguably their best games in their final moments, leaving their best at the door. We could see the same here from West B, considering it's their last opportunity, but I think this is going to be too big of a mountain to climb.
Only one way to do it. Strap on your boots. Let's get into it. Map number 1, lower round 1, Conus West B versus Conus Mountain. Can they climb the ladder? Chevy, Rom, Tuan, Knopf, Artie, Axis, Kamara, Revenge. Already off to a decent start for Axis and Revenge, but again, the eyes for me in this match, Kamara and Artie, if they can both have a solid performance, this is a squad that can take over a series on their own, and they can 2v4 their way into S&Ds and throughout the overloads. It's going to be a really fun one to watch.
Oh, it absolutely is. Already on the time, already dominating. Axis on a 4 spree, or on 4, excuse me, on the 2 spree, make it a 3. They're picking up kills around the point, racking up the time as simple as you'd like on P1. As the transition is going to go over towards P3. It's going to be a little bit of a difficult read, though, as to where the players are going to be, and that is going to allow West B to actually perhaps get some of this initial time, as we're going to see how the breaking power is going to be now for Mountain. Try to get themselves in and around the points as they pick up a couple of kills here and there. Kimura with 2. The point will be all theirs, with already picking up the 3rd. That break was as quick and as easy as you could like, as 5 to 45. West B already struggling to get any sort of pressure onto these hills.
Yeah, they are. And as we get closer and closer, again, when the trophy systems start to come into play, that P3 is going to be easier to hold. Conus Mountain are going to be having an easier time of things, especially with the subs up close. So far, have not looked at a flip at all as Chevy tries to work up towards the catwalk. Get some good shots, able to clear out the hill, at least get some neutral time for his team. We'll take that, but just as quickly as it starts, another quick flood. Opening flush from the pistols, good. The rotation is now the most important thing on the map. 2 players on the top side, again, will be rotating. It's Prometheus, it's Chevy. They're going to take a fight in the back alley. And they will be rewarded for their duo ship as they get 2 to fall, and with it, they should be able to flip for spawns.
And spawns flipping out. West B going to be getting some initial time. Nice reset for the P3, but they need to hold as much of it as they can. And actually getting a nice wave of kills there. Sheffy with 2, Twan with 1. They're still around this point, but they need to be getting on that time. They got to make every second count when they've got it. And Revenge getting 3 on the point. Dismantled. And already through at 1. And the hold flips. Mountain sitting atop P3. The spawn's held for P4. This is quickly running the risk of running away from West B unless they can get themselves rotated over quickly to this next point.
That is the question. That is the only concern for now. Quiet. As Revenge, drop shot's good. Like we're playing Black Ops 1 at that range. Prometheus on your screen. Over the top. Able to trade. Conus West B will be set up first for new. 3 to 4 is a close chain of events. You need your ARs to be able to stay posted up as anchors and be in position to make sure you keep the spawn secure like we see now. Knopf is trying to stay alive long enough. 103 to 25. Again, only through our first set of hills here, and it's just been one affair after the other, completely dominating by Conus Mountain. 13 and 8 for Revengeful. Feel like we haven't said his name too many times after day 1, but he is the type of player who as well can have like a vengeance-like performance and completely take over a map. As Chevy and Prometheus will double up inside the hill, Twan coming up spawn, and Knopf will be meeting him shortly. Still fighting for their own feet inside the hard point. Great read for Revengeful and great anticipation as well as they continue to put on a clinic.
Yeah, 16 and 9 from Revengeful has been absolutely phenomenal from them. So they're trying to get now pushed through the rotation over towards P5. Nearly 100 points in the lead and counting. West B not able to get anything really going here other than the odd 10 seconds here and there. The rotation over has been clean from this Conus Mountain side, who are getting a free 10 before an initial challenge will even come through. Mountain in complete control, in the ascendancy, dominating in every single regard. That's Revenge round of 1, making it 2. And going to try and help. 3 actually just decides to rotate back again. Conus West can never really get more than 2, maybe 3 at a time if they're lucky, but even when they get 3, it feels like the 4th of Conus Mountain is always there just to tidy things up.
Yeah, and just if Revenge is starting to play like this, he can just again take over that spot like we see with Artie do, being a roaming slayer. You're not going to slow him down at any point. Artie's only got 23, 24 engagements so far, but it's because Revenge is just leading the charge in the slaying department. 100-point game. Axis 13 and 9, able to swivel this one out back to new. Over the top, Prometheus does get a shot down. Into P1 we go, though, and if you are Conus West, I mean, you can't afford for these next set of hills to go the way the first rotation did. You have to be fighting more for scrap time.
And Conus West, I mean, it already just looks like they're running out of options unless they can completely turn it around on the new set of rotations. As you say, fighting for scrap time is an absolute must. But I want to see some of that initial time as well. They're going to need to get some relatively clean time to pull themselves back into it, and it feels like there was even time when we've seen it back in P3 where they did have an initial hold, but because they were worried about the next wave of pushes, they were kind of sat off the point for a couple of seconds. And those 3, 4, 5 seconds apiece where you're kind of tentative around a hill, for West B you can't afford that because you're not going to have much time uncontested around the hill. So any time that you get it, you need to be putting yourself straight on that point, even if it is putting yourself in a danger position, because against the waves of Cronus Mountain, you're not going to be able to hold consistent zonal pressure. You don't have to play directly for making every second count.
Yeah. Nice shots from Jack. Able to read that. Predictions perfect. Takes out 2 of the best in the game. It gets much more quiet over towards P2 out there early. Already in a great power spot, able to jump over 1. The second helps out. Revenge with a great nade and a follow-up. The dude is everywhere today. 23-15 in this game. 104 inside the hill. Kimura, quietly 50 seconds to his name. Still a 100-point game. Revenge eventually does fall with it. 1 more will drop. That's Prometheus to boot. Checkerboard in the kill feed, and man, this thing is not slowing down at all. Every time you think we're seeing a wind-up finally for the offense of Cronus West B, they're getting picked apart and pulled at the seams. They cannot get anywhere inside the hard point.
No, this has been a complete and utter dismantling as the 200-point mark is reached for Cronus Mountain, and it now becomes a question of whether or not West B are going to get 100-point clubbed. It has been 2 different levels on display. West B at least consistent across the board, but that consistency has not been nearly enough to the level of what's needed to do any damage to the Cronus Mountain side. Revenge at 26-16, Axis 20-12. Already not had as much success that he would normally have, but has his teammates to fall back on this time around. And on the overall, this team has been a very successful performance with, I'd say, sort of average hill time between them of about 57, 58 seconds. They're all contributing to being on this time, and it is showing. Now 74 to 222. Looks like the job could potentially be done here in this P3, and if not, it certainly will be on P4.
Ooh, yeah, it probably will be. I mean, the first 100-point club of the entire weekend might be coming at round 1 of the lower side. For day 3 of the World Championship, who would have thought? It's just been pulling him apart at the seams. 30 and 18 for Revengeful. He's been excellent. Axis also 22 and 14, make it 23. The ARs of this Cronus Mountain squad have taken over the game on Scar, as you'd like to see if you're an AR player, and they have not slowed down. Closing in on 32 kills for Revengeful. A minute 15 as well to his name in the hill. Getting set up for new and just 1 hold away from the win.
And Cronus B desperately trying to fight back for more time here on P4. But dropping 2 already. The spawns now flipping out. The clap's going to come on through. Already with 2. Revenge with 1. And you would think that is going to be that unless Twan can go absolutely huge here around the side. Just trying to be in an awkward position to get in here late. Is going to go for the contest, just sitting as long as he can, but it's not going to count for much. Already getting a 5 spray before he drops. And Cronus Mountain picking up the first map here, 250 to 94, 100-point clubbing. Cronus West B, who at no point in that game looked like they had any shot. Cronus Mountain meant business in the first game of the series.
Yeah, they really did, man. I mean, if Revengeful's playing like that, I'm not even worried about moving forward, getting some Haciendas. Why? Because that is just an AR-friendly map if there ever was one. It's just going to be an easier day for the ARs on this team to find some success and to establish a rhythm for everybody else if they're feeling that comfortable this early on in the match. And it definitely, you know, an instance where you don't often see too many 100-point clubs or so many stoppings the way we did there, but that was after, you know, P3, P4 of the first rotation. That was just entirely controlled down the stretch by Mountain, and it just felt like no matter what happened, they had an answer, they had a response, and they were able to get the job done. Revenge, Kimura, Artie, and Axis, Revenge and Axis were just holding down the lines of sight and dominating the lanes, and when they did that, Artie and Kimura could just pick up the scraps.
Yeah, it was relatively simple in the end up. Everyone was doing their roles. It worked out quite well for them. Everyone was slaying out and then just being like, yeah, okay, you're slaying out a little more. You go do that. I'm going to hold on to the time. I mean, what more could you ask for? It's relatively simple. It was just men versus boys at times. Again, this map can be punishing if you're not up to the task. And unfortunately, this West Side certainly weren't. It just was not a great performance from them at all, bar a couple of moments here and there. Mountain were firmly on top. As I think they're just, the slaying power is just far stronger in all regards around the team. I think it's simple as you had Chevy coming through at a few moments alongside it's Twan, but other than that, there was no real moments that made you think, oh, hang on a minute, there's going to be some time picked up here. Even the times where they were getting a 3 down, never really making it count for more than 10, 12 seconds at a time. It's just not good enough if you want to get a job done against Cronus Mountain.
Well, now you get a Hacienda to at least give you something to think about, because this one will be quite a different scenario than having the raid at map 2. Hacienda Scar, Hacienda again, so doubling up with a couple of different maps. Fringe, should we need it if we go to game 5. But remember that this is the lower round bracket. This is the lower side. So if you lose here, you are out. We're going to hit it one more time. Elimination match on your screen. Hacienda coming up, and Revengeful is playing lights out, wanting to send this team home as quickly as possible. This is going to be a real fun S&D, man. We don't often see sweeps right now, today at least, for Call of Duty, and we wouldn't expect many sweeps at this stage of the bracket for COD alone. But with the way Revengeful just played, it feels like this team is priming themselves for a chance to 3-0 here quickly and continue on with their journey. Excuse me.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think when it comes to this search and destroy, with the greatest respect to this West B roster, we could be seeing a situation here where it's a case of where do you pick up the rounds in the search and destroy, right? Again, I would say it's probably going to be your defenses. Want to make sure you keep those unlocked, make sure you're covering each other's angles, go back to the basics. But I mean, we've seen with this Mountainside, when they're confident, it's an onslaught, it's aggressive, and it is petrifying. They can destroy you as a roster with the aggression that they show. So for West, they just cannot let the ball get rolling for their opposition. They cannot let them find their form in the S&D. They need to play outside the box, make them second guess, make them uncomfortable if they want to have a chance of taking at the very least a couple of rounds here.
One round at a time. That's all I got. Let's go to B. Let's see who gets first blood. Axis, one of the standouts in the last series, or excuse me, last game. Good lord, been a long weekend. Already finding a bit of trouble in this first round. And with that, Conus West B said, who cares about the respawn, dude? We're still good at S&D.
What a way to answer back. Well played from them, making sure to play the trades down to 2 versus 2 and just making sure to be there to cover each other's backs. And that's a fundamental that can get you through a lot of rounds of search and destroy. Sometimes seems overcomplicated, try and do things, but fail to recognize that, like, look, as long as we're making sure that if a player gets dropped, we're there to get the trade. We can drop to a 2v2, we can drop to a 1v1, and we always have a chance to win a 2v2 or a 1v1, 2v1, whatever it may be. As long as we focus on the game of trades, we give ourselves a chance to trade out a round in our favor.
Right up the gut. What else are we going to expect from Artie? The dude's playing like Zuma all weekend. It's a first blood. It's eyes on the second. Nice jump shot from Revengeful. That's beautifully done. Execution to a T. Bomb will go down. Maybe. Can't clean up the kill from Prometheus, but now that they know, surely you get this plant down and force the issue. Or you give up sight completely. What the hell happened?
Gamora going so wide in the water as well is a bit of a mind boggler. They'd want to try and link up with Chevy holding this power position over the site. And this has been not the cleanest round from Conus Mountain, to say the least. Chevy has the opportunity to help the side hang on, but getting dropped. Conus Mountain answer back on an offensive round themselves. And that was a fairly strong showing. Again, look, shaky in moments, but getting the job done at the end. Revenge with 4 already in the first 2 rounds.
That's the scary thing. It just you never slow that man down for long, no matter what you try to do. 4 and 2 rounds is just disgusting. I know he's on 3 spree. I know his team's still getting involved, but if Artie's flying like that and Revenge is picking up kills on the team shot, man, oh man, is that a headache you don't want to have to deal with.
Nice first blood coming through as well. And West being a little bit of trouble as they take the bomb forward. Now 2 versus 3. Artie around the back, of course he is. Now all up to Chevy, isolated underneath. Going to try and rotate out towards Fountain Top. Actually low and Seeker, but he's going to be caught in no man's land. And that's going to be the second round in a row for Conus Mountain, who had a shaky start in the round 1. And now it's back to the status quo. 2 in a row taken relatively confidently there, especially in that round. And Revenge now finding his 5th, and he has had a really good series so far.
He has. He really has. He's been stepping up massively after Artie's clinical performance yesterday in the 15 kills in S&D. Slowly but surely, Revenge is taking over. 2-2 for Tuan. Prometheus at 1-3. Knopf at 2-2. See if anything changes going into this round number 4. Should a snipe come out at some point? Would be nice to see on Hacienda, but I got a feeling that, again, wall-to-wall gunfights will just be the default here for both teams. Go to the top. 8. Knows where bomb's going to be at, and Axis burns. Oh my god, Axis is gunning. Knopf has to back up. Prometheus behind. Lays it perfectly underneath. And the trades are in, even out to a 2-2.
And Revenge on the chase. He's going to be making that number 6. And Prometheus all on his own. The timings in secret. Are they going to suit? Potentially. Does this bomb go down B though? It doesn't look like it. And the 2 players for Conus Mountain could do it linking up. And that's what they do here. Now together they can make a move. Prometheus going for the check on B. Is he going to get the read to check office here, or is he going to get caught out is the big question. No rush in getting the bomb down for Mountain. Now starting to angle at B, the timings are going to work in their favor. The check on A coming in and nothing really being seen yet. So now Prometheus is going to rotate back to site, and the push is going to be coming from mid. Mountain, they have the bomb down, they have the site locked, but Prometheus getting the initial spot.
Ooh. Giving away position. Out of the water, here we go. Pistol is better. And Conus Mountain is shooting straighter. 3-1. One round after the other. Clinical, and they need to slow it down mid-fight. They do. Kimura couldn't finish it with the NPC, but the pistol will be just fine here.
And Revenge knocking about a little bit there in the water, and Prometheus had a great opportunity to pick up that kill, make it a 1v1, and probably would have looked the right direction. But not picking up that kill, just baited out his position, and too busy focusing on Revenge. Just allowed the kill to come through in the end up from Kimura. And 3 rounds in a row now for Conus Mountain. And West B on an offense, going to try and send this 2B, and it looks like it's going to be a heavy stack versus a 2-2 split. This could get pretty intense pretty quickly. It's already up, trying to get aggressive, getting the spot, and just rotating out, recognizing the danger. And already picks up 1. He eventually gets dropped though, and it's going to be back and forth. It's going to be chaos on the point. So far, so good. And now 2 versus 1. It's all up to Kimura. Pushing out to mid for the shot.
Man, you need this round. You need this round for West B. Pistol can't finish it. Down the stairs, you got to go for the chase. You deal with a bit of time. But to isolate this into a one-on-one is so much better than anything else. Oh, what a read, though. And unfortunately for him, COD timing does not work out as the retake comes in. And they do get the round. That's a massive win to just stall some of the bleeding that was clearly getting into their heads.
And these are the big moments from West Bravo. It seems like the rounds they're finding success on is just making it as much of a 50-50 as they possibly can be. The longer the rounds drag out, the more in danger they are. If they could just rush a site, bait in the trades, and play in the hope that it goes in their favor, that seems to be where the most success is being found. At least in putting the numbers into a situation that suit them better. And now on a defense as well, arguably the easier side, they have a chance to even this one right back up, which would be a great way to answer back on the overall, getting halfway into the search and destroy. Conus Mountain will favor their offensive pressure as well. 3 in the offense towards A, and getting the first blood.
And a second. Numbers are split. North and south. Oh, what a fight, though. Prometheus was able to shoot at 2 at the time and still walked away with his life. Tuan, careful, that's your teammate. Discipline is the name of the game. 2v3, entirely doable. Kimura in a really bad spot, and they take advantage. Tuan understood it, read it to a T. And now a 2v2. Somehow, some way, Conus Westby have worked this down into an even situation.
Time's not in their favor though. They got to go quick, and Mountain are holding on to these awkward positions. It's going to be a 2 versus 1, but Artie can now play the time, and the defuse is being hopped. Will he get the shot through? He absolutely will, getting 2 while he's at it. They were just 2 stacked on top of each other, and Mountain coming away with a crucial round. That was a big moment, a huge swing moment in this map, you would think. West had the chance to make it 3-3 and nearly did, but just taking a little bit too long to scout out those last 2 defenders.
Just a little bit too much. Even then, I mean, look, credit where credit's due. They were able to pull this from a 4-2 to a 2-2. It looked like Westby were going to steal another round, but Conus Mountain have people in the right place in the right time. Play patiently. Forward on we go.
And aggressive once again from Westby, this time towards A. I'm getting the first blood once again. Revenge though with the trade. And this bomb is going to go down A, so now it is time for Mountain to try and play the retake, and their positions are relatively well known, at least in terms of those danger flank positions. Pushed coming through those Secret, that's a big one. 2 versus 3, Axis with 1, all up to Prometheus to go huge. Picking up 1, is going to need to get 2 more. The time not on his side.
Almost. Oh, I think like a little sliding shot to keep people honest. Good Lord, 5-2. The lead. Come on now.
Conus Mountain, they're just 1 away. It's been very strong performance in them in the overall. I think Westby have brought a couple of these rounds closer than I would have originally thought. But Mountain have been getting the job done in the end of just catching the right timings in the right places. And again, look at Revenge, by the way. 10-3.
Yeah.
Even having a phenomenal series. You know, we so often see it as Artie, the one being the aggressor and the difference maker, but I've so often said it throughout the course of the last 3 days that whenever it's not Artie, Revenge is usually not far behind, if not above. And he's been certainly carrying the flame here today.
Okay. Nice to know that the trophy was able to pick up something. Mountain, trying to close it out. A 2-0 series lead would be a healthy one. Bomb goes down. Swan on the move. Swan gets destroyed. 11-3 from Revenge. Give this man the MVP of the series so far.
Oh no.
Oh, he's sticking it. Oh my god. Oh, I love the idea. I love the idea. That's what I'm talking about. Give me something interesting. That's awesome. But in the end, too much to overcome. Revengeful, again, ends at, I think, about 12 kills overall. And they'll take a 2-0 series lead.
That defuse is getting close, I'm just saying, right? That was
awesome.
That was, you know, if he got in there just a second or 2 quicker, you had a bit of a nail biter on your hands. But fair dues making sure to go in with the check, because it was a map where I don't really know how to describe it. It didn't feel like the type of map where someone was going to try ninja. I don't know if that makes any sense, but you somehow get the vibes of the, shall we say, the tomfoolery that perhaps takes place in the map, whether or not there be a ninja defuse on the offing. But I liked the play. There, you know, there didn't really seem to be any other options. The slaying power wasn't there. Go for the ninja, sneak the round, try and get the momentum back. But the fact that came so out of nowhere, well done on Revengeful for coming through with the checks to make sure that wasn't going to be a possibility. And another strong win for Conus Mountain, who are looking confident and looking on the precipice of having yet another sweep happen here on the championship broadcast. It was a very strong search and destroy performance from them.
It was, man. And look, at the end of the day, all it takes is 1 or 2 key performances like that to break a team down at this stage of the tournament. In a lower bracket, if you have a player like Revengeful who's starting to take over, 1, takes pressure off everybody else, right? And they're feeling good, like, all right, our best sub's going crazy. But 2, now Artie doesn't have to feel like he has to be hyper-aggressive all the time in S&D or in the respawns. And now you just get yourself in a position to just simply dominate the way that they have. Yeah, I mean, the dude's on an absolute heater, and, well, they're 2-0 up. You can see Renaf versus Revengeful in that S&D. It was 11-3 for Revenge. 1 assist, 6 non-traded on a 6 spree. And quite a bit of good damage to boot as well. Man, just been fantastic in this series. Clearly the standout, the MVP for me. As it seems like no matter what he does, whether in the respawn.
Excited to see what Revenge might have to say after this game 3 is done, or even if he'll get the chance to speak after game 3, because maybe, just maybe, Westby might find something in the back pocket to take us towards game 4. This is their last chance. Go big or go home. You fought long and hard over the course of the championship. It hasn't gone well for you, so it's do or die. 1 more map, 1 more chance.
1 more chance. That's all you get when on the lower side of the bracket. Are you capable of digging into a championship mindset? We can only wait and see and find out after this break. When we come back, we continue on here with what could be the conclusion of this series and the first sweep for COD today. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, folks, to the 2026 AFG World Championships. I'm Spaceman, that's Epcast. We got ourselves a little round one matchup between two teams that now find themselves at the precipice of changing their destinies once again. We have a 2-0 series lead. We have a player Revengeful, who is kind of creating a strong case to be MVP of the day so far. Zep, am I crazy for saying that? What are your thoughts?
No, absolutely not. Revengeful has been just phenomenal from word go. Terrific KDs across the board. And Revengeful kind of just feeling like, for a lot of this championship at least, has been around it with Artie and always been the one that can pull up the numbers whenever Artie couldn't, and has really risen into the ascendancy here. And it's been just such a strong performance from the team and the overall. Revengeful in particular, now going into the Scar overload, it looks imminent that we have another sweep on our hands because they looked dominant on Scar before.
They really did. And I know that we're going to have a couple of questions about, does Scar have to be the map we choose all the time? Yes. The answer is yes. If it's not Colossus, it's Scar. And you better get used to it because Black Ops 7 is coming down to the wire and the season's almost over and Scar is still a favorite. I knew it when it first came out. Everybody said Scar's it's too small for S&D. Fair. It's too small for Hardpoint. It is, but it's still awesome to play, and that's why we want to keep it moving, because in Overload, it also has that same kind of tendency to be as tight as a respawn and also as exciting as a TDM or a controller in S&D. I'll make sure that, obviously, all the players can get in and that the servers are good to go. But, look, man, they're up 2-0. I don't see a reason why Revengeful doesn't have another really standout game and help this team keep going on in the lower bracket.
Yeah, I mean, look, nothing has happened that would give us any sort of sign to say that their momentum is slowing down. Dropping down to the losers bracket, it very much seems to be a case that they're looking to get the job done, move on. They know that there's going to be tougher games ahead. If they can get themselves set up on the right vein of momentum going forward, they'll feel like they can maybe make a run all the way to the final. I mean, look, we know the likes of PACAF, even though they lost their last game and the winners now dropping to the losers, that they would be a very, very tough team to beat. But they kind of potentially are beatable. It is strange in that you're looking at a situation with the Call of Duty where the third place team looks nothing like they could beat the first place team, but they do look like they could beat the second place team, even though the second place team looks very much like they could beat the first place team. It's a strange dynamic that is on display here, but it means that there is a chance for the likes of Conus Mountain to make a run here if they can get the job done.
I mean, off that kind of start, I already have 3 in a row. But Twan wants something else to go his way, has something else to say about it. Been pretty quiet on the slaying side, but this time makes it 3 and starting to get a little bit of a pocket here, a groove, as they definitely need some Slayers to step up, help the rest of the team. Conus West B, again, down 2-0 in the series. So far, Twan on 3-1, Chevy at 2-2. On the other side, Kimura off to a hot start again for a kid who we kind of highlighted a couple of times both today and yesterday of having a slow start. Kimura has really turned things around in this game, or I should say in this tournament today especially, and it feels like the rest of his team's starting to come online as well.
The EMP in hand, and the first overload through. It only took a minute for Mountain to get the first on the board. Could it be the first of many, as they do have a lot of control over towards this played side, and they will look to relay it on through. Revenge is holding the angle, going to pick up kill number 5. Why not pick up kill number 6 while you're at it? Go on a 4 spree, push into the spawn, and push West B a million miles out. But this time around, you're pushing them towards the spawn of the EMP. But I mean, you're for the most part painting that kill feed red, so you're not really going to matter. You know you're going to be able to pick up the kills. But as soon as I say that, we're starting to see some blue in the feed as they have control of the EMP site. It's whether or not they can get it moved up now is the big question.
That is the big question. It's just about whether they can execute. Already at 2-0. EMP on the move. Gotta get these lead blockers, though. Already with a big nade. Up towards the catwalk. Red's gonna be tough to fight, but they still beat it. And now EMP in a precarious spot. Prometheus thinking about that spawn shallow already. He's there ready and waiting. Finds the first pick. Gets out of dodge. Good reads from Prometheus all the way around. Plays his pocket to perfection. And shuts down anything in mid-map. Another chance for a rally here.
That's been a great comeback there for West B to pick that up in the mid. Or picked it up on the motel side, excuse me. And now going back to the mid, they do have an opportunity to get themselves set up on that relay and even things up. It does look like Say the feed is glitched here. I don't know if that's just on your end. I think it's on everyone's end here. That feed is glitched. So yeah, I know it's a shame, really. You know, we've seen the blowout maps that we got them all in the feed, and as soon as that map gets a little bit interesting, we find ourselves going to a black screen. Hopefully, we figure out what the issue is. I think we'll be getting back into this one really quickly. And you know what? I'm completely right in saying that. Predicting the future, although technically it came back before I finished my sentence. Regardless, we're back. And Mountain have a third overload on the offing now, up 3-1, and looking like they could relay their fourth over this side and potentially end the half early.
Shout out production for getting it up so quickly, but also, again, the moment Prometheus starts to pop off, the COD God said no more stream. And you know what? That's a little bit mean. So hopefully, it's just a sign of a longer series in our pocket. This time, though, it will be a very quick side one. Overload can be brutal and punishing. This is both. Halftime, quickly into the Scar overload after a brilliant start by Twan and a couple of nice mid-map reads from Prometheus. I mean, that's all I was really hanging my hat on. Everything else was just revenge at 9-6 and, you know, them doing what they're doing. That's not much more you can say. They're up in the series. They're one round away from sweeping, and they look so comfortable right now.
Firmly in the driver's seat. Other than a couple of shaky moments, some nice moves up from West B, it has been firmly over on the Conus Mountain side once again, as they will look to get the job done here on, I think, the not really favourite side. Or is it the favourite side? I always get mixed up on this map as to what that favourite side actually is between the two. But the only player doing any damage for West B really is Noff at 10-6 on a 4-spree. But you'd argue until that 4-spree came about, his numbers were sitting the same as the rest of his team. And now he's just after dropping. I think on the numbers and the overall, there's nothing really to write home about for this West B. It's just not been working for them. As we start to see Conus Mountain already begin to slay out and push out this left lane and getting ready to get the EMP moved up. Top green, though, causing issues, and Noff has gone huge there with 2, which will just slow this push down enough. And Kimura going to go back to the EMP, wait for a side to spawn, and then make the move up towards Motel.
Nice shots, but better read from Prometheus. Again, he's been excellent as a mid laner in this game. Revengeful, though. When you're shooting like that, you're going to shell every single time. And already uncharacteristically quiet, I say that, immediately slides out for a 2-piece, looking for the third. Might just get it over the top. I think Artie went past him. He might have baited it. Doesn't really matter, though. They punch it through anyway. EMP's going to come back up towards that P3 side. And already on the relay, they are thinking about 6. Again, if they get to 8 points, it's a GG's in the series. No way he sneaks this through. Surely not going to happen. But for Conus West, I mean, you've done enough to kind of fight back to mid-map to get a counterpunch out. But the offense needs a longer drive. You need something sustained downfield to really keep Conus Mountain from running away with this series.
Unfortunately, it feels like that's inevitable. Maybe they get a second on through, but that will be at most. You know, they get a nice wave or 2 or 3 every now and then, West B, and they normally make those waves count. As Artie just tries to get this one as far away as he can, unaware of the presence of Chevy. Then Chevy going to try and get more 1. Prometheus, though, with 1 actually getting the 2 as well, and there is a chance to move this one up now. They are forcing the spawn out for Mountain, but Mountain are recovering well. Artie and Kimura with a 2. And now picking up the 3. Bit of control over the Motel again. It will allow Mountain to get themselves pushed up. It's not quite as dominant of a performance as it was in round 1. But they are still holding on well, getting EMP caps where they can. And overall, it's relatively convincing still.
And they're letting Axis run up into their spawn and either try to flip or bait. And either way, they're taking their time picking up the EMP. They're in no rush to advance this upfield. Do you know what that does to the game clock? The pressure it puts on the likes of the defense for Conus West B. Once again, Artie and Axis are more than happy just to go run into spawn and create problems. And you can play time here. I mean, the defense, the Conus West, has to come to you. So I would not be rushing this if I was Conus Mountain. You have a pretty healthy lead in terms of not having to worry too much about a relay. If they do hit the relay, it's not a 1 or 2 goal lead, it's about a 4. So you get a chance to fight through some mistakes. And Chevy trying to work to the back does get some help for 2. Artie flies right up the gut again, picks up the EMP, and while all this is going down, again, it's a bit scrappy, it's a bit sloppy, but nothing really changes in the game state. Still a minute 36 and a 5-1 game. these 3 pieces look pretty, but they're not doing much to advance the game.
No, it's just a case of damage limitation at this point. The job has most definitely been done here. Conus Mountain on top in the ascendancy, looking to move through. Westby, they gave it their best shot. They, again, had moments where they looked dangerous, but this mountainside is a dangerous one. And one, I think if you're Westby, you may feel a little bit hard done by to be playing against so early in a loser's bracket, because again, I would probably put this this mountainside, excuse me, in that top 3 position on the overall. So they're really strong ability-wise. They were always going to have more to offer than Westby, given of what we've seen from the group stage. And as Mountain look to potentially get another EMP 1 or 2 run through before the very end, it looks like it's going to be a GG's from Westby.
Good lord. Oh my word. Twan's doing everything he can, man. I mean, his 18 kills have come at very opportune moments, but the rest of the team just unable to really find much upfield. Prom had a pretty good pickup at mid. Everything else been quiet. That'll do it. Doesn't really matter what happens from here on out, whether it's a 7th-point punch through or not. The goals are going to stand. It's a 6-1. It's a 3-0. And it will be Conus Mountain who move forward through the lower bracket, sending home Conus Westby.
Yeah, massive commiserations as well to Conus Westby, who put up, as I said before, a good fight. They've had their moments, as you see there with Knopf getting 2, Chevy getting 2. They can get a couple of kills, but as you said before, when they get 2 or 3, they don't always make it count for much. That's simply because Conus Mountain just have more to offer on the overall in that regard, and that is why they take this series in a sweep, 6-1, clean, clinical performance. As we see Axis here as well with the play of the game, just pushing on through, running through that defense, causing an issue right up the middle and taking Prom down as the 3rd kill. Huge kill from them, and massive performance on the overall. GG's on that, because that was a fun watch in the sense of, you know, a team in Mountain who played just a really strong game to get the job done.
Yeah, they did. And in the end, that is all that is necessary between Revenge, Artie, Axis, Kimura. I mean, Revenge was the MVP of that match, and it's nice to see at this stage, again, we've had a variety of different players standing out between Kimura, Artie, Revenge now getting the highlight reel. And Twan had a hell of a start, following up by Prometheus, really having a nice 1-2 punch mid-map, but this was all just about overwhelming pressure, and at the end, eventually the doors did kick back and the water came through. And it was all of Mountain once again. They kind of dominated and handled their business and will keep punching their way through this bracket as they will handle it here 3-0 in a sweep and send home their brethren on the other side. With that, though, Con Westby will unfortunately end their run here. You can see it, Scar, Hacienda, Scar. That's all we really need at the end of the day. 250 to 90, 400-point club, 6-2, 6-1. One of the strongest series we've had all weekend.
Yeah, a dominant performance and a statement performance going into the rest of the games, wanting to show what they can do. Certainly having shown it off here, will be a tough team to stop now that they found their momentum going forward. I mean, look, we know kind of how as a top team you do stop them, right? You know that they normally rely on the top 2 players, and that if you can shut one of them down, it does kind of capitulate at the end. But shutting them down is another thing entirely, and we've seen after that Westby game that it's not an easy task whatsoever, because Revenge just had the series of his life, really. The performances he was given, especially in game 1 and 2, were truly next level.
They absolutely were. And look, if everybody's getting their chance to kind of rotate through this offense and have big plays, big moments, that's going to be scary for everybody else, and you're very much going to hope that it is just a one-time affair between almost 2,700 damage and 25 apiece. Prometheus and Axis, excuse me, had a hell of a showing there in the Overload, but in the end, it was, again, just a team effort that was the difference, and for Axis, his team was the better team today, as they will take it and move forward, and hopefully we could see more of Prometheus and company later down the line, but for now, they are unfortunately knocked out of the tournament. For Mountain is the team that can make the run, man. They're that good, and very excited to see if they do eventually get there. I'm sure at some point we will be seeing a rematch between this team and potentially Central. But very curious on your closing thoughts before we continue on with more Call of Duty action today. Closing thoughts, Revengeful, best performance of the day so far, or is that still in Artie's pocket? What do we think?
Honestly, I think you may have taken it. Like, granted, it's against opposition that is a little bit weaker, but now that you have both of them vying to be the top performers on their side, whilst all still combining for a great team performance, just I think means that they're kind of hitting all the right notes they need to going into the back half of the championship.
Well, Conus West B could not get the job done, but Conus West A might be able to. Their brothers in arms in Rocket League were able to find the sweep over USAFE, and now they'll get a chance on the Call of Duty side to do almost the exact same thing should they be lucky enough. It's Conus West A versus USAFE coming up next for another round 1 lower matchup here for Call of Duty for Black Ops 7, but until we get to that point, we're going to jump to a break. When we come back, we continue on here with more of the championship action here in Day 3. Don't go anywhere. Hello, folks. Welcome back into the AFG 2026 World Championships. I am Spaceman, joined by Zepcast, and we have ourselves more Call of Duty Black Ops 7 action coming your way in just a moment. A quick little break there as we make sure all the players are good to go to get into the next game. But Zep, we've just concluded another sweep, which continues to be a trend today. And one must ask the question, will it continue? Odds are yes. But let's talk about our next matchup coming up. We have, I believe, West A versus US AFB. And with that, I mean, I hope another sweep potentially. USAFE has been definitely struggling this tournament. Are we looking down the barrel of another 3-0?
Yeah, unfortunately, look, it looks like that is possible, right? I mean, we take a look over towards this West A side. They're an incredibly talented roster. You know, one of the top rosters in there. Unfortunately for them, it dropped to the loser side versus a side who unfortunately have just dropped. You know, they were just one of the bottom sides. The statistics show as well. They just haven't been able to keep up the numbers. As a 4, they're not there. In terms of their top players, they can have moments, but altogether, I just don't think they have enough in the gas tank.
I don't know if they will, but if they're going to get anything in terms of refilling their fuel gauges, it's going to take a group effort. And the one way the group efforts have changed the game is people over at USAA. They were founded over 100 years ago by 25 military members with a mission to always take care of their own. And you can learn more about that mission over at USAA.com. That is USAA.com. We wouldn't be able to do what we do without them, so we thank them for doing what they do so we can be us. And man, it has been a day of matches and a beautiful event of sweeps. Didn't expect it to be this way, but let's take a look over at our match coming up, and specifically the bracket, because this one is still the lower side of things. We got West A versus USAFE, and as you can see, Conus Central currently sitting in the grand finals. PACAF has dropped down to the lower finals. They're going to wait for the winner of the match in the lower semis. Conus Mountain and Conus West B versus Conus A and USAFE. This is where we sit now. Every match from here on out will be an elimination match. If you win, you're in to an extent. If you lose, you're done. And for Conus West A and USAFE, they are the next team to go head-to-head. Winner of that goes on to play the winner of Conus Mountain and West B. And I got a feeling that it's going to be another tall order for these teams. USAFE, Isaac, Rolly, Siren, and Gage versus Hart, Hale, Kuzo, and Smoke. And we've seen what Hale and Hart has been able to do this weekend. We talk about like standout 1-2 punch players, Hale and Hart, specifically 2 subs. They're going to be a problem, and very curious what this one will look like down the stretch. I believe you teased some of the maps coming up in this series. Is it Scar? Am I crazy?
Yeah, we're going to have maybe more than one Scar on the offing. But what's crazy about as well these top players, you know, Hale and Hart, you mentioned them. They make up 2 of the top 5 overall KD stats for the Call of Duty side of things. And then specifically going towards the hard point, you do have Hart, who is in that top 5, and Hale 7th in the top 7, sitting all similar, kind of 1.2, 1.8 KD, but these guys are slayers that are made for the upper echelon. It should be a really, I think, a good matchup for them. They'll be happy enough. They'll think they have every opportunity to get through this one. And look, if they do, I'm already really excited to see what that loser semi will look like with them going up against who hasn't actually won the set. It was Mountain, wasn't it? That last one again. The brain kind of frazzles. But West A versus Mountain will be an incredibly good series should that be the one we get. But West A for the moment need to get the job done in this one. But given what we've seen from the group stages up until now, it looks like that will be quite a strong possibility. West A just looked like they have more in the gas tank. And again, I covered USAFE before. This Call of Duty side, excuse me. I really like them on the overall. They've done a great job in the championship before, the USAFE one. But again, I think they just sometimes lack a little bit as a 4-man when it comes to doing the damage. As the top 2, you can rely on quite a bit, but pulling it all together is where they struggle. And I think that has been their struggle point throughout the course of the Worlds.
It really has been. But the only thing you could say at this point is that the struggle points only matter for so long. All it takes is one good performance to entirely rewrite the story of your experience here at the World Championship. Love to see the curling efforts there as they lift up one of their own members. But this is going to be a fun match nonetheless. Gage, Siren, Rolly, Isaac, going to need everybody to have some of their best games throughout. Because again, going against a very stout roster on the other side, and for USAFE, this is a team that is still kind of hunting for the first big breakout here in the World Championship, and knowing that your backs are against the wall. It's a best of 5. You don't have a lot of wiggle room to really pronounce your offense, especially when you have Scar, Hacienda, Scar. I mean, you are being asked to walk a tightrope and to make the most of it. So we got Scar, Hacienda, and then Sake at the very end should we need a 4th and 5th map. But I got a feeling that these first 2 games will really decide how this entire series goes, as it tends to in a best of 5. But Scar and Hacienda for your ARs, whatever ARs step up, will usually set the pace for the rest of the series.
Isn't that quite interesting that for a lot of these games where the teams feel confident in their ability to go through with the sweep, that we're seeing Scar, Hacienda, Scar? At least whatever about the Hacienda, but at least the double Scar seems to have been quite consistent from the teams that feel like they have the best opportunity to come away with the victory. And I think that again goes back to Scar being such an overall map where, you know, you're not going to be able to win out in a 50-50 by simply playing at 100 miles an hour and playing intensive and getting a little bit lucky. Scar just, in a way, that's the reason why I hate playing the map at times, it demands excellence at all ranges, especially given just how dominant you have to be on the top ends. You know, you have top P2 around Motel where you cause a lot of issues, top blue, top green. All of these areas are key areas to dominate across the map because you can cover so much of the map from them, and that's why you need a lot of AR presence, and that could undo a lot of the players that simply rely on subs being able to fly out here, there and everywhere to win battles at awkward angles. When it comes to Scar Hardpoint, you got to play at distance. You know where people are going to be coming from. You know the spots they're going to be vying for, and you need a picture-perfect, pin-accurate shot to get the job done. So it makes sense why Scar Hardpoint is the map that a lot of these top teams are choosing to try and get the job done.
Yep, and that's the thing, is that it's just about being able to execute on the day of, and if the ARs are feeling comfortable, man, you're going to love the fact that you got Scar up first. This is going to feel so good. And so very curious getting into this one, what tone will be set early and how Hale and Hart will be able to respond, or adjust, I should say, as they make sure that their sub game is as electric as it has been all weekend long. Almost ready to get into it for map number 1. Get your predictions in now. If you're new here and you're wondering what's going on with the series, the brackets, well, we're in the lower side of things for Call of Duty Black Ops 7. Currently, have our matchup of CONUS West A versus US AFE. And after this, we will have Rocket League lower semis, and then Call of Duty lower semis, and that will round out the rest of the show for today. So into our third to final real series here of day number 3 of the World Championship. 2 days of action down, 1 more day to go, and this one is all about knocking people out of the tournament. And man, it's definitely tough to come this far into the stage and to be playing so well and feel like, you know, things are starting to click. All we need is 1 or 2 good performances, and we can really survive this gauntlet of an event. But remember that your best sometimes is not going to be good enough. You're going to run into teams that are just a bit better. We've seen that a lot in the Rocket League side of things. We will see that a lot here in Call of Duty. The only way to figure things out is just to play through them as we go. Like we've said, we got ourselves underway for map number 1. It's Scar Hardpoint, and the ARs are going to have to be a problem in this map if we want any chance of an extended series.
And you know, I have to say as well, I think those lower semis are going to be great games across the board. I cannot wait to get into them, but it's now up to these 2 sides to decide who's going to make it to the COD lower semis. And while it looks like it's West A, you would think is nailed on guaranteed, can you safely put up one last fight to throw a spanner in the works of what will be the prediction off the back of the group stage? Siren picking up a couple of kills early on, but dropping there 3 and 2 to begin with. You safely with a nice bit of initial time on the point. How they translate that time over on the transitional kills between points, though, is what I will be looking at, and how they, on the overall, dominate that map positioning. So far, checkerboard kill feed, but 1 of which CONUS West A are on top of, and Hale's going to find himself in the killing spree of 5 as they tie this game up going into P2. Very strong start from both of these sides. I think they'll be happy with how it's gone, but you do look at, again, that overall map positioning and control so far, starting to angle towards West A.
So far, much more even affair than we had the last time. Definitely feels like we're in for a bit of a treat here on this opening Scar Hardpoint. As already a better start for Siren and company. Last time we really saw this team on mainstream, it was a bit of a struggle in the hardpoint, and very much a team that got pushed back to the brink and really weren't able to find much. Their slaying wasn't there, the rotations were a bit scrappy, and it was only because they just weren't able to put the kills down. But the board looks different this time. And the shots are still ringing out. Hit markers are connecting. We love to see it. 38 to 18. Fight over P2 for now. Rolling on your screen. MPC will die quickly. And 15 in the hands. And another quick turn and burn as Smoke finds 2. And Smoke was a standout yesterday. It looked like a second coming of WASD at times. So curious how the ARs again will fare in this fight.
Well, West A have started to pull ahead. Granted, they don't have that much control of the P3. Engage coming through with a huge 2. It's going to throw a bit of a spanner in the works. 5s all around for Usafi. Very even from them to begin with. As the streak going to be called in early from Hale. Raining it down from above the Hail Mary. And it's going to take out 2. Hart taking out 1. It's going to transition control straight back over to Conus West A, who choose to burn the streak early because I think they're just looking to keep momentum rolling. They do not want to let Usafi get back into it. They're looking to chain these hills together to get that early lead quickly, as opposed to what we do often see, even though if you have a strong P1 and P2, you usually see a team start to answer back somewhat on that P3. But Conus West A have tried to make that an impossibility, and even after burning the streak, we are actually seeing Usafi be able to keep some of this time locked down. Now going over towards P4 though, it's Conus West A have control of the pivotal P4 spawns.
They certainly do. Pivotal is a great way to put it, because man, this game could get out of hand. Will break is good enough. Definitely stop a headache. You gotta win the battles inside and up front. Smoke switches over to the NPC inside, make that 2 in a row. A third, but Smoke punishes. 14 and 8, looking for the 15th. Not going to happen. Siren in. She finds 7. Hail on your screen, waiting for teammates to get in response, and the cavalry now starts to funnel through. 2 will hit from the side, 2 from the front, and 3 filter up from the top. And they're able to pick apart the hills. Slowly but surely, they get back in.
It was a great re-grab from West A. They took 10-15 seconds to do it, but they made sure to do it well. But in saying that, Usafi doing a good job themselves of getting back in. And then the overall, that's been a pretty good hill from Usafi to be able to answer back, considering they didn't even have spawns going into it to get as much time as they have, and have to make this just over a 20-point game. Very, very strong from them. But now the rotation over towards P5, where Conus West A are already set up, but they've picked up 2. But a nice 2 answer back, meaning you could get into the spawns here if you're Usafi and cause some damage, but Smoke is quick to read the danger, making the chowder on the back. Hale's there to help. Gage picking up 1 towards the front. The flying is going to come on through, but it still is going to be West A with that spawn control, who'll be more than ready to make the next challenge.
Well, unfortunate team kill. Kind of gives a rundown of how the last couple of gunfights have gone, and with that, much closer game going into our next hard point. First ones inside will be USAFE, doing a great job of finding the cuts at mid-map. We'll find 2 in the process, but still, strong numbers at this. Conus West A do not want to give up much for long. 14 and 10 for Hale. And with these opening trades into neutral time, still, USAFE having a nice job of being able to stall the bleeding here in this game. And they'll rotate out for P1. Early out there, ready and waiting. Isaac on your screen. And a different sign of life for USAFE as they get into our next set of rotations. This team looks like finally they have found their gunnies in this tournament.
Yeah, this has been phenomenal from them. I have not expected this at all. They are finding form here, picking up kills. And I don't think they had the locker. And that's just because you're having players picking up the numbers. Granted, Siren's been a little slow, but for the most part, you got 3 picking up the numbers, which is more than usual. Usually it's a Gage and Isaac Cod situation, but Rolly up to the task today. Gage picking up another as well on the 3 spree, going huge on the point to take the lead once again. A bit of a back and forth now it'll be, as instead even on that score, but now Hale with a 2 answering right back. And we're still seeing some overall staying ability being a bit stronger for Conus West A, but they're not making it count for quite as much as you would like to think. Now the rotations over towards P2 become key, and again, West A are there. They're set up through Smoke at the very least, but Usafi have come through with some very strong breaking power in this game.
They have. And that breaking power is reminiscent to the likes of Artie and Revengeful. I mean, if we're going to put parallels in play, Hart and Hale can have those moments where they take over, get hyper aggressive. The warmer they get, the better their shot is, the more dangerous this game becomes. Smoke is dipping and diving out of danger. He's dancing around a couple of bullets. Kuzo is good for 2 in the feed. Extra contest doesn't mean a whole lot when the nades aren't connecting. No check here, but still pressure at mid-map. And a pullback from Smoke, waiting for him to pull the string on the flank. And just about now has some eyes underneath him. Surely that third eye is calling, and it is. As Siren tries to make a play over the top, Smoke's bamboozled both. Patience is a virtue, and so are your shots if they connect. Able to find 1. The second, there it is. Taken down, Smoke. Great job in the back to keep the spawn secure and clean. The back line open. They're going to rotate cleanly and with a nice, healthy lead.
Yeah, Conus West A regaining a lot of time in that P2, played it super well. Going to try and chain it together now on P3, as that's going to be a 3 down, and they're going to know where the spawns are coming from. Kuzo's going to have a terrific drop to not even be able to pick up 1, but still going to just try and do some damage from that spawns, or that spot, slow down the push. And Kuzo dropping Rolly. Rolly's actually stopped shooting there. Really unfortunate, but Siren through the trade. Now they can try and push through. Siren's flank is going to be massive here, but the shot's not coming through, and this has been nearly 80 points, virtually uncontested from West A and USAFE. Now West A pulling away with this lead, finally finding that bit of momentum. A Smoke with 28 and 17 on the 5 spree, over 1 minute in Hill as well. Make that 30 on the 7 spree, and that's now going to be a Hellstorm in hand as well to be able to pull out on P4, if not P5. If they rotate well for the P4, he can just pull out that streak to stop the push coming through from USAFE on the front line. All of a sudden, this has just turned into a 100-point game out of nowhere.
It really has. Every time you think, again, we're starting to see this series settle out and things are getting even, one team starts to pull away. The AR start to dominate. Hail and Smoke. A nice little 1-2 punch. Again, that play about a hill ago with Smoke being able to play his life, pick up 2, watch the Rat pick up the flank, secure his spawns. Those are the moments that really can make the 40 points additionally added to their score on the opening hill feel like an extra full 2 rotations worth of fights. It's just non-stop pressure, extra variables to worry about, and Smoke has been excellent in this game. 230 to 116. At one point was a tie game, is now just 1 hill away from a win. And 15 points for the victory as Conus West A get a 4-man wipe, and that should do it, barring Isaac in the back, and he's not going to last long. That's going to be it for map number 1 for Scar. Good lord, 250 to 116. It turned into a bloodbath in the end.
And Hale and Smoke both coming away with 34 eliminations each. That just goes to show the level that they were bringing. It was a slow start off the first set of rotations. USAFE put up one hell of a fight, but once that momentum was found by Conus West A, they ran with it in style. A P2 virtually uncontested, brought into a P3 also virtually uncontested, and then a P4 where the job was done. I mean, yeah, it was what, a 1-0, like a 103 to 106 game by the time we got back to P1. By the end of P2, it was like 106 to 150. By the midway point to late in P3, it was 106 to 180 something. And then ultimately it's won practically towards the P4. So that just shows how many points were steamrolled. You had a USAFE side that got virtually nothing out of the last 3 points. And that just shows how quickly a game can run away from you if you're not staying on form.
Yeah, it really does start to get away from you quickly, and in a blink of an eye, man, like all of a sudden you're going from, you know, skating alongside your rotation, feeling like you have a real chance to be able to go trade for trade in this game, to we not only have to win rotation, we have to play perfect hardpoint. Like, what happened? It was just 1 hill. This was the moment where Smoke really dominated the back line, and so important how he not only made sure that they had P2 to 3 locked up, but it felt like that was the catalyst for the end spree they went on, where they just started to outright soak up, you know, 40, 50 seconds per hill from there on out. I mean, you can't win that ratio even if you're slaying as much as they were. So this was a really good showing from Conus West A in map number 1. Again, on the other side, curious what USAFE will bring into the S&D. But for them, questions for sure going forward, and curious what the adjustments will look like for Raleigh, Gage, Isaac, and Siren, as I'm sure they're ready to turn a new page and a new leaf into the next map. But look, Scar is a tough map for a map 1, because it shows you again like where the ARs sit and where your Slayers are coming in and how they look. And if the ARs are going to have that kind of performance, the Smoke is going to be that efficient. Gotta have questions about the overload and the upcoming hard point of, look, the respawns could just be one-sided.
Yeah, look, I mean, I think going into a Hacienda Search and Destroy, you could argue that there'll be a couple of rounds here and there, I think, for this USAFE side, but on the overall, I think we've seen what West A are going to be able to do with this USAFE side on the overall, especially when we go back to Scar. Anyway, it feels like that's written in the stars as to what's going to happen there. Hacienda Search and Destroy, probably the best chance for USAFE to pull away with something, at least on these defensive rounds for sure, but I think the pressure, the aggression from West A will simply be too much to handle. And USAFE should have a little bit of confidence, though, I would say, in the fact that they simply managed to hold on in that Scar. They made it interesting. They held on to the first set of rotations. And, you know, their best performance is a 3 I've seen of them in a while. They just want to make sure to try and make it a 4. They want to make sure to cover each other's backs on the Hassie S&D, make sure to play the basics, because they've proven, at least for the first half of a game, they can keep pace. So if they can do that again, they may be able to find the answers in a non-respawn like S&D.
Yeah, the answers have to come somewhere. Maybe it is here in the S&D. If not, the only thing we have left is an overload, because after that, it seems that the hard points are pretty well adjusted for Conus West A. US AFB are going to have the work cut out for him here on Hacienda. Map 2, still a best of 5. Lower side of the bracket, you lose this, you're out. You win it, you continue on. You get to go to the lower semis. And hopefully fight for a chance to go to the lower finals. And then get to the grand finals would be the ideal scenario. But Hacienda's going to be tough, man. 6 rounds is all you need. You know the deal. Siren, Isaac Cod, Gage, Rolly. Surely something more in the tank for this squad, and hopefully a better performance in the S&D to get this series extended to at least another hard point.
That's what they need, because when it comes to the overload, I really don't see what they're going to have in the offing for there. And, you know, I'm actually going to take a really quick look at the overall statistics going into this point. I mean, hell, yeah, I mean, one of the overall top search and destroy players I'm seeing here with a 1.59 KD. But in saying that, yeah, Gagey over in USAFE, very good performance as well, 1.33 in the overall KD. So they have their players. You know, they have someone who can pull it out of the bag in the search and destroy. And it's just a case of that where it'll need to be the case, because you then go over to the overload statistics. Again, you have Hale up there for Conus West A with a 1.19 KD. Dropping a little bit further down, though, it's only Isaac Cod, 1.12. That's the number that stands out. The rest are relatively low. So on the overload, they don't have the consistency as a 4. They need to find it as a 4, Yusefi, on the S&D.
Here we go. Let's see what Hacienda has in store for us. What does it bring? Oh, so far it brings a blitz. Okay. Live and die by it. Show me a little A-gap special. You get that? 4-2. Hail for 2. Smoke for a 3rd. And last alive will be Siren. Unfortunately, she finds herself in a 1-odd situation. Merely 20, 30 seconds into the round. And this time, we'll just have to watch the respawn screen as we get ready for round 2.
And I mean, you take Gage out of the play early, that just leaves you wide open for that. Yusefi in deep trouble. When he drops, they don't have much else to rely on in these S&Ds. He's the star player, needs to be staying alive to at least make these moments awkward. Can't afford to be the first dead. Arguably, they can't afford to have any first dead in general, Yusefi, but with Gage gone, life becomes a whole lot more troublesome. Meanwhile, Hale and Smoke, love on life right now, 2 kills apiece going into round 2.
I've done that so many times. Another big read. Great shots from Hale. And a second jump shot. Disgusting. Hart helps with the assist. Isaac responds with a couple of his own. Siren finds first blood finally for this USAV roster. Isaac has some eyes. The slide, the peek. Isaac guns him. Don't know why you would shell that again. Careful, don't die on the fail dodge. Oh. Kuzo has him pinched. A little bit scary. Turned into a 1v1. But in the end, it is a 2-0 win.
Yeah, at the end of the day, Wester's played the numbers well towards the end. Isaac Cod did a great job of getting that kill, actually. I thought he burned his position a little bit too early, going with those initial shots to put 1 in, and I thought that was going to be the undoing of him, but just held his iron and done a great job getting that initial kill to make it a 2 versus 1, but ultimately there's too many people too close for him to be able to maneuver around and just kind of splitting his sight either side, really. Nowhere to look. But Isaac Cod having a great start, but West A having the better start. Already quite a number of kills in the bag, convincing 2 rounds. And the USAFE need to lock in and make sure they're not getting steamrolled.
Yeah. Ain't that the truth? Speaking of, first bloods again and a second. How tough can it be to win a game of S&D when you're constantly losing not just the first blood, but playing at an advantage and playing down by a ratio of 2-1. I will say they even it out. And credit where credit's due. Raleigh. The play happen as they slowly go up on the encroach. A swing and a peek. 1v1.
Isaac Cod going huge. And he's going to come through with the defuse. Isaac Cod is feeling himself in this search and destroy. And that was a big kill to come through. I'm surprised Isaac Codd managed to stay alive at all, let alone come away with 2. But that is what Yusefi needed to just stop the bleeding here. They were in deep, deep trouble. 2 rounds had gone against them in very poor fashion. And another 2 dropped in the first blood again. Can't afford to be dropping the lives like this in the first blood. But this time around, managed to fight back, make it a 2v2. And from there, take the round. It's moments like that from the side where you go, yes, I want to see more of this, right? Because if you're able to make a fight like that from the back foot of being 4-2 down on the lives, then surely set up with more lives and more to play with, you can take more of these rounds on the 50-50.
Yeah. That 50-50, man, it can really break a team's mental down, too. Like, if you're able to catch Gunners West a couple of these awkward rounds and you start to steal something away, get them overthinking their commits like we have here. First blood finally falls the way of USAFE. Advantage in the round. Isaac's already thinking about the wrap. Oh, Hart wins that gunfight when he shouldn't have. Isaac very weak. But advantage still in favor of USAFE. Last alive is Hale.
And this has been a terrific answer back. Hale, though, gets some great timing, just a second too late, but still managing to get 2. Hang on just a minute. You're in a 1 versus 1. Gage versus Hale. Gage trying to stay alive. In trouble, though, rotating out. And Hale's going on the chase. Actually decides to rotate back in the end up. Knows where to look. Doesn't get the kill, though. And Gage with ice in the veins to even this one up.
For a second. I mean, if that turns into a 1v4 or 1v3, I should say, and goes his way, I mean, that's a gut punch.
Oh, for sure.
Just straight up gut punch.
We move on. Round number 5. Somehow, Yusefi have pulled their way back into it because it did not look good off those initial rounds. But even though that last round ended up being pretty close, they get the job done.
Yeah.
How can they get a little more out of this? Again, a bit of momentum behind them, but still not convincing these rounds as of yet. They need a couple of more convincing rounds.
That's the right way to put it, honestly. Yeah, just need a little bit more of a convincing finish. I like the tie. Breaks up a bit of a grind here. Nice snipe from Isaac, actually. Already power up it on the field. Love to see it. Demise towards the fence line. Big pick from Hale, and all of a sudden the site opens up. But Siren is there for the cleanup in the back. She's been phenomenal the last 2 rounds. 2 and 4 for Raleigh. Siren at 3 and 4. Hale and Hart last alive. 2 dangerous players you don't want to run against. And Raleigh picks up Hart in the top end. Now over the mezzanine. Raleigh. Siren. Hunting. And they got it. Big round. 3 in a row. What a response.
I tell you what, they could have close hopping that bomb. I think they've only got that with like 0.1 remaining. Oh, 0.4 at the end up. My God. The fact that the 2 of them chased the kill and 1 didn't sit around bomb, that scared me. I was convinced there that might have been a devastating loss. You were 1 dead slide away from not making that bomb at all. That was, again, a good round win in the end up, but that was closer to not going their way than you would have liked.
One round at a time. They're doing it. They're not losing 2 members off rip, which is certainly helping things. Now you have the entirety of the map to play with, right? Like when you start putting rounds together, you can all of a sudden decide, do we want to completely commit to the game plan? Do we want to change things up? How do we want to approach the game? Patience.
And the patience, will it pay off? I mean, both of these sides super stagnant. West A are going to rotate back out just to check A. But Yusefi are just banking on the push coming through. We're nearly a minute into the round before we've seen the first real engagement. And it's a team kill of all things. To be the first to go through against Hale. Calamity for West A. But Smoke answering back well. A 3 versus 3. Now the bomb's going to go down B, and West A are going to have to drag themselves around. And there's going to be danger in the middle of the map to try and get around as well. Time's not going to be on their side.
That's a tough gunfight for Siren to win. I mean, she just got them. That is a tough angle. She played it perfectly. Raleigh, Siren last alive again. Smoke, Hart. Hart picks up 1. Raleigh in a 1v1. They are fighting tooth and nail. Hart has the chow, and Hart has the win. Right time, right place. COD God smile upon him once more, and Hart will get the defuse on a 3 spree. 2 plants to his name, 6-4. Good route all the way around. Tie game. USAFE are not going quietly. They are fighting back and forth in this game.
Fighting hard, and I like the way they played that round. Again, taking the risk of being super stagnant on the offense to begin with, eventually making enough noise over at A to get the plant of B and positioning themselves in a way where instead of turtling up towards B, they kind of controlled the line of the middle of the map so that in West A would have to be cautious in how they rotated back off of A. They couldn't just gun it straight through the mid doors to try and get towards B. They had to play cautiously. So West A had to play a strong recovery there, and well played to them. But USAFE making life difficult here, which is exactly what they needed to do, and I'm glad to be seeing them doing it.
It is nice finally to have a match that at least feels like we could be going the distance, right? Around 11 that maybe isn't self-inflicted this time. Extra plant? 3 plants for Hart. Objective everywhere. Gage going for the cut. Stun check out. Nothing. Careful. Repeat this one. Good shots from Isaac. Now that they know, here come the stuns, and here comes surely an additional challenge. That nade will help. Isaac, the AR cut down, smoke with a first blood. Oh my god. Oh man, shit.
Sorry to all those who blinked. You might have missed the entire action of that round there. That was out of nowhere, a 4 down, a terrific wipe from West A.
Yeah, that was the minute I stopped talking. It's just everybody's dead. Okay. That's awesome.
Well, West A now back in the lead, up 4-3, back in the driver's seat potentially. But I mean, you called it. I mean, Siren having a great game, actually Gage having a relatively poor game, all things considered by their standards. And the pieces are there for USAFE to take this perhaps in around 11. Just want to make sure not to let West A steamroll through another round. A 5-3, you'd think that's going to be a little bit too much of a mountain to climb. For USAFE, they want to go huge now and make an offensive round work, because then they can make a defense work. And all of a sudden, you could find yourself 5-4 up from this position. So huge getting through around the back with a first blood.
Player 6 and 2 are around each other. That's Hale and Raleigh at the moment. They just skate out. But smoke goes down in the process. Both teams reverse on each other and then basically flip sides. I think Hale got eyes. He did. He has dead silence if he wants to pop it. Tough to do. Almost got the better of Raleigh. 1v4. Nice shots. Not enough to clean it up, though. And oh no, it's Hale last alive. And not for long. We got ourselves another tie game here in the S&D 4-4. Bit of an audience there as well in the venue. Love to see it.
When you say if you aren't letting this West A side breathe, continuing to ramp up the pressure, pulling it back, and now going on the defense. West A needing to play their best card here against USAFE, which I wonder will that get into their head, because again, with the greatest respect, USAFE have not been at their game through all of this championship here. So the fact that West A are struggling so much, is that going to start eating away at them in terms of how they think their chances could fare out going forward? Maybe that's a little bit thinking a little bit too far forward, but West A, I'm sure, thought they had an easier job on their hands here going into the back half of this S&D.
Two and 5 for Kuzo. The only player, well, Gage 3 and 6, but really, I mean, they haven't, even those kills have not been costing. That is shaky shots from Isaac, and he got turned on. Oh, Hale. That's going to live on for a little bit. Siren shoots at a dead body, gives away her position. Uh-oh. Things are starting to collapse here. USAFB feeling the nerves just a little bit. Hale picks up another advantage again. 3v1. Around the fence line, not for long. Oh no. A round that I think USAFE would like to forget.
Yeah, a round perhaps where the pressure did get to them, as you say. Shaky shots. Hale now 12-6, having a phenomenal game, just getting the job done against Gage. And yeah, it's not looking good now. That was a pivotal swing round and whatever about losing it, but they lost it in a way where it seemed shaky, it seemed jittery, it seemed all of the above. It seemed like a team who perhaps aren't there to handle the pressure. Of course, potentially 2 rounds to prove us wrong in that, but they need to take us all the way to around 11.
This first blood's going to be everything in this round, man. You can't give away a free look if you're US AFE. Bonus does get a stun check. That helps. Couple of trades. Here we go. 3v3. What a read from Hart. Good God. 3v2. Last alive. Brawley and Isaac.
The job potentially nearly done here. Isaac being dropped. And just like that, West Alpha taking the victory. 6-4. Incredibly strong performance all around. And yeah, the back few rounds just looked like a whole different beast to get the job done. Again, you say if he made life awkward, they made it shaky. But Hart and Hale specifically outperforming. Hale with 12, Hart with 11. And towards the end, I mean, not to quote Celine Dion, but my heart will go on. A 3 spree towards the end, I think is what she actually meant to say, is the full version of that song. But Hart absolutely slamming towards the very end, backing up Hale and putting the nail in the coffin to make the series look like a very difficult one, returning to score for our map 3.
I mean, man, it just... This was a back and forth affair until round 9. And it felt like the pressure maybe got to USAFE a little bit. Isaac with some shaky centering. Siren shoots a body in the corner that kind of gives away the entire defensive setup. But this was the start. It was a 2-0 lead, a hot one at that, and then all of a sudden we start to see some counter punches come out. USAFE realized that they can go toe-to-toe in terms of slaying with this team. They pick up the pace a bit. Isaac starts to go on a bit of a spree. Siren's playing really great in the corners. She's doing a phenomenal job watching the cross, and all of a sudden this team turns it around. We have a back and forth affair, 3-3, 4-4, right here, tie game. And then just slowly started to lose their grip on the series. And as they did, I mean, that was enough of an edge for the rest of the team on Conus West A to get the job done. As, there we go. I was going to say, I know she got more than 1 kill. There we go. 6-9 for Siren. Had some phenomenal reads, specifically at mid-map, to get this series tied up between rounds 8, 9, and 10. 11-5 for Hart. But in the end, just needs a little bit more consistency, a little bit better of an underhand from your ARs. And just unfortunately not their way this time. Down 2-0. And a tough loss for sure, but surely it feels like a squad that, at least, I mean, luckily for that overload coming up, it's not a direct hard point, right? So you get a chance to at least play a little bit more methodical through this TDM / control / dom / CTF / blitz if you want it. Like, it gives you an opportunity to still control your destiny to an extent, but it is a respawn. And with that, backs against the wall. Have to wonder if another sweep is in the cards.
Unfortunately, I'd say it feels like it, because I think with Scar, they could hold on for a while. They could cause the damage, you know, maybe even get a couple of decent offensive opportunities. But I think it's a term we've often been using in Rocket League. But it feels like it's a case of, for this one, in my predictions, it'll be a case of when it rains, it pours. I think once that initial capture goes through, if West A are able to get it, they'll make sure to get it down the lane where they can relay it. They probably will find a lot of success just continuing to barrel down on the spawns. The best opportunity will be for you safely off the back of that to play the reset towards the third overload, to try maybe pull it back at a 2-1. But at that point, you're playing for the hard reset. You're playing on the back foot, and they're a side that can play from the back foot. We have seen that in this series, but I just think the slaying power now going into an overload is simply going to be too much.
It might be. It really might be. Well, at this point, again, like we said many times throughout this weekend, you're down 2-0. You have nothing else to lose. Let's send the house. We got an overload coming up, and with that, we got a break now ready for us on this side of the broadcast. When we come back, we continue on here with the conclusion of this series on the lower bracket. One team has to go home. Who will it be? We'll find out in just a couple minutes. Welcome back, folks, to the 2026 AFG World Championship. I'm Spaceman, that is Upcast, bringing you all the action here as we have ourselves, again, another 2-0 series where we could be staring down the barrel of a sweep, and if we are, the question just comes out. If you're USAFE, is there any reason to hold anything back here? Is there any reason to not, whether it's we're changing up roles, we're pulling up 4 NPCs, 4 M15s, throw something at the board. It's got to stick, because right now you're down 2-0, and with Overload coming up, you know the deal. You know what that means, Zeb.
Yeah, well, look, I think that what they've been throwing at this game has kind of stuck. I mean, look, we go back to the Scar hardpoint. That was a dead even game until the switch around to where it was essentially 150 points uncontested. I mean, the flip around towards the second batch of respawns or second batch of rotations was incredible. And then going to the S&D, it was a back and forth. USAFE have surprised me with how much they've been able to stay in this game. Granted, it just hasn't been enough to actually see them through any of the maps. But with Scar Overload, they've played a good game. I don't fancy their chances. I think it could be rough, but I think in terms of what they have to offer, I wouldn't say that they're in a position where what they need is a big change up. I would say it's more so they just need to find a way to give a little bit more of what they have been given. Try and figure out early what is the weakest position for them, who's the player pulling the weakest numbers, and try and cater to them getting to pull their numbers up the most. It's like they're close to finding something and it just hasn't been there. Like, I feel like if they repeated, especially that Hacienda Search and Destroy, maybe learning from the mistakes, there'd be a W there for them. That's how close the margins have been. And for USAFE now, I worry about them, but I wouldn't be the most critical of their game because, again, I think we've seen them come close on multiple occasions here.
Close, but no cigar. That's been kind of the theme this weekend for a lot of teams.
Yeah,
Unfortunately,
it really
you gotta get that cigar now. This is do or die. What will come of it? What will it bring? Wait for the players to get good in the lobby. Feels like, I mean, honestly, of all the series we've had today, but really this weekend, or this week I should say, this tournament, of all the matches to be 2-0 that felt like really were much closer than the scoreline would show, this really does feel like it could extend. I mean, it's such a close S&D. The hard point up until the last 3 hills on the second rotation was, dead even. It really feels like we're just one big breakout away from USAFE extending the series.
It's certainly possible for them, and I am rooting for them getting this map 3 underway to put up the best fight they can. So many of these teams in the losers bracket have been going huge for their last hurrah of the championship, and perhaps USAFE can take us to just one more map, but so far it's not looking great. We're seeing West A already getting pushed up. Isaac Cod trying to play a little bit of a rescue, rotating back, but Hale is in a very, very dangerous position. Isaac Cod, though, with the second, helped with the third. O'Reilly picking up the kill, and Smoke's trying to get round the back, and I really got to commend Isaac Cod's performance there. The way that he rotated back around was huge. Trying to force that EMP out, it might just be prolonging the inevitable. They're in a lot of trouble as Hale descends to rain down chaos, and that EMP runs its way through from Hart. Hale picking up the 7th before he gets dropped. Hale and Smoke already combining for about 12 kills to begin with in the first minute and a half.
He was almost on streaks, too. He was close to a hellstorm. Good lord, Hale and Hart are on a spree. Smoke, able to punch it through. They've been able to capitalize on both zones to start. A and B do not last long in the likes of Conus West A. For USAFE, had a couple of good sprees out towards mid-map. Now it's just about restructuring their defense, making sure they can get out of spawn. You're down by 2. Nothing to be worried about. Have to stop some of the bleeding, sure, but you have to focus on getting out of spawn first. When we see it in Rocket League, it's like get boost, get the ball, get off the backboard. This time, establish a front line. Your defense is falling too quickly. And we're continuing to relay this EMP right into the zone. Surely not another quick round. Siren will shut it down. Comes up big in a huge moment and is able to escape. And finally, a moment for USAFE just to breathe.
it's about time. But I mean, Hale at 11 already. Hale has been non-stop, and Heart and Smoke not too far behind. I mean, you could look at Kuzo being 1 and 3, but that's purely because you only have 2.5 minutes gone in this game. There's only a certain amount of people you can shoot at, and Heart, Hale, and Smoke are simply killing them all. Another 3 down, and the EMP resets to mid, but West A in complete control. They have decided it's time that we get this job done, as they look to get one more wave of blue in the feed to send this one on through to the B site and get the job done.
My God.
And they have it. 3 minutes is all it took. Less than 3 minutes to get the first half of this overload all done. West A have ascended to the next level. Yusefi crumbling under the pressure. A Scar overload requires discipline. It requires an ability to get your initial picks to get out of your spawn. But the pressure being applied right from the bat from West Alpha has been too much to handle.
I mean, they left Smoke by his own. Heart, Hale, and Smoke each had a chance to play spoiler in their spawn, and they did. I mean, again, that's the thing. It's like when you have one person kind of cherry picking, overextending into spawn and just being a bully. That trap is either you answer it or you don't. And right now, there has not been an answer from USAFE. Siren's been contributing at mid-map, being able to find a couple of picks in that cross, and that's helped them get at least the EMP out of dodge. But, you know, waiting for Rolly and Isaac to start picking up the slack as well. It's a team effort across the board, and right now, Hale is on a heater, and they're punching it through. This entire series might be done in 30 seconds if this spree continues.
Yeah, we could be seeing one of the quickest overloads we have seen all championship here. 5-0 already, only 30 seconds gone in the second half. Hale with 2, Kuzo with 1. It's another 4 down. It's another free path to A, and it's overload number 6. No, it's not. Gage with the nade. Talk about a hero play. Will it count for much of the end up? Most likely not, but that is how you rescue a dire situation. Heart,
Absolutely.
Hale, and Smoke, though, I gotta say, 11 and 8, 19 and 9, 13 and 5. Dear God, leave some kills for the rest of us.
Yeah, they're kind of, what is that, boy, 44? Yeah, 44 kills in combined in one side in the minute of overload. I mean, that's pretty good. That's pretty good.
What is the math on that timing? It was within 3 minutes of the first half and then a minute and a half of the second half.
Yeah,
So within
so
5
basically
minutes,
around.
they've got 44 kills. Or
Yeah,
at least
they're getting
eliminations.
10 kills a minute. Like, what do you do?
Oh
What do
my
you do?
God.
If this was control, if they're getting 10 kills a minute in control, we would be done now. I mean, it's, you know, 30 overall lives. It's a historic pace. It's like Atlanta phase level. So, yeah, this is a pretty one-sided affair, unfortunately. USAFE, I mean, they have battled back. They have been able to at least recoup some of their positioning to at least have some presence on this side of the map. But it might be a little too late.
Oh,
It's
just
just
about
non-stop.
stopping it. I thought they were going to get that through for number 7. I'm surprised
Isaac.
they stopped it. Isaac's been a great, you know, I will say about Silver Linings, it's not been a great showing for you, Safety, but Isaac has been a great player, and he always has been for this side. He's been the star player, but I've really enjoyed watching him once again in this series, and now with the streak gone through, that is going to stop Siren from getting anywhere near with that EMP to even cut out any semblance of hope that might have been left over. 2.5 minutes left to go, halfway through the second half, the final quarter, if you will. Again, yeah, I know the Americans love quarters in their games, you know me. I'm the soccer fan, I'm used to just the halves, but West A in this final quarter look nailed on to get the job done. They may not get the job done early, but they don't need to. They've practically guaranteed moving on, and Yusefi have 2 minutes of Call of Duty left to enjoy this championship.
You know, I don't want to say that Conus West have pulled their foot off the gas, but it's such a shame that for USAFE, they finally start to look like they're able to control the map now. Finally getting some drives on the board here. Though they do get stopped short of the goal line. The kills are falling. Siren able to pick up another. 14 and 17. Hale over the top picks up 2. But this is much more of the affair we had expected to see. Unfortunately for them, still down by about 6. And it's not going to slow down anytime soon. It's another 2-piece, but where's the advancement? Up the map. Need more numbers. Kuzo there to shut it down. Gets chowed out towards P1. Isaac will get cut quickly. Oh, better shots around the edge. Gage and Rolly combining for 2. Kuzo
That's a
lines
4.
both up on a collat. Okay. And yeah, that might be a GG's right there.
Not even going for the EMP. They're just going to go up to try and get another wave of kills. Maybe just realizing they're on for an all-time heater here of an overall kills count on a control. It's been clean. It's been clinical, methodical. How many other descriptors can we throw in there? You can throw all of them in. It's been that for West A. Having their best performance yet on the Overload, leaving the best to last of this series. And I mean, if you were to turn around and I mean, if someone's just watching this map alone and you were to turn around and say, hey, you say if we made some game of it in the first half of map 1 and for most of map 2, you'd be laughing. You wouldn't believe it. I mean, the turnaround here has just been huge. West A is stepping up multiple levels.
They really have. It's just been about the score. Another 4-man wipe. Likely number 7. Oh my god, that's 8 straight kills. And it will be. Doesn't matter if we go the distance or not. It's GG's. And unfortunately for USAFB, their run in the tournament here at the World Championships in 2026 comes to an end. Conus West A sweep their way through in the Overload. I mean, 4 minutes in, this game was done.
4 minutes in, the game was done, or a minute and a half in, the game is done. It depends how positive you want to be, but all that matters is that West A blitz their way through, get the job done. Another sweep in the day as they set themselves up to go forward on a fantastic run. The scary thing about all this is, right, and what should strike fear into the hearts of their future opponents. I mentioned that in halfway through that map number 2 that maybe they'd feel a little bit sore, the fact that a team like USAFE was giving them such a game, right? And that would maybe worry them going into the future games if they were to make them. They have made them, and they have had a statement map to show, like, hey, we were way better than these guys at the end up. With the greatest respect, we had what it takes to beat them and beat them easily in the end. So don't be thinking you have an easy game against us next just because our first 2 maps were a little bit slower. That was a dominant statement of a map 3.
It really was. It was a fist bump kind of game all the way around. It was a sweep in moments where it felt like we were finally getting a real series on our hands. And gotta think, after the performance that Hale had, especially in this Overload, I need to know what that man is thinking after this series. They basically punched their way through this 5-game set and do so in almost record time in the Overload and keep their hopes alive here in the championship at the lower side. Keep on moving. With how grueling of a gauntlet it can be, a sweep at this stage is nothing to sneeze at. Very, very important win. But I want to give credit to USAFE. I mean, there were multiple times in this series where they were starting to kind of get pushed back, and it felt like they could have just leaned in and given up, but they didn't. I mean, the Overload, yeah, they were down by 4 or 5 points. They started to get their game plan online later in that second side, and the S&D was close for a fair. The hard point was close up until the second set of rotations. The USAFE put on a much better showing today than they did in the start of the tournament, and that is still something to take note of.
Absolutely. I've been loving this, as I've said before, from the teams that have started in the lower bracket, giving their best games right at the very end, giving everything that they've got, leaving it all on the line. And ultimately, I think USAFE, coming into this one, recognized the class that was around, and I never really thought they would be a team after seeing them before that could make a championship run. However, they were a team that could make life difficult, and I was unfortunate, and I was upset that I wasn't seeing them making life as difficult for teams throughout the course of the championship. But today, they have made life difficult. Yes, it's a 3-0. Yes, it's a sweep. Yes, the score Overload wasn't great, but they went in. They played pretty decently in the first map, even though the scoreline mightn't suggest that. It really was just a blitz towards the end of that map, but they held their own for a long time, at one point taking the lead going into the second set of rotations. And then the Hacienda Search and Destroy really could have gone their way if it wasn't for shaky shots, and as we alluded to, perhaps pressure getting the better of them as we got into the back stages of that S&D. So they were a team that took a really strong side in West A, and at the very least proved that you could give them a game, you could make them bleed, and again, what West A were maybe worried about, make them look slightly weaker to the rest of the bracket of which West A hope to compete against. So you have to give massive credit to USAFE for doing that, and give them massive commiserations for the defeat, because I still think they played a very good game given what they were able to bring to the table.
Yeah, they absolutely did. And look, that's kind of, for a lot of teams, that should be the takeaway this week, is given what you were handed in this tournament and what you had to face, do you give us what you have? Do you give us the spark of the teams that qualified for a reason? Absolutely did there. We was AFB, and I hope that they feel confident about that. But for us here, we're confident. We got an interview down on the floor with Hale, and I got to know what this man's thinking after that sweep. Take it away.
Welcome back to the floor. I got Hart with me from Team West Alpha. That was a really heartfelt match between you, Safey. You sent them home. What was the competition like out there?
They're a really good team. They came all the way over here from Europe, so a long way to go. They're really good. I don't think they showed the true talent they have here, but that's all right. Sometimes that just doesn't happen at an event. But they are a good team. Just had to come out with the 3-0 though.
Absolutely. I mean, you're down in the lower bracket, right? So if you lose, you go home. If you win, you advance on. What are you guys going to do in preparation for your next match?
Preparation for our next match, honestly, I just think that we didn't have a very good day yesterday. And Pools just showing out against Mountain. Really, it's just going to be setting the tempo early, playing fast against them, not letting them get too loud or too hype against each other. So, yeah, it's going to be playing fast against Mountain. Absolutely.
They're one of those teams that can just steamroll. Once they catch their momentum, they're hot, right? But if you can keep them cold, I think you can maintain that control and suppress them a little bit. Going back to our audience, you got anything to say to the audience or to the rest of the competition throughout the weekend?
We made it to grand finals in Conus. We're ready to beat Mountain, kick them out of the tournament just like we did at Conus. Artie, I'm coming for you. You're standing right by the camera, but I'm coming for you. And, yeah, we're going to beat them. Should be 3-1, 3-0.
Well, we're going to stay tuned. We're going to stay locked in here in the Passion Pit. Hopefully that is the outcome. And watch out, Mountain. Back to you at the desk.
Yeah, I like that little 3-1, 3-0. Okay, I see what's going on here. You can't fool me. I think we're in for some spicy finishes, man. But if you're that confident and the way you should be playing, you rightfully so. It's going to be an interesting championship Saturday tomorrow.
Oh, it really is. And I mean, look, I love the way he spoke there, giving so much credit to his opposition, which I absolutely love, and recognizing the travel that they've had to go through just to even get here. I love that. And given the comp as well, just showing the history that they have the ability to beat whoever is ahead of them right now, and they will be looking to do so again. Massive congratulations to them on an absolutely terrific performance. And next up, it will be back over to Rocket League for a derby between the Mountain sides. I really cannot wait to get into that one, Spaceman. How about you? How are you feeling about the next games, the final 2 games of the evening?
I'm excited, man, because we got Rocket League to kind of break up the pace here just a little bit, give us a refresher, something different, and then we rounded out with COD lower semis, Conus Mountain versus Conus West A, which will be a barn burner of a match. But Conus Mountain A versus Conus Mountain B for the Rocket League lower semis, excuse me, and that will be coming up after a commercial break. It's going to be fun to talk about. So, without further ado, you guys know the drill by now. We're going to jump in for a quick pause. When we come back, we continue on with the last match of Rocket League, the last best 7 here today for day 3. I don't know what I'm doing with my hands. Let's jump to a break. When we come back, we'll keep it going.
We're here live with the Black Ops 7 USAFE team. We're able to sit down on the couch, kind of get to know the players, get to see what kind of experience they're having. Starting with you, Rolly, what was it like coming into the venue, seeing the competition live at the championships? How has it been for you and your team?
It's been a great opportunity to come here. I will definitely say I never played against them online, but you just got to be a different animal on land. I mean, it's different when the nerves hit you. I'll definitely give props to the other team and my team as well. They're nasty. So, yeah, that's about it.
Yeah, heartfelt competition. And I'm here with Gage. He was also able to make it out to the World Championships for the first time, right? Absolutely. Yeah. So tell me a little bit about what it's been like for you, your family, and your experience here at the World Championships.
Yeah, so coming to this has been awesome. All the people that have been involved and put these tournaments together have been really, really great, and especially doing the regionals at England and then coming here for the World Championship to Travis. It's allowed me to travel in places I've never thought I'd be able to go before, doing something that I really enjoy, which is gaming and hanging out with my friends. So, and my family's back home in Germany, so my wife's holding it down. She's got 2 boys there giving her a rough time, and then a third on the way. I've got a little girl coming. So it's definitely hard being away from them, so hopefully they'll get to come out to the next ones. If there are any more AFG tournaments, hopefully there are. And yeah, it's just been a great experience overall, and awesome for me.
Well, it's been a pleasure having you. Shout out to the wife, holding it down back home, and congratulations on having a new one. Back to you, Rolly. We want to just talk about what Air Force gaming to you and what is going on over in the USAFE region, Call of Duty or not Call of Duty. How has Air Force gaming benefited you in the USAFE area?
Before I joined the military, I was just playing Call of Duty, playing Challengers, but I stopped doing that for about a year to go through BMT and tech school. But joining the Air Force, I mean, I didn't even know that. I mean, I knew the Air Force gaming existed per se, but I didn't really find myself in a position to think I would do it again. But I mean, Gage and Isaac reached out, and I mean, I guess I told this to him yesterday or the day before, that I said when one door opens, or one door closes, another one opens. But I mean, it's great. But out in Aviano, where I'm stationed at, it's not really big for gaming per se, but I will definitely say the whole Europe as a whole is definitely a big gaming community. So, but I guess being online keeps us connected and allows us to give each other a motivation to keep playing, and it opens up new doors for us. So, yeah.
Well, I appreciate it, Rolly. I mean, it's a little bit segregated, or not separated. I'm over in the Pacific. You guys are over in USAFE. You know, Conus gets to play together all the time as well. But we do share that one common ground of our Discord and our gamer tags. We're able to play with each other around the world. So it's been a pleasure to get to know you guys. I appreciate you guys coming out to the event. And that's going to do it for them. The USAFE team, the Call of Duty team, unfortunately is going home early. But we'll be able to stay back. We got a lot more games to play off stream. So, casters, we're all done here. We're throwing it back at you.
It's so wholesome, dudes having a kid. Congratulations to all of our competitors who obviously are living their best lives and competing in COD at the same time, which is the beauty part of esports, is that we have so much intense competition and so much of our limelights focused on the competitors themselves that it's nice to highlight the people behind the controller, and it's great to hear that things are going pretty good. But they were absolutely right about one thing. I will say that the nerves on LAN are different. It's a different environment. This is still something a lot of people are still figuring out for the first time, that LAN can make you shake a little bit.
It absolutely can. It can make you shake, and the pressure was kind of there to see at times with from time to time with the way they played. But look, ultimately at the end of the day, what matters is the camaraderie part of it. We've talked about it multiple times over the course of the championship, just bringing all these people together to play. And you know, we both have a lot of experience in esports space, man. You know yourself, esports, as great of a place it can be a really toxic place at times. And sometimes you need a reminder of why you're doing it, why you fell in love with it to begin with, and having moments where they sit down for interviews like that, you know, it really just reminds you, like, oh damn, yeah, that's why we do it. For people being brung together to go to these events, defense, to have fun, and to be able to, again, while pursuing other careers with, let's say, the Air Force, still chase other passions in the likes of competitive gaming, for example. So absolutely fantastic. Really glad to hear that interview, and they were a pleasure to cover, not just here but in the USAFE championships as well, where I got to see them before. They were they're absolute fantastic team, and wishing them all the best. But of course, as we take a look at the bracket there in the Rocket League side of things, where we're moving on next, it is the battle of the rivals, the derby game once again. Conus Mountain A versus Conus Mountain B coming up on broadcast right here and now. And I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but as far as I remember, when these teams played each other before, it was actually a clean sweep for Mountain A. This was back when we were seeing Mountain B be really shaky. But I think that was the first game of the day on day 2, and now this time around, I think Mountain B are a little bit more warmed up than they were the last time. So I'd be shocked if this ended up as another sweep.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It was a full sweep for Mountain A, and the question was, because we had just come off of that series with Buck hitting those resets, and we were like, okay, this offense, we know what to expect. They came in and they looked so flat. Like the defense was jumping at balls. It looked like they were unsure of how they even wanted to approach a two-man hit up field, even if they had your two strikers in position to shoot. There was nobody getting rebounds. And Mountain A surprised us because they were a team that also kind of struggled in their first series. And we come into that match, it was the first one of the day, and Fruit Loop was dominating. J-Dubs, Jimenez were also just everywhere on the field when it came to picking up those rebounds and clearing off the backboard. It was a full team effort, and Mountain A completely dominated, and it was a surprise. So since then, obviously Mountain B has turned things around, but yeah, last time we were here, it was a sweep, and it was still a best of 7. Same for all these players, all these teams going through a best of 7. They know that it's going to be a long series. They understand what it's like to pace themselves here, but I don't believe we'll be in for the same kind of sweep results as we had earlier. Question will only be, what version, I think, of Mountain A do we get? Because we've seen a little bit more of Mountain B now as they've been able to warm up, play through a bad loss, and then get better and better as the weekend's going on. For Mountain A, we know accuracy is one of their strong suits. We know that they love to go for infield passes. We know specifically they try to play that cheeky offensive third pass into a redirect towards the net. They love being able to skirt it under the crossbar. The big question will just be, if you take away those opportunities, those looks at midfield, what do you get then? If you are Mountain West A, or excuse me, Conus Mountain A, and for Mountain B, can you take those opportunities away and make the game more of a sidewall pressure game? So this will be an interesting one for sure. Buck, Sir Sisley, Monk, and definitely going to need Monk to be as effective as Sir Sisley and Buck in this one. Everybody needs to have their hand on the ball to be able to punch their way through this series and to get into a lower semis.
You know, you talk about what version of Conus Mountain A we get. I would actually put that on its head and say I'm curious about the version of Conus Mountain B. I want to see what we get from them, because Buck and Sisley, they rely so much on them because they are really phenomenal players, but relying on two, I think it's a case of a very solid, incredibly solid 3 versus an unbelievable 2 in regards to this derby. And what I get from that is that, you know, when you're very good as a 3, someone can have an off game, but you still have enough as a 3-0 to get the job over the line. If Buck is slow for Mountain B, if Sizzler is slow on Mountain B, then all of a sudden you could end up practically reliant on one person to pull you through against a side who's very comfortable passing around each other, who can catch you in off positions. I mean, we talked about it earlier in the day. Mountain B, they're great at linking up in these sort of awkward, fast-paced, high-intensity passes where they fly it to each other to go down for the slam downs or shots, whatever it may be. Mountain A, they just they constantly prop the ball into awkward positions, and they're making sure that they're always in the right position to capitalize on the awkwardness that they cause the defense. It's two contrasting play styles, and I will honestly say, except for the grand final, in terms of whoever those teams may be and what we would maybe predict that level will be, I would say that it's the battle between these two teams is the most interesting out of all the Rocket League teams we have in this championship. And I feel like the last time we saw them compete against each other, because of the shakiness of Mountain B to begin with, we didn't get to see what this series truly has to offer. Hopefully we get to see that this time around.
I hope so too, man. I want this series to be a star-studded affair. I want fireworks. I want multiple goals per game. I need something. Yeah, you get them here right now. We're ready to go. I don't blame you. I'm excited for this one. I'm sure that the players are ready to go as well. With that, get your predictions in the chat now if you have any to give, I'm sure, as we always do. Remember, once again, that we are entering the final few matches of the day here. We will have our Rocket League lower semis and our COD lower semis right after this, and that will be the end of day 3 of this World Championship. And man, we are starting to get down, like we said, to that elimination match where more and more players are being sent home, so every single game matters that much more. And with Rocket League now on the docket, a 7-game series hopefully shortly to follow. Let's hope for the best. Let's get this one underway. Predictions, what we got going on here at the desk? What are you feeling?
This is probably the toughest one to predict out of all of them. I think going off the back of the last time around, I am going to predict Mountain A to take it, but only for consistency factor. I think if you get Buck and Sizzler popping off the way that we know they can and get in that room to be comfortable, they can get the job done. But I just think there's more ifs and buts in that regard. There's more circumstance around that. Whereas I think if Mountain A can simply play their game, it would be enough. But we'll just have to wait and see really with that one, because it's funny though with Mountain A. We've seen Mountain B off their stride. We've never really seen Mountain A off their stride. Maybe a little bit slow to start in terms of taking a couple of minutes to get the first goal through, but they're one of the few sides we've seen where you're not looking at them and questioning them, if that makes sense. You're not looking at them and thinking, oh, they look off form, they're missing ones they shouldn't be missing. It's been their baseline, their average has been incredibly high and consistent.
I just want to see some cool goals, man. That's where I'm at this point in the tournament, man. You're absolutely right. I got nothing to add. I just want to see some cool goals. I know we've seen a lot from Conus Mountain A specifically with some of those finger rolls, and the accuracy has been excellent. Their shot selection's really good as well. Give me more of that and force the defense of Conus Mountain B to have to actually respond a little bit. I don't want to just see free touches off the sideball into a reset. I want to see you have to fight for it. And in the end, I truly believe we can have a 7-game series on our hands, and if we do, we're giving away something. I haven't decided what it is yet, but we'll figure it out by the end of tomorrow. So let's have a good show and a good fun time. Get your predictions in now. Again, thank you so much to everybody who's been participating in this event, and for those watching, making this possible, to all the players who have been logging in every single day for the past couple of days, specifically knowing that it's a long tournament. A four-day tournament is by no stretch of the imagination one of the longer events these players are going to play in. And so it's great to be able to celebrate Air Force Gaming and the competition we have here at the World Championship, and to do so with 2 of the best titles in esports overall, Call of Duty and Rocket League, with Rocket League now finding its last series of the day here for day 3. Winner of this moves on to the lower finals. Very excited for it. Man, we've killed 2 days of action. We've gotten through about I'd say 5 matches today. Final 2-1s. I mean, it still feels like it was a bit of a fast day in some regards because we had a couple of sweeps, but it's nice now that after we've broken this bracket open and exploded the possibilities, where we're bringing it back to a lot of the matches we saw yesterday, like a lot of the brotherly rivalries of Conus Mountain A and B versus West A and USAFE. We're seeing like a lot of similar day 1, day 2 matches come back to the fold, so we get a nice little cap in on these storylines.
Absolutely. And look, while we take the opportunity here to discuss before we get directly into the game, or actually scratch that, we are in just a little bit late. Technical difficulty, unfortunately, but nevertheless, we're here, and it's Mountain B who are in the lead nearly halfway through game 1. They're in the ascendancy, but only by 1. Mountain A looking to fight back, but already it seems Mountain B are more up for it than they were the last time around in this derby game.
Let's see what we got. I believe we already have a goal, and we do, so I wonder if it's Buck. I am curious. I don't know. It was Buck.
It is.
Of course it was Buck. I'm interested to know exactly what the goal looked like. I'm sure we'll get a replay at some point, but again, that's going to be the big question coming into this. It's not just you're going to get a flat-footed offense this time around from Mountain B, but for Mountain A, can you find those same opportunities upfield as you have against other teams? And if you can't, how do you dominate the sidewall when a player like Buck is more than happy to play upfield?
Yeah, a lot that both of these teams are going to have to figure out against each other. Again, one of the most hotly contested teams, I think, series in general, these two. Definitely going to be offering us more than some of the clean sweep we have seen earlier on in the day, as Sizzly takes the shot through the try and double the lead to no avail. Buck keeping it sent back up, and so far Mountain B are playing at a stronger pace. And this is something we know the last time around, where Mountain B seemed to really struggle to adjust to the pace of Mountain A the previous time out. So already setting a pace here. This has been huge for them, as Sisley's going to send that one high, but Andreas is there to deal. Though Sisley getting demoed. That's a very good demo to come through. Actually stops him from getting the cross through properly. And Monkey Man trying to send this one forward. And I've talked about it before with Mountain B. I want to see more from Monkey Man. He could be the difference maker. The huge difference maker is that third player. At the very least, to follow through is the poacher.
Oh, Buck's feeling it, man. Look at this little fade setup. Beautiful 50 off the sidewall. Buck in open space. What a touch. Sneaks it under the crossbar. What a touch.
I think in terms of playing the angles, it is fair to say that Buck is probably the most technically gifted in taking the shots angles wise. I mean, we've seen a lot of great shots from other players.
Him and
we
Fruit
say that
Loop,
other
for
players
sure.
are better all round, but yeah, Fruit Loop as well, actually a great shout being up there. But like some of the angles that Bucks gets on the shots, I would say maybe the accuracy is better for Fruit Loop in terms of making sure it's placed in a difficult position, but Buck will turn nothing into something, really.
Yeah. And that's the danger. I mean, that was the one thing, well, many things, but one of the biggest things missing from their series when they played yesterday was just, you know, Buck didn't have any angles to shoot from, and the entire offense was kind of reliant on him being the catalyst. So I agree with your point about we need to see a little bit more from Monkey Man. I mean, it's one thing to play good midfield defense as he has, and to be there to help support your team, either through infield passes or just facilitating off-ball offense, but you have to find ways to score and create some pressure, especially on the goal line. Could be demos, could be bums. Either way, it's a game 1 win. And Buck for 2 is good for it all for game 1. It's another big time performance from Buck. Conus Mountain B will take game 1.
Ladies, gentlemen, we have a series on our hands. Mountain B answering back beautifully after the last loss against Mountain A. And one of these sides going home again between the Alpha and Bravo. One of them are done after today. So it's a huge do or die. And when we saw these teams the last time around, we had question marks as to why Alpha won the game, won the series in the way that they did. You know, for a lot of the games and how they fallen in the group stage versus how they fell in the bracket, a lot of these results, you know, for lack of better terms, were predictable. Even though if they didn't get to that place in the most predictable fashion, whether it was 3-0s, 3-1s, 4-0s, 4-1s, it all just, the tail of the tape, it all made sense, right? But the one that never made sense to us was how Mountain B struggled so much against Mountain A when they face each other in the group stage. That was one where we felt, hang on a minute, you can't read too much into that one going into this one. There'll be a change happening there. That change has already happened. We're seeing a Mountain B on form. But what I will say about this game, and we credit Mountain B in doing that, we didn't see much from Mountain A in terms of what their game normally has to offer. So we haven't actually seen them start to exude their positives yet. And when they do, they're going to be tough to deal with as well. So for Mountain B, I'd be curious to see for how long can they keep this Mountain A side quiet. Because we also know for Fruit Loop as well, when they start getting going, when the passes start coming through and they find themselves in the right positions, they become very lethal very quickly.
Well, here's a genuine question. Like, did we see more than 2 or 3 shots from Mountain A at all in that game 1? It felt like they were playing defense the entire time.
Yeah, literally. I don't think they had any presence up front whatsoever, in terms of any consistent, dangerous presence at least.
We need more than that. Definitely's got a change going in. See if there will be a massive change. Or is Buck just going to be on a heater today? I mean, you can't stop the mustache on the board.
No, absolutely not. It failed to give him superpowers yesterday, but I tell you what, it's kicked in now as we're seeing some misses come through. But Fruit Loop with a nice shot. That's still going to drop lovely. And what did I say about Mountain A? And what did I say about Fruit Loop? When they get into the right positions as a team, and Fruit Loop especially, they're lethal. Again, just hitting it up in such a manner where it was a real stretch to rise up on that defense and then making sure to follow through into the perfect position. The Mountain A reads are phenomenal. I think the only player who comes close to the reads of Mountain A is Buck on Mountain B to get up into the air for those unique angles that he goes for the shots from. But Mountain A on the overall, they're really good at being at the right place at the right time all the time.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately for the defense, it's not the best clear. You kind of give it right back to him, but to hit the point again. You know, Fruit Loop is just a slice and dicer from midfield. One of the most accurate players, shooters we have in the entire tournament. And she has not slowed down at all. I mean, if you give her an open look, she's going to nail it. It's just nonstop excellence on the field. So for as much work as you do in the first game in the offense for Mountain B, and Buck looks excellent as he does, Mountain A have relied on Fruit Loop's accuracy, and as a striker, she's undefeated right now in the entire tournament.
And the passing play starting to pay off for Mountain A. We didn't get to see them make any passes really the last time out. Now that they've had the opportunity to in game 2, it's led to one of the goals practically straight away as soon as they get a bit of momentum on the ball. And now we're seeing Mountain B begin to panic. They are missing a couple and being slow to a few of these balls that they should not be, especially off the back of the first game. I think maybe just getting a little bit stunned after a couple of early mistakes at the start of this game too, and perhaps in their own heads a little bit. They just need to regain, because we know they're a team that gets shaky, and Mountain A will be happy to capitalize and expose that.
Race to the corner leads way to a grab for the moment. Full boost for the defense. I think Monkey Man's currently sitting on 6 points overall, so need a little bit more of a engagement on the field to at least again make this a full team affair. Either that, if you're going to play third man, really pull them back and force them to slow down and cover the rotations as they should. Buck with a nice clear on no boost into the corner. Still no boost here for Buck. Centers it.
Wonderful.
Tough flick, but still made it work. And right back around. The offense should stay up here.
We know what Sir Sisley can do from these angles as well. Sir Sisley, a player that loved yesterday to be running it up the wall and just tapping it on down. If Sisley gets room, he's a very, very dangerous player. But Mountain A will be making sure to not let him have that as they try to send this one back on up. But J-Dub's there with a good clearance. Buck keeping the midfield line controlled, but ultimately just giving it back to Andreas. That was kind of a road to nowhere, but the hit up in the air protects that ball from going anywhere super dangerous. But Fruit Loop is going to try and push down this cross, and both teams now are just making sure to cover all their bases, not letting anyone get enough time to hammer in a proper cross.
Yeah, they really are covering in every base they can find. I mean, this is just playing poke game from here on out. Tough touch to get into the corner, but still works nonetheless. 22 points for Monkey Man. I mean, that's, again, not something really to harp on here, but it does tell you just how lopsided the team fights have been. And team fight being a strong word. More so, the offensive swing from both teams has relied more on everybody getting a touch on the ball. For Mountain A, for Mountain B, needs something else. It's not working right now in midfield. 2-0 lead. Game 2. Looking at a tie series. Would be one of the rare times in this Rocket League best of 7 we have a 1-1 game. Nice flick. Nobody there. Still a good shot, though. That's in if it doesn't touch. Okay, it won't.
Listen, it has to be said, I've really liked watching this game between these two. We've seen a tale of two games for sure, but we've seen a Mountain B side who have seemed to have course corrected. They started off this game too very poor. Granted, Monkey Man, you want to see more points, you want to see him get into the game more, but in terms of just calming it down, they've improved quite a lot, and drawing out a couple of saves now from Fruit Loop. Even if game 2 doesn't go their way, it seems like they've reset the flow of momentum a little bit, which is going to be massive. Monkey Man trying to get in the way. Huge save, but it's only going to prolong the inevitable. And Andreas coming through with the third and final goal. And as he said, patience. And Sisley with a great save. Monkey Man just kind of caught in a poor position again. Just not turned to face the ball correctly. Kind of facing outwards towards the center of the pitch as opposed to being turned towards the ball. It just was always going to leave him in a tough spot to make that save. And realistically, he's the one that needed to make the save. So not a great moment for Monkey Man. A game he would like to forget. But luckily for them, plenty of time to regain in this series.
Yeah, gotta wonder if it starts to become a liability defensively. There needs to be a change up towards midfield. 3 unanswered goals. And not a lot of points to boot. Buck picks it up again. Maybe one for the road. Clicks it. Better save. Here comes Sir Sisley. Drops it down. Right on target. Bullseye. Now, here's the thing. In the history of Rocket League, the fastest goals we've ever seen have been 2 seconds, but it required a pinch off the kickoff. And that requires good RNG from the Rocket League gods for you to get that spawn. I don't know if we're going to get it. We might. Nope, we won't. So it's going to require more of a miracle. And this time it will not happen. Looked like a chance, but just won't be. 1-1 series.
Hey, listen, I really like that end game from Mountain B. Yes, conceding the third, you could think the heads drop, but no, getting one, reminding them, hey, you may have gotten this game against us, but it's just even Stevens, and we're here. We can still score against you. And I mean, they drew out multiple saves from Fruit Loops, albeit relatively simple saves in the sense of not having to rush to it, you know, not a lot of power in the shots, but still placed well to where Fruit Loop had to be on point. And yeah, look, I think for Mountain B in the end up, it was an incredibly shaky start. They dropped a bit of that momentum from game one, and that could have been a real downer for them, not just for the rest of the game, but for the rest of the series. But I think for the most part, they answered back well. Apart from a few mistakes here or there, that was overall a pretty solid regain. And I think for Mountain B, you'd be overall happy with how the performance went. You know, you take it on the chin, you roll with the punches. But at the same time, Mountain A will just be glad they answered back. I think we're in a situation at 1-1. Both teams are feeling confident.
For sure. And I think that's the important part, is that even if you're in a tough series, as long as you feel like you can make adjustments and make plays, it is just about being able to execute. The only question really I have left for Mountain B is just, can they get more out of Monkey Man? Like, that's it. They just need a little bit more. They need more consistency. Obviously, having an extra striker helps, but defensively, you cannot have a liability back there. So very much looking forward to see what the changes will look like going into the next match. But for Monkey Man, just getting, even if it's just off-ball offense, being able to steal boost or getting more physical, things that can change the dynamic of a game that don't have to be directly on ball. Looking forward to seeing what we get out of that. Beautiful save off the upper 90. Sir Sisley off the start with a hot shot.
And straight away trying to force the issue. Monkey Man getting pushed up into the corner. Not really there, though. The clearance not great. Sisley's going to be able to send it right back on in. Is Buck there to do the damage? Just wide. Sisley following. But the defenders are there. 30 seconds in. It's been all Mountain B on the initial offense. Buck going to send it right back on up. You're not passing our halfway line. As Mountain B look to continue where they left off at the end of that game too. Fruit Loop trying to come through with the clearance. It's Monkey Man with the shot, and it's dealt with, but they are applying that pressure heavily.
Who will be the first to find the back of the net? This read from Sisley might make it close. Buck's going to take it away, or he sets down to do a flip. But race to the corner. Full tank of boost right now for Monkey Man, but Sisley will take it from his own side. Back wall, tough read. And a nice 50 to get it downfield, downrange as well. It just buys the defense some time to get out.
It's super even between these two sides at the moment on that scoreline. 1.5 minutes gone, no goals as of yet. You can feel the tension of this game. This is the first game, I think, in quite a while we've seen in full on broadcast where there's been real palpable tension in terms of not just the stakes of the game itself, but what these two teams have the ability to do to each other. I think, you know, both of these teams realize the jeopardy that's at stake, and this is the first of many games going in to the end of this championship here where it's all going to be on the line and it could go either which way. So really entertaining to see this one. I think it's really invigorated and put a bit of life back into the Rocket League here today, as now with 2 minutes 50 to go, still no goals, but we're seeing Conus Mountain A getting out of their half a little bit more, causing the issue and growing into this one similarly to how Conus Mountain B grew into the game previous. As now they try to pass it on down, but stopping the look at Buck stopping that pass down. How often have we seen Mountain A successfully make that pass down and it lead to a goal? But Mountain B, they're not giving them time to breathe.
This is the time to clamp down. Waterfall. Oh, what a read. Tried to pre-jump it. I like that. Foot race down for Buck. Buck play the boost. Plays it around the ball. Gets a touch. Gets boost with it. It works out. An awkward challenge. And I'm curious if there's just some miscommunication. It looks like it will be. If there's miscommunication between the second and third man defensively for this Mountain B team, because this is, one, an unnecessary touch from Sisley. You don't need to play it back towards your corner when you have a teammate coming upfield with full boost and Monkey. And two, you lead way to another pretty open shot for Fruit Loop. Again, just small things where, like, we were talking about more about Monkey Man being involved, but those are miscues on on defense that you can't be making. It's just that second man, that is not your ball. You have to let your teammate get involved.
And you know, that's, I think, the difference between Mountain A and Mountain B is sides. Mountain A, they have a level of consistency where you don't see that from them. You don't see those mistakes really come through because as a 3, they trust each other, they've got each other's backs. Mountain B are a little bit more all over the place, and that's for the good and the bad.
Yeah.
But hopefully for them, it'll be the good that weighs out in this one. But right now, at a minute and a half, they are down by 1, and they are on the back foot. And we're seeing now hitting into each other. Monkey Man causing issues at the back there. The miscommunications rising. Is the pressure rising from Mountain B, perhaps feeling it as they try to get this one clear. Still within a chance at the very least taking this to an overtime, but they just need to calm it down a little bit as it's been a shaky minute and a half.
That's the right way to put it. Just play a little bit calm, a little bit more calm is the right way to say that. There we go. Nice block though. Monkey Man comes all the way out, sends down range. Offense can stay up. Buck waits for it, but Mountain A are too smart. Pick it up on the infield. Through the 50 we go. Buck trying to extend. Does so. Pass. Sizzly ready for it in the wing. Centers it. Here comes Monkey. Up for the challenge and at least keeps the defense honest on the contest. Take that all to every day. A bit of a back touch from the defense. Scrambling as they try to get control of this ball. And everybody now falling back to the midfield. You have 30 seconds now for Mountain B to find the back of the net. That's a great touch and just a better save from Andres.
Oh, that was a bad pass from Buck, a rare bad pass, but Sizzly's there to deal. Has dealt with 2, but can't deal with the 3rd. Can Monkey Man slam it home? No, that's a horrible miss. Or horrible, a little harsh, just an unfortunate miss, but back down to Buck. That's a great pass to Monkey Man. Sizzly, Monkey following through. They can't get there, so close yet so far. And the clock is going to run down to 0, and Mountain A are going to take game 3 to go up 2-1. That was a lot better from Mountain B towards the end, but unfortunately, too little, too late.
You got to think back as well to what goal was scored. If you don't have that miscue on defense, this is probably an overtime. Like, at what point do you start to, you know, not question, but ask, like, okay, if we're just having trouble getting everybody involved, like we see in COD at times where you have somebody else pick up the flex, maybe somebody else run the sub or AR, just to change up the dynamic. Maybe we have to change their approach or the spread of our strikers on the field, because defensively, we've had some liabilities, and offensively, we haven't allowed Buck to really have the space he needs to be able to go for those types of shots that made him most comfortable earlier in the series. And we haven't seen much of the open double off the back wall from Sizzly as often. So definitely feels like there are some questions for Mountain B to answer going into this next match. Down 2-1, the better spot to be in, faring, again, much more preferred than being down 3-0. But this is a tough spot to be in nonetheless. Again, backs against the wall, you understand what's at stake. And they cannot allow themselves to be committing small mistakes on the defensive end that cost them goals.
Completely agree. I think, you know, it's tough, though, with the dynamic of Buck. We know Buck can get up to a lot of these balls that no one else can. And you know, if you want to give him more room in the offense, you're ultimately leaving him less on the defense. But he's been kind of crucial on the defense at times because, again, we go back to the passing ability of Mountain A, how they send it high and kind of chip it on down and are normally there for each other. It's been Buck that's been stopping those opportunities. You take him off the back line, and all of a sudden, you could see a lot of passes start to go through as you see him there with another crucial save.
On low boost, still fighting forward. That's a man of effort. All the way to the back line, should be picked up, and it will be. Sizzly takes it downfield again, taken away. Times the boost. And nice read all the way to the upper 90, but the defense careens around the crossbar and takes it away. Monkey looking for the double, sets it up, tries to go for the bump, and that's the kind of off-ball offense you need more of, right? Like after following through that touch, go for those bumps, those demos on the goal line. Give your team something to work with in the center box.
I'm watching Buck once again on the keyboard and mouse. I keep forgetting that that's how he plays this game, and it scares me. It scares me what some people are capable of. Trying to get the shot on through there. Not quite happening, and J-Dub's trying to take it up. But Monkey Man causing a bit of pressure here. Buck with the shot just wide of the post. But they're getting closer, Conus Mountain. They're bearing down on this goal. They're desperately looking to even this series up, and I tell you what, they're positioned to, unless Conus Mountain A can start to move up the field themselves. They've not had a lot of offensive pressure outside the initial 30 seconds.
There's a follow-up shot, though. Got to be careful about where Fruit Loop might be at, encroaching up past midfield. Every time you see her circling back to the ball, got to get somebody there to play man-to-man defense. Sir Sizzly's going to let it sky over to the corner. Fruit Loop going. Good challenge from Monkey Man to get there and to take the boost. And take it away. Once more off the back wall. Here goes Buck. Length of the field to work with. Under one. Plays the bounce. Oh, he could have kept going, but leaves off. Right ideas. A little bit too timid for my liking. The offense has it in motion for Mountain B. But they're waiting and pulling back. Doesn't seem like they're quite comfortable yet.
I think with either of these teams, they're not really finding their pure comfort zone against each other. Again, it's why it makes it a terrific matchup. They're really having to work for everything that they get. You know, a couple of goals maybe arguably coming too easy for Conus Mountain A, but for the most part, they've been earning what they get, both of these sides here. That's what's made it probably one of the most entertaining series of Rocket League we have seen in the entire championship. Just over 2 minutes remaining. Sizzly on the ball in the midfield, but only for so long. Buck trying to get a touch, huge touch to send it back out, but Fruit Loop is there, ready and waiting. I'm trying to send this over Sizzly, but Sizzly been great there dealing with those ones as well. Struggling to get out that now though, Mountain B. The clearances haven't been there. No matter where they clear it to, Mountain A are always there just to send it right back up front.
What a catch. Fruit Loop looking for the boost. Buck's going to take it. Can't quite clear it. Hard catch through the corner. Poking it downfield. What more do they have? And again, thinking back to that game too, the question was, if you take away that liability on defense, that one mistake, isn't it a 0-0 game into OT? Well, we're kind of getting that here. Monkey skies it. Picked back down. Rightfully takes the corner grab. Where's the rest of the team? Why are they so pulled back? Mountain B, you have the space. You can move up. You don't have to play so timid.
Oh, J-Dubs with the shot. Monkey Man, though, there with the clear. Is it back into the danger zone, though? Andre is trying to get a touch on through, running at a boost. And a minute left to go, and still no goal here. You'd think one goal would be enough in the decider. And Andre sending it back up. We're going to send it off the backboard, but Buck is there to get the clearance, and that is as much as you can ask for out of a clearance. And now Monkey Man on the chase, trying to make life difficult. Is Monkey Man going to stay up? No, he's going to rotate back out. Get a boost and get set up. Sizzly there, ready and waiting, but Andres is there. Sending it right across the pitch to the other corner. J-Dub slamming it on down. And with 25 seconds left to go, Conus Mountain A just left with a little bit too long on the ball. And how often have we seen that? When the ball gets up into the air, in that position, they'll always have someone there to slam it home.
Yep. If it's a freebie, I'm taking it. And J-Dubs, I think that's their first goal of the series. Comes at a perfect time. Another takeaway on no boost. Are you kidding? Beating Sir Sizzly? It's insane. Hold on now. Play the rebound. All the way through. Looks for a demo on the goal line. Circles back to the midfield. At this point, send the house. You have no reason to keep all three back. Send everybody upfield. Everybody gets a touch. Monkey picks it up. Oh, this is your chance, big dog. Trying to sneak it in. Plays it around the corner. It's centered. It's a beautiful center at that. Right back down. A shot open, but the defense got a hand up in time. And with it, a 3-1 series lead in the best of 7. Again, a 1-0 is the only difference maker here.
I mean, look, the tightest series we have seen by a long shot, and with the tightest series, I think we've just seen the tightest game. It's been a while since we've been watching two teams really actively try and figure each other out, and I think for Mountain A, they've been just simply trying to figure out how can they put themselves in a position to play their best game. And their goal came from one of their power positions, right? As I said, how that ball gets sent up into the air when it kind of allows itself to roll into a position of danger. So often we've seen across all their games of this championship, they'll have someone there for the finish. And as soon as it rolls up into the air, as soon as it's not dealt with, so often we've seen Buck with enough boost before it goes on the drop to get a touch to clear that out before the follow through can come from the likes of J-Dubs. And that is what stopped the storm of Mountain A. But Buck not being able to do it all the time, they couldn't rely on him enough. or relying on him too much, actually, is what I would say. And he couldn't be expected to get all of them. Eventually, J-Dubs is there for the clear. But for Mountain B, you know, even though it was a close game, they weren't offering quite as much on the offense, and it felt like it was going to be coming more so from a counter-attack. And it feels like they're leaning more so into being a counter-attacking side of team. You know, how well can Buck clear it, and then Sisley going up, can he get a tap finish off the backboard? That seems to be the strat for Conus B now, and I don't know if it's one that's going to work. They need to add something more to their game, or I could see this one ending 4-1 here in this game 5.
Yeah, definitely. Just they need a different dimension, because right now what's working is working to the extent of you're staying competitive, but you're not outright scoring. You're not winning. And that needs to change. Over the top, J-Dubs for 2 in back-to-back games. Finds the closer in game number 4. And then game 5 opens up proceedings with a 50 and a little floater.
Yeah, sending that one on through. One of the easier goals they will score. And hopefully for Mountain B, that's not going to be the floodgates open. In 4.5 minutes to rescue their championship here. It's go big or you're done. But for Mountain A, they now can smell blood. The finish line is in sight. But they still need to pace themselves. They need to play the right game, and they cannot take their foot off the gas pedal. Buck trying to send it forward. Not the best touch, though. It's going to allow J-Dubs to send it up. And Monkey Man with a touch that was dangerous. Fruit Loop was there to capitalize on that touch, and it was close. But now Andre's going to send it forward. A demolition through doubles the lead. And the demolition undoing the defense. Mountain A pulling out the Dirty Rocket League at the perfect time, which has allowed them to get through with a couple of great goals to solidify their lead.
If one team won't do it, we will. You're not going to have demos on the other side. There's no reason not to go for it on your end. Make sure you get some security with a minute gone here. And the potential last game for Mountain B in this tournament. That demo is a bit of a statement. And if you score one more and you go up 3-0, I got a feeling we're all but packed up here. There just hasn't been much. Not a response that we expected after game 1. Again, it was a different showing. But since then, Mountain A have dominated. Again, they swept this team last time they played. And Fruit Loop, who has just kind of been a quiet danger the whole time, and allowing J-Dubs to take some shots and others. But that's the thing, is like, even if Fruit Loop is just kind of hovering around the play, every ball she gets, she's put in the back of the net. Like, it's guaranteed money. And that is a threat in and of itself. Creates so much space. And at times where it looks like the offense of Mountain B are playing very relaxed and very hesitant, I'm sure the nerves have kicked in, knowing that they can't play anything other than perfect Rocket League.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think you've hit the nail on the head with that one. Mountain B, I think, you know, that game 1 was such a statement game to say that, hey, you're playing a changed team here. We aren't the shaky side you came up against in game 1 or the last series. But moving on to game 2, 3, and 4, you know, the pressure rising, Mountain A making the adjustments. They've been successful adjustments. And, you know, you're right as well with Fruit Loop. But, look, Andres has been absolutely phenomenal as well for Mountain A. And, you know, so is J-Dubs. Each in their respective roles, I don't think I could take anything away from anyone. That's what's made them such a good squad. But in terms of, you know, highlighting someone who has made sure to be back for so many saves and so many clutch moments, and not only good saves, but saves that clear well for strong offenses, alongside being up there for the offenses, I think that's where Fruit Loop needs a lot of credit as well. We see so many defenders who can get those clearances but never turn them into offensive opportunities. Fruit Loops is sending it forward for those opportunities, and then also being at the end of so many of those opportunities. On the front and back of the pitch, he's really been an all-rounder.
Got a feeling this one might be it. Oh, one for the road, almost. Here comes J-Dubs. Follow-up double. That's a slot. All day, every day. Training packs galore. Come on now. That will be a GG's right there. I mean, if it's open, if it's even remotely open, she's going to slot it.
Yeah, I think the heads have dropped for Conus Mountain B. They gave it their all, but they're all now not going to be enough. Game 6 here of the evening. The final Rocket League game of day 3. Imminently going to be a 4-1 victory for Conus Mountain A. Not the full sweeps we've been seeing throughout the course of the last few days. And not only that, even though it's only a 4-1 and not a 4-2 or 4-3, it is still probably the closest game of Rocket League we have seen between two sides in a very, very long time, if not entirely in this championship. It's been a derby worth the watch, worth the wait the second time round. With Conus Mountain B, I've said it before, but I'll say it again. looking like a far better team in this derby match than we saw the last time around. I think there's been a lot of improvements. I even think you look at Monkey Man, who is, of course, a little bit of the weakest link, but I think he's grown into his own in this championship. He's become a better player. I think still has a lot to learn, but has learned a lot from being surrounded by this level of opposition and figuring out the best way to serve his team. Because I also think, given what his ability is, he's been serving his team well, doing what he can do. Yeah. It is just a case that you'd hope in future he'll be able to do just a little bit more on the pitch.
Yeah, I mean, look, he's giving you exactly kind of what he can, and you work off that. You're able to understand what you get on the back line defensively. You understand what maybe your limitations will be on offense, but you have to make the adjustments. And we just haven't seen those adjustments downfield from Buck or Sisley. It's tough for sure when you're kind of playing 2 strikers only at a time, but there does need to be a change. Almost. Again, anywhere Fruit Loop's at, she's going to try to slot that thing, and has been excellent this entire day. Entire weekend, really. 30 seconds to go before the gentleman's sweep, I guess. But 4-1 series win for Konos Mountain A. Mountain B had a very strong start in game 1, but since then, there it is. Has been pretty quiet offensively until just now, but I got a feeling there's just not enough time left.
No, a consolation prize at the very least. Buck getting one home, and deserving one for how well Buck has played throughout the course of the championship. For being a keyboard and mouse player, he has scored some of the most technically gifted goals I have seen in a long time, and most certainly out of the championship, with only the likes of Fruit Loops really being the contest. But now, hang on just a moment. We start doing the math on this. How long did it take for that goal? 4 or 5 seconds? There's time.
Yeah, they could do this.
There's hope. It would have to be beyond a miracle, but that's a very quick 2 from Buck.
They could do it. It would be a miracle, but they could do it. Hold on. Buck's got to score here. Oh, come on. Reset. Oh, yeah, at this point, you're playing Turtle Defense. You are not getting anywhere near that goal line. Almost a miracle. Half of a miracle. But in the end, just too strong and a valiant showing. It's a GG's all the way down the field. Konos Mountain A will win it in 2 series they play this team. They only drop 1 game. 4-1 final score of the series, and they'll continue to move on for Mountain B. Their run here in the World Championship ends just here in the semis.
And massive congratulations to Mountain A, the victors of the derby, and Mountain B, commiserations the second time out. This was a great watch, and nice to see the fist bumps going through there. I think both teams recognizing that was a great game, but ultimately it wasn't to be. I mean, Mountain B is a team that we've covered a lot in this championship, and we're sad to see him go. You know, the personality, the mustache. I mean, this is the last time we're going to see the mustache on camera. You know, I don't know if I'm ready for that, space man. I needed to hang on to that just a little bit longer, but alas, that was how it was meant to be. And you know, Mountain A, credit to them, they more than deserve to be here at this stage.
I mean, I know we have to give up the mustache, but as long as we get Fruit Loop shooting like that from the field, I think we can have a nice little trade here. I'll take the accuracy all day, every day. The way that J-Dubs really stepped up in the last 2 games of this series, opened up the scoring. Andres was fantastic through the 50s, and again, having a captain who can just put away easy shots, it's like watching the Prime Turbo. It's just clinical down the stretch. 4-1 again, the final score in the Rocket League lower semis between Con US Mountain and Mountain B. This was a dominant showing for sure, and Mountain A will now move on to the lower finals and have a chance to, again, continue their run through this bracket, this gauntlet. Very excited, again, to have our interview coming up. But talk to me, Mountain A, I feel like if Fruit Loop's shooting this consistently and this team is able to put away the freebies, this is a team that can make the finals, no doubt.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, they're a team that can make the finals. But if they make the finals, do they have what it takes to beat the team that's at the very top? That's my question. I don't know if they do, because what I see from their side, in terms of categorizing the whole championship so far, what's made them such a consistent side is because I feel like they're the only side, other than maybe the top side, that has had a baseline of consistency at about 8 out of 10. Like, we didn't see that many goals from J-Dubs in that series, for example, but J-Dubs has been one hell of a player. Simply just been under the radar because of the amount that has been offered across the board from the team, and that it is such a team performance. But in saying that, we go up to the top team. If they make it to the grand final and they find themselves up against Conus West, for example, their baseline almost feels like it's a 9 out of 10. It's a 10 out of 10. Whereas even if you went for Conus Mountain B, it feels like Buck on his day could be a 10 out of 10. It felt like Sisley on his day could be a 10 out of 10. But on the day was the crucial factor. So that's what I'm looking at. I'm looking at like who is going to have that player that is going to fundamentally be able to cause the issue. I think the reason why we see Mountain A cause the issue is because they are so consistently at a high level, but I don't know if they're showing enough, to me at least, where I see them like, okay, that's a 10 out of 10. That is the very, very highest level. Because I think even the moments that we see, like when Fruit Loops is popping off and she's been phenomenal, that is off the back of a team consistent performance rather than individual brilliance that is overall elevating the level.
Yeah, and you need that kind of elevation from everybody on the field to be able to go toe-to-toe into a grand finals. And look, it's going to be a long journey for this team, no doubt, but every single match they take, every single fight they have through these best of sevens is another feather in their cap, a reason why they're here, and a chance for them to, again, prove that into that lower finals, they will be able to handle that kind of pressure. So we're almost ready to get into our interview, and I really hope that, I believe we're going to be talking with Fruit Loop, and I really want to know, like, just simply, how is she so good? Like, I've seen a variety of Rocket League players play throughout the years, but the accuracy that she has is next level. And with that, let's throw it down to our interview. I gotta know, Fruit Loop, how the hell do you do it? She's so good that it's just, you know, it's just so, she's just so talented that the sound barrier is broken. I respect it.
Oh dear. Well, look, it was bound to happen. We've had a lot of terrific interviews throughout the course of the championship. It was bound to happen that the mic would go dead at some point or another. The fact that it hadn't until this point was pretty commendable. But I'm sure we're going to play a reset on that. Of course, we'll let you know what's happening. We would love to hear from her. So we will let you know, hopefully, when we are ready to get back into that interview, as we're being told it will be any second now. So here is hoping. Do you know what normally happens with this spaceman is that we will be ready to go back into the interview as soon as one of us goes to make quite a long-winded filling point of how the game has gone. Like as soon as I start to break down game by game how it went for Mountain A, Mountain B, is when I'll have to cut the point short because the interview will be ready. And I can prove that to you right now. I'm actually going to tempt the gods, tempt a bit of fate here.
Okay.
So,
go ahead, cast your curse.
Game number 1, Mountain B. I think the reason why they had such a good game, they played incredibly well in that first game, catching Mountain A off guard and the way that they played. And look at that. I get it in the ear. Didn't even get the first point out.
Oh, you little devil. Let's throw it down to the interview real quick.
We're live. We're back. Mountain Alpha was able to get the W. I'm here with Fruit Loop. Fruit Loop, lock in. Lock in. She was able to dominate the competition. She was able to have fun while doing it. Fruit Loop, how'd it go out there?
You know, they had us in that first game, but we switched something up, and we came out swinging past that, and we took it no problem.
Had you in the first half, not going to lie. But other than that, it was a pretty quick game. And I think a lot of your games have been a little bit faster. What has it been like to be steamrolling a lot of your games outside of maybe the one that you did lose?
It's been pretty great, honestly, especially since we're all like the Space Force. We're a Space Force purely team. And it's kind of great just trumping on all these Air Force teams, man.
Representing the Space Force, representing the lady community. Love to see it, Fruit Loop. You're doing phenomenal. Going into our last couple matches, right? Tournament's almost over. I know you're hungry. We'll get to it in just a second. But I know you're also hungry for more W's. What is it going to be like for these next couple of matches for you guys to conclude the tournament?
So I think we have Central next coming on tomorrow, and I think we're ready for that rematch after the beginning of today because they took those games from us, no problem. But I think tomorrow we're going to definitely put up a much better fight than we did today.
Absolutely. I appreciate it, Fruit Loop. Thank you for coming on, and I appreciate you taking your time, your lunch break. You know what? Go ahead. Dig right on in. While she continues with her lunch and while we have another great game, casters, we're going to throw it back to you for the rest of the competition.
Yeah, man. When you got a striker like that, you got to keep him fed. That's what I'm saying all day, every day. Welcome back into the broadcast. Spaceman Zepp with me, and this has been a full day of action down to the final series of the day. None of it would be possible, first and foremost, follow my finger, without the likes of the USAA, because it was founded over 100 years ago by 25 military members on a mission to take care of their own. You can learn more about the USAA at USAA.com. That is USAA.com. We wouldn't be able to do what we do without them, so we thank them for doing what they do so we can do what we do. I am so excited for the last match of the day, man. It's going to be a fun one. We just watched the conclusion of Rocket League and one of the best strikers in the venue doing what they do best, and now it's time to simply get through one more best of 5 here for another day. I'm excited to get into it. Talk to me how you're feeling. We got Conus Mountain versus Conus West A and Conus Mountain going head to head. One best of 5. Now you have a feeling this one could be a bit of a long series. Tell me what Nostradamus prediction is that? Talk to me.
Well, the reason why I think it's going to be a long series is purely because of the fact of where these teams were placed in the group stage, right? You know, you had Conus West A sitting at 2 and 3, whereas you had Conus Mountain sitting at 3 and 2. So they're kind of as close as they could be to each other. Of course, going actually against how they fared out against each other, I actually don't quite remember how that particular game went. I think it was Conus Mountain, actually, that took the win 3-0. So it was a sweep, but what we have seen from a lot of the teams who have found themselves maybe on the losing end of the losers bracket, shall we say, the teams that have felt like are going to be the ones that are struggling from that position, they have made a huge fight when it's been this do or die losers bracket position. So look, with Conus Mountain, we know how good they are. Revenge, Artie, Axis, Kimura, when they are firing all cylinders, especially Artie and Revenge, I mean Revenge in particular from the last series we saw them, they are truly next level, but they're going against opposition, and we saw the opposition's trash talk as well from their previous game. They're feeling equally confident in their ability to come away with it. So just because it was a sweep the last time round, I think by no means does that mean it's going to be a sweep this time around. I think if there's ever a series coming up that is left in the Call of Duty side of things here in the World Championship that could go to a Game 5, I think it's this one.
Well, if it is, it'll be one for the ages as it comes down to one more best of 5, and I'm sure the players are excited to get into it, and I know we are as well. If you have predictions, go ahead and get those down in the Twitch chat. And once more, thank you all so much for supporting not only this tournament, but all of these players all weekend long. It is the last match of the day for day 3 of this World Championship, and after that, we have one more day of action to get to tomorrow. We will be crowning a champion here for Black Ops 7 and for Rocket League. Revengeful, Kimura, Artie, and Axis, who were just lights out earlier. Revenge, Axis, talk about having a split between an AR and a sub popping off every single day. Revenge, one of the standout players of this entire tournament. Axis, who was phenomenal on Scar. And man, I can't wait to get into it because this one could be the one that decides so many fates moving forward Very excited for sure. Give me a serious prediction. I don't necessarily need the winning team, but are we going 5? Are we going 4? Is it gonna, like, how close is this thing gonna get?
Yeah, I mean, look, I certainly think there's a 5 on the offing. We could be upset by that, right? Because, I mean, so often we've seen in the Call of Duty side of things where it's a pretty intense, pretty close fought hard point until a certain point. And kind of what's been the running theme of this championship is that we'll see the first half of a hard point be close. One team picks up momentum, and usually what you see is that the S&D acts as a reset point. But what we've been seeing from the S&D is that it's a continuation of the momentum. And then by the time we get to the Overload, I mean, we have seen some absolute humiliating defeats for some teams in the Overload, for lack of better terms, simply because it feels like they're just all out of gas by the time they reach that third mode, where they lose it in the search and destroy. They just never really regain that momentum. So instead of S&D or Overload being the swing points, a lot of the time it seems to be the downfall of these teams. But again, I think if there's any series where that can change, it's this one. And as we take a look at the map, starting off with one that we have not started off with all championship, it's a Sake Hardpoint. Raid S&D and Scar Overload is normally what we have been seeing for the 2s and 3s, maybe a Hacienda S&D instead, but that's fairly by the book. But throwing the book out the window is this map 1.
Yeah, we haven't seen Sake as a map 1. I haven't seen it in months, honestly, and this is one of the first times we really changed it up from either being a Scar or a Hacienda or, good lord, a Colossus. It's almost the end of the year, and what that means, it is almost time, and it is, for our last match of the day. It's a best of 5. It's Black Ops 7. You know the deal. One more series to decide the end of day 3 of this 2026 World Championship for AFG, brought to you by USAA. It's the COD Lower Semis. It's Canis Mountain versus Canis West A. So excited to get into it. And folks, again, leave your predictions available in the chat for those who think they know the future and who's going to win. I just want to see this one go to a round 11 at some point. Could it be game 2, 5? Don't care. Just want to see round 11. I don't think that's too much to ask for anymore. But again, the talking point we had earlier about ARs having to be the X factor, the kind of the engine that gets these teams online, that keeps them moving. I think it's the same kind of situation, especially in Sake, first and foremost, good lord. But like in general, the ARs in this series will dominate and completely write the script if Artie can get comfortable and set up with his teammates doing what they do best, with the likes of Axis playing the way he does. If Axis has a good series and Revengeful is unkillable the way he was earlier, Revengeful and Artie are going to take over. I mean, they're just going to dominate. But with that said, they're going against a championship caliber team on the other side, and I don't want to speak too quickly. But good lord, man, this is going to be a fun, fast series. It's going to be tight, contested for sure. It's going to feel like a scrim, basically is. Very excited to get into it. Cannot wait to see what these players bring to the table. Last match of the day. They're all good. GG's all the way around. And it is time to get into it. Map number 1, Sake Hardpoint. A nice little change of pace here for the final match of day 3.
And you know, with Sake Hardpoint, it's one of those maps, you know, you say it's very AR heavy. I, for the life of me, cannot figure out how this map works as of yet. And that's me as a color caster, right? I'm supposed to be able to break these maps down, have an understanding of how best to play these maps. I don't know what it is about Sake, but since it's come in, I have not had a clue. When it comes to ranked play, I can barely get a win on it. Feels like I make the wrong calls on it all the time. It's my dark horse as a map. I just cannot get to grips with it. But for Canis Mountain, so far, they seem to be having a good start with it. At least clean time on P1. Axis holding down the time. Already staying out with 2 alongside Revenge 3 and O. Revenge has really come into his own in the back half of this championship. You know, it's always been pretty good, but has just gone a level above once again to really establish himself as a top player. And you talked about, you know, needing those extra players to step up to try and make that run to a grand final. If you have Revenge starting to really pull the numbers alongside what Artie and sometimes Axis can do, damn, you have a team in this mountain that could potentially go all the way.
Yeah, really. I mean, this feels like, again, we had earlier kind of a preliminary grand finals appearance. Who was it going to be? This also feels like we're in a similar conversation. That's a little Codcaster glitch. Love to see it. Smoke would be player number 9. 3 and 2. Actually, quite surprised. I do want to give a shout to the fact that Codcaster has, for the most part this weekend, not broken itself, which as a COD commentator for ever, we've had decades of, or a decade I should say, of the Codcaster struggling at times. So very, very grateful that the servers have been on our side this weekend and that so far things have been looking good. It's Hale and Hart trying to combine for a couple, stacking the hill for now. Hart really went inside on the 6-3, working on that Hellstorm. And Sake is a Treyarch standard map, man. It is a brutal, almost like a World at War type map that if you can't figure out as an AR, you can get put in the blender.
Absolutely. And you talk about the callcaster as well. This is what scared me going into next year. Modern Warfare 4 on the horizon. Usually when we have a switch between an Infinity Ward Treyarch or Sledgehammer, that first year is very, very dodgy when it comes to the callcaster. I remember Black Ops 6 having a lot of issues. I remember Modern Warfare 2 having a lot of issues. But when we got MW3, when we got Black Ops 7, a lot of those issues were ironed out. And I'm just very hopeful that going into next year, we're not going to have any massive issues, because the lobby crashes, I mean, as you said, we've been so fortunate not to have any of those this time around. Any issues that there were patched super early in this year, which has allowed us to bring such a monumental amount of uninterrupted, high-intensity, high-octane action, just like you're seeing here on your screen. 49 to 67. We have production yelling in our ear about caster cursing these lobbies, and, you know, listen, it'll add a little bit of spice, a little bit of drama to the rest of the evening if that happens. Of course, we're not hoping that any issues happen. Maybe I should just stop talking about it, as our production would like us to.
Although I'll keep talking about it. Listen, if I am the person caster cursing this, if I have that kind of control over the servers, we have bigger problems, okay? It's not the server that we should be worried about. There is a deity that is out of check. I am not the person to come to.
The COD gods. Don't anger the COD gods.
Exactly. The COD gods should not be picking us as the conduits for their stability of their internet, okay? That's not how things go. But what is absolutely certain is that this one is going to be tense down to the wire. Again, back into the hill we go. Heart on your screen. Reads it perfectly, gets the break. Tries to pick up the second, not going to happen. Numbers trickle in. And Artie will have some help with Axis in the wing. Takes down Hale, opposing AR out of the equation. And Hart takes down both power subs and the first AR in the hill, usually on rotation. Still about a tie game. I know it's about a 17-point lead still, but between these two teams, man, it's going to take until that second rotation of hills in that second half of that third rotation to really see who's going to pull out ahead.
Yeah, but loving how neck and neck this is so far between the two teams. Again, both of them not really getting to full grips with each other as of yet in regards to figuring out what the answer is. And again, that just leads me to believe that this is a series that has more than 3 maps in the offing. As Mountain taking the lead ever so slightly, sitting on the point. It is going to be a split spawn, which will allow the claps in onto Hill, but they recognized it super early. As we've seen Kuzo trying to stay alive in the back, revenge on the push. Still not really aware of Kuzo's positioning, and now Hart's going to burn a streak. And this has gotten a bit of time back for West A, but not a lot. This has been a really good recovery for Mountain. They've just made life super difficult for West A in trying to get themselves anywhere near just holding more than 5 to 10 seconds on this point.
Mm-hmm. Big quiet inside the hill for now. Ooh, Revenge has no business winning that one. Got a little bit of cheeky of a headshot there. It didn't register, but I know what that multiplier sounds like, and that was it. Make it 2 for Kimura. In company, an assist to boot. They'll take control mid-map for now. The spread perfectly diagonal across that 50-yard line into New. And working up the steps. Hale gonna have to play patient here. Does so. Still waiting for a team to kind of vie out and find their spot in the hill and start to take over this game.
It's rarely been more than 20 points in the difference between these two sides, especially in the last 3 hills combined. It has been neck and neck, super close. And then also on the KDs, I mean, Kuzo 7 and 12, Axis 9 and 15. We're having a very similar KD split between the teams across the board as well. It truly has been even in almost all aspects. The only difference though is Heart, and really the focus of the hill. 16 and 12 positive with over a minute in the hill. I mean, considering a game with such tight margins, it's a huge positive to take that you're able to keep the KD positive while contributing a lot to that direct time. Now going over towards P2, you do have West A who are controlling the spawns. The push coming through from front, it is going to be up to Kuzo to anchor back. And Artie's maybe going to try and push out, or it looks like they're just going to try and hold from the front. But look where Hale has been to get at least one. Going to stifle that push up front, making life very difficult now for Mountain, who now spawn completely out.
And they do. And that foot race to New is going to be brutal, especially through some of these tight corridors that Sake brings to the table. Still, a map that just feels at times like a puzzle box. Unsolvable, though it's been in the rotation for about a month and a half, I want to say 2 months. The time starts to blend, but late in the season it was added, and still players still finding their ways to approach this map with respect and at least the right kind of mustard on some of these swings around the hill. Hale gets caught trying to rotate in. Revenge picks up 2 in the process. And a rotation already out for new. Player number 3, Artie. Artie into the new hill. Kimura's going to set back as an AR and play anchor. A perfect little setup for the next rotation.
Yeah, Mountain with a great opportunity now to answer back. 21 and 17 on that point. Revenge Nax is picking up a couple, and they've dealt with this first wave spectacularly well. The only issue is going to be those spawns. I'm looking at where Hale is sat, and if you don't get Revenge pushed out, sort of anchoring that deep right, that is going to be a flip out on the spawns as they begin to move. I think that's going to be the spawns lost from Conus Mountain, and it is. There's a complete triple wrap around the back, and Conus Mountain were very, very free and happy to just let those spawns rotate out, which I'm bemused about considering how early they made sure to try and get an effective hold.
Definitely questionable decision. If you're going to make that kind of risk, granted, you do so about halfway through this hard point, closing in on 2/3 of it completed. Still, tie game. We said about that second rotation is when things are going to start to really peel away, and we'll find out who's out in charge. I lied. We don't know yet. But here comes the streak. The Hellstorm, at least for info. Hover it as long as you can. We'll see if we find anything. On Sake, it's tighter to squeeze it into the angles, but still, you get info if you're lucky. And through the roof, it won't find much. But at least you know now that they won't be directly on point, and you can start to move your numbers up.
No, and already getting dropped in the end. Up a killing spree of 5 for Smoke. Absolutely popping off now at 27 and 19. But Hale 32 and 20 as well. Smoke and Hale once again providing the big numbers when they need them the most. The KD disparity starting to show up a little bit more now in this game as West A pull away with a lead of, again, just under 20 points. But that's kind of been the max margin between these two sides for the most part. So it is huge, but in saying that, Kimura now getting on the point, going to be able to even this back up. We'll have a big 1v1 for the scrap. Now we go over towards P5. Kimura winning that gunfight. Mountain are going to go into the lead off the back of the scrap, or not. They actually choose to leave 8 seconds of scrap, which I do kind of get going towards a P5, but I just wonder, will that come back to bite them in the backside? They will hope not. We're over to P5 now, and they get onto this point initially. Being able to rotate on, it looks like that risk to rotate early paid off.
And they're going to have to pick up the wrap from the back as well. Those spawns are going to flip. How quickly do they recognize? They do. Revenge is there, ready and waiting. Finds the first, the second. Revenge clears the back line, gives calls to his teammates. They're able to pick up the rest. A necessary swing of events for Conus Mountain for them to try to hold on to this game. First team to cross 200 points. Revenge going on a spree, 24-28. He has had nearly 60 engagements. And though he's sitting at almost dead even, again, he's everywhere on the field and then some. They do get down to neutral time, but Smoke, who's been excellent as an AR all weekend long, has to step up and find a crucial couple of kills to keep this team locked in on this hill and rotating out early with the kills to boot for new. Player 7, it's going to be Hale. Thinking about that spawn pinch. And he gets cut quickly. Now what do you do? What's the next step for Conus West A?
Well, it's as close as it could be between these two sides. 204 to 203. Mountain on the point, continuing to ascend here, as it's been mostly them from P5 onwards. Now back to this P1. It's actually West A get back onto the point quite quickly and picking up a nice wave of kills. It's going to be a huge back and forth, but you get the feeling it's all going to come down to that P2. So both of these sides thinking of spawns early, and Kimura getting round the back, forcing the spawn out. Now any sort of contest on this point practically guarantees it is a P2 affair. And Conus Mountain getting the 3, also having the spawns and making sure not to get overzealous on the push up front. Still dead even between these sides. Neither really want to overcommit on their lives to this front point. Recognizing the job could potentially be done on the back, but look at that flank from Hale. But Hale has decided to cut inside, picking up one, but now baiting out his position, trying to rotate towards the back spawn. And it's going to need to be a joint effort from the team to break this back. Kimura set up, needs to go huge against the 2, in a lot of trouble, needs the help at the back from Artie. Artie through a 1, he's traded all up to Kimura to hold. And even though Conus West are in front, Conus Mountain have the spawns, and now they can collapse on in.
They do, but they need to push. They can't afford just to play lazy on this last hill. They know it. They have to keep their numbers up, and it's going to be tight gunfights all the way across. Watching 4 different angles at a time, playing your life is the most important as Axis does get tagged. That's 3 down, though. Here's the break from the side. Smoke and Hale combined for a couple. Anybody else around? Kimura, the next closest. And the last hope for a contest in this game. He's got to go, and he's got to go now. It's not going to matter. 250 to 225 as Conus West A take game 1 on Sake.
Massive GG's, one of the best hard points we have seen in a long time here in this championship, going right down to the wire. But Conus West A, despite the difficulties in the back, despite looking like they'd initially lost those spawns, managing to lock in and get the job done, and are so far one map up in this revenge opportunity against this Mountainside, who previously in the group stage had beat them 3-0. But we heard the trash talk on the interview earlier that this West A side were confident in their ability to take a result against this Mountainside. They called them out and they were like, hey, well, listen, we're ready to go. I think it was Hart on the mic, and he was saying that we got the beatings of these guys, that we beat them before. We'll do it again. And so far, one map closer to doing it again. Terrific result for them, as now Raid Search and Destroy what will be on the offing next. Going back to Route 1, it feels, at least from what we've seen so far in this championship, it's either Raid or Hassie on the searches, and usually Scar on the overloads.
Yeah, get a little bit of a switch up for map 1, but after that, it's like, all right, we kind of got our best scare pick really more of just let's throw a wrench in this plan and go back to what works. And now that they have that lead, they have this hold, gotta think that Hale and Hart, Smoke and company are feeling very, very confident about the rest of this series, because we know how deadly they can be on Raid. We know how consistent they are in S&D. Not going to be an easy pushover, because again, you're playing against the likes of Arlie, who's going to be a problem in S&D, especially on Raid. I only guess where he's going to be, likely inside the garden, like almost every single time. But this is going to be about just being able to shut down that entry sub, like taking out the Zuma-like player. If you do that, you have a much easier time of being able to pick apart the rest of the team. 30 and 32 and 32 and 30, almost dead even across the board, a mirror match between these two teams. And very much a series we would want to end the day on. Up next, Raid, Scar, Gridlock, Hacienda. Ooh, this Raid, man. This is the big one. This is the match that could really... I mean, look, Scar, Overload, and no matter what happens, you got to think that that Artie and company would be able to handle an 0-2 deficit going into that map, how well they've played. But this Raid puts so much pressure. If you go down 0-2, the amount of patience you have left to work with is almost none. Your tournament's going to be on the line. You're tired. You're exhausted. You've been playing all weekend. You're playing a team that's not slowing down. And Raid is going to be a punishing map for sure. But you have to play perfect. You cannot afford to make small mistakes and give away these easy rounds.
I think you hit the nail on the head. And you know what? Again, what's concerning is I think I'm adamant we have a series that could, at the very least, go all the way. It has that potential to do so, more so than most of the games we've seen in the Call of Duty side of things. But if we start to see ring true what has normally rung true, and that hardpoint winners continue that momentum in Search and Destroy. I mean, how often have we seen the Search and Destroys? I mean, I feel like all the time with Search and Destroys, the team that wins the hardpoint go 1 or 2-0 down in the S&D, and then come back to win it 6-2 or 6-3. Nearly every single time. It's been crazy. And then from that, they just go to completely dominate in the overloads. It's been a strange pattern that has been coming up over and over again in terms of just how consistent it has been. If we start to see that pattern play out again, is it alarm bells left, right, and center for Mountain?
That was a great point. We have just seen the team come in and just kind of, you know, get shaken up a little bit, rocked in the first 2 rounds, and then they're like, oh, wait a minute. I realize I can play. I know how this works. We know how Raid plays at this stage. Wait a minute. I'm in the lower semis. What's going on? Oh, God, Axis. Be careful.
God, yeah. Getting aggressive early on. Pushing out. So I just go for the plan. Oh, my God. Artie can see. And he can get one, but instantly get trade. A beautiful trade from Hale, making sure to cover that angle straight away. I love that. Making sure to cover your ones. It's the fundamentals of Search and Destroy. Often gets missed. If one's going to drop, make sure you're in a position to get that quick revenge. Revenge not alive at the moment for Mountain. 2 versus 3. Kimura and Axis trying to rescue the round here. Looking for that defuse, but this is a very solid hold now from West A.
You don't need to peek this. You know where they're going to be at. I would just go watch that mid pickup. Exactly. You can send somebody into money or to kitchen if you'd want, but you know how they're going to hit this. There's only 2 ways to sight. One pick, though. Kimura flies out. Nobody else to chow, though. It's tough. On low health, not a lot of bullets. Round 1, much more drawn out. And so far, the team that takes the hard point takes the opening round.
Look, good strong performance in that round, getting aggressive early on A, waiting to get the plant. And the plant just about spotted. I mean, I was that close. I wonder if Artie could have just taken shots in general, still maybe would have been able to shoot through the bomb that was being planted and maybe get the hits. It was that tight of an angle, it was hard to tell. But Artie ultimately pushing up, getting one, getting traded, and then from there it was a brilliant hold on the A side from West A. Now let's see how they hold on the defense. It's aggressive through on to A from Mountain, but they get punished early. At least there's a trade through, making it a 3 versus 3. Take a look at your map. Kuzo is going on the long route, but the push through, coming through. Smoke one before he gets traded. The one's being covered once again, but that's a huge 2. Now it's all up to Kuzo to catch a good timing here on the bomb. He shouldn't give too much of himself away. And he's going to need to recognize that it could be B on the offing here. He's not been spotted.
Sometimes it's a benefit, other times makes you think twice. Just needs to get lucky. Heard that. Oh, come on. Come on, we're not doing that kind of game. I like the attempt. Honestly, it's early in the game as well, so it'd be one thing if this was later in the S&D, but you do that in the first couple of rounds, no harm, no foul.
Oh yeah, and like what I will say as well, it was an interesting play to make purely because we obviously have the privilege of being able to see in the X-ray, right? The only player that he was aware of was the player that dived into water, but to go looking at water leaves you incredibly exposed to every other part of B. He didn't know to look in Tiki. He wouldn't have known that both of them were in Tiki to begin with, so why would he go and check Tiki? If anything, the water play, just the sound of the water probably threw him off more so, to where it probably would have been better if he didn't get that information and just went to check Tiki, would seem to be the initial play.
We've seen almost a couple of almost ninja diffuses this weekend. Would have been cool if one of them landed.
There's still time. There is still time in this championship.
I like that.
Listen. I called a map 5 against these guys. Can you imagine a map 5 round 11 ninja defuse?
Oh my god, it would feed generations. Well, it's quiet this way. Revenge basically walks his way all the way through. And it's a full wrap all the way to B. A blind counter.
Bit slow to recognize that this ended up being a B in the end up. And he did have Revenge having the opportunity to hit around the back, and again just sitting in mid, and it's slow and funneling down pool steps. We mentioned this earlier. You talked about running down pool steps. It wasn't a crucial game. I can't remember off the top of my head which series it was, but do players not realize that pool steps is such an easy funnel to cover? Even if you send multiple people there, it's such a tight space that it's so easy just to stack kills and such an easy place to read from. You need to hit from other angles. Even if they're obvious angles, you give yourself far more of a chance in being able to pinch in and control sight as opposed to just running down the steps to your doom.
Yeah, on that point, I mean, it's a double-edged sword because pool steps is, unfortunately for Raid on this site, sometimes pool steps is the only answer. Like, it is a notoriously difficult spot, and because of the way the bomb can get stretched on a plant, it is sometimes the only option you have. So I don't blame players. I don't blame players really for going for it, because it is one of those, like, you're going to expect to chow there. You almost have to chow at times to check Tiki. That's really the only way to go about it if you don't go top bedroom. But it's about knowing when to take that unnecessary risk, because there was, the time earlier where, like, you don't have to go pull steps in that specific instance. Like, you could have wrapped through money, you could have wrapped through bedroom, you could have all the way around to the basketball courts. Pull steps is a last resort. It is I know I'm probably going to lose this, but I have to know when to lose. And those are moments where it takes a little bit more of a veteran presence to know I'm going to put myself in a bad spot because I have no other choice, versus, you have 2 or 3 options and you chose the wrong one. This is definitely a tough spot to be in, as Axis almost bites the bullet from his own teammate.
Yeah, a little bit of tweaking happening in there, but getting the bomb down early for this side now, leaving all Heart with it left to do on his own, and he's going to get dropped in Mountain. Answering back, 2-2. And that was a great round on the overall, just getting through on the plan, catching them off guard, picking up the kills, and once again we're seeing a nail-bitingly close game. A lot of back and forth, but again, I will say it's been the back half of Search and Destroys where we have seen teams start to pull away. We've seen so many games go to 2-2, even 3-3. That's usually when you end up seeing the 4-5-6 from one of these sides.
That was terrifying.
Yeah, I was thinking I heard that. Was someone emoting off to our side?
It was
that we
either an
didn't see?
emote or I don't.
We angered the cod gods. I told you not to speak ill of them. Fear their wrath. They have come. Two versus two. In a 2v.
Good lord.
In the rounds 2 apiece, 2 versus 2. Huge round for West A now, bomb in hand. B is completely free, almost scarily, so they don't want to overly risk it. But they're going to put it down now, and it's going to be up to Mountain to play the retake.
They've got to stretch. Axis Kimura, Hart, and Kuzo. Come on. Do not go pull steps off rip. You wait till late in the round. We have no other choice. There it is. Through money. Uh-huh. Now, there's only so many spots these guys can be in. You have to check them. It's a bit of an over-axiomatic statement, but you understand the idea. And didn't check it. It's a classic spot for a reason. It's a classic spot for a reason. Fist bumps all the way around. If you watch enough S&D, if you play enough Raid, you understand exactly where they might be at. And yeah, it's almost guaranteed. If you don't see anybody in Tiki off the opening few looks, if you don't see anybody coming out of the water, it's either basketball court or bedroom. If they're not there, check the lower left corner as soon as you get off that hop window, that half window. Brother, they're going to be there. That's a classic little spot and a nice read all the way around.
Another great round to retake the lead. Are they going to be able to double it up? Or are we going to see Conus Mountain answer back once again? Again, the offense is being quite strong for both of these sides. Are we going to see that begin to change? As the Search and Destroys have gone on, we've seen the defenses start to grow throughout. It's been a lot of offensive wins to begin. And then the back half, we start to see more consistency on the defensive side. As that bomb is kind of stuck around B at the moment with the roamers in RD and Axis trying to find something through the mid, but there's a discipline in the defense from West A. They are just waiting for the push up, and they are going to be rewarded with that first blood.
Maybe they can find a second. Advantage in the round. Bomb pushed all the way back. Oh, good eyes from Revenge. Don't even know how he saw that pixel, but once you're in, you're out. I think this is your time to go. If you're seeing a smoke to cover the cross, you know they're going to try to bait. They're going to be trying to bait a pick. This is the time to rotate. I know they got to be careful about it, but so much of Raid is down to just timing. If you're not seeing much here, you can't keep forcing the issue on the same site. You know where they're going to be.
Revenge was adamant there was someone trying to flank there, but Conus West, you have seen on your minimap, folks, they have not moved practically from their positions the whole time. Now it's going to be a triple stack in the front. It's a 3 versus 2. Hale's in a little bit of trouble, but the trade should be there. And even though Plant is going to go down, Revenge is going to be stuck in no man's land. He has nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. And Hale's going to be through on the defuse, but what a defensive round from West A, really holding their nerve. And for the first time, seeing the offense in Conus Mountain, that looked sketchy. That looked like they weren't really sure what to do. And I think if you're Conus West A, you can practically guarantee on your next defense, you watch A now, because they will not go back to B, because B, they had no luck in on that.
Yeah, they really didn't. And this was, again, another instance where once you get beat to the side, you have to make the decision of when to know to lose. Of like, all right, we can't force this issue here. We have to rotate. Otherwise, you better make sure that you are snapping on your shots. Another instance there again, where Conus West A just start to take a little bit of a lead, slowly but surely stretching themselves ahead. One more peek over towards Tiki. No extra nades, though. This should give away that it's just a scout. There's the stun. And now the flank in the back. Revenge doing a very nice job being able to break up the hold over at B. Advantage. Conus Mountain.
And this is a huge make or break round for Conus Mountain. They need to get something from this. They are pretty set up. Pushed through for this defuse. Initial shots coming through, close but no cigar. West staying alive, but that's a big 2, and all of a sudden it's up to smoke. And Revenge will shoot through you if needs be to get the job done. No love lost. But the team won't care. Defuse coming through and a lifeline back in the way of Conus Mountain. They see this is the point where we've usually seen teams slip. We've so often seen these games now where they would have gone to a 5-2, and that would have been it in the back half of the S&Ds. But are we seeing fate and fortunes being turned here by a side desperate to fight tooth and nail? Map 1 was so close. Can we see a pullback here that maybe takes us all the way to around 11?
I mean, if Revengeful doesn't pick up that kill under Bedroom and shut down B, I mean, it's a entirely different round. Who knows if they still pull it out, but it's such a momentous kill that it really denies so much of the map to what the offense wanted to work with. Now gotta avoid the opening nades. Kimura, careful, has a trophy. Might want to invest it. Or the top, at least spots one. First Blood already out of the play. Most aggressive sub on the map. He's out, so now you have a little bit more space to pick up in the corner. Just runs right in the middle. That's a bit of a dumb death from Hart. There was really no need to get that aggressive.
I was going to say,
I wanted to walk in kind of blind.
Very, very weird to push in like that just because you have the numbers advantage, and I praise West A for being disciplined earlier in the game on their defense. It's the opposite of discipline this time around. The defense completely changing strategy, but that bomb down in such a precarious position, Mountain having to regain control are going to get great timing, but not getting the kill. Revenge, oh my word. Still a 2 versus 2 though, but bravo. Conus Mountain get the round win, even this one up. But as much as I would give them credit for that, I have question marks over how West A operated in that defense. Yeah. Nothing like how they operated on the defense the last time around.
I'm curious what the decision was or why that was the call from Hart. I mean, that's, again, back in the day, it was no dumb deaths was the famous call out, and just moments there where even if you think you have the jump on somebody, you're thinking, I can at least trade. I can go 1 for 1. Why? There's no need. You don't have, first of all, you have a dry peak. There's no need to go out there like that. 2, you're throwing shoulders into spiral. It's not like you're playing a close corner. You're playing into maybe the most open spot on the map. And 3, you had no info. Just a very, very uncharacteristic mistake from Conus West in a round that might cost him. 3 and 6 for Smoke. It shut down quite a bit in this S&D. Hail does get dropped. Kuzo still finding some hit markers, but not enough. And already... Whoa. La, 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 my God. Yeah, this one's turning around.
Well, good luck, Hart. That's all I'll say. You're up 4-2, Conus West. You look dominant, you look disciplined, you look poised to take this one. But now, at the very least, we're going to be seeing a round number 10. Conus Mountain with 3 in a row, finding the form. And now 1 round away from taking the series to 1 each and taking us to the very least a map number 4. And it's on the cards, but for West A, I would argue they've thrown a couple of these rounds, and if they lock in here, they, at the very least, it's very possible they take us to around 11.
Yeah, I mean, just clean up some of these mistakes that they've been making the last couple of rounds, and we have ourselves around 11. Which all I asked for was around 11, and I asked for it at least a map 2, so I'll be very happy if that does come true. Just something different. We'll make sure we're all good. It's probably likely a server issue, and luckily it happened right after a round, so we don't have to worry too much about game state. We'll make sure everybody's good to go. 5-4 still the lead for Conus Mountain. Conus West A took the opening hard point. Make sure we're all set. Nice to see a little crowd showing up as well to support the teams there still in the venue. And a chance, really, for a tactical timeout for Conus West A to say, all right, what are we doing wrong and what can we not do going into round 10?
Yeah, absolutely. Like, this is a great chance to just orchestrate, like, again, just corral your thoughts, because right now it's just very obvious that we're floundering a little bit and starting to make mistakes, and just giving themselves the opportunity, giving themselves the second to just be like, hey, we can do this. We got this. We were the better team for the most part of this search and destroy. We're on the back foot of the momentum, but let's swing the momentum back our way one last time, and we have a chance to go 2-0 up in this series. It's very, very possible. They just need to lock in and make sure not to get overzealous to begin with. Sometimes he can be eager to rush back in as well after a break, but they got to go in and play cool, calm, and collected, because, you know, you're used to loading back in and having room to make mistakes. They load back in. Yeah. They could drop straight away, and that'd be game, set, and match for map 2.
That is the thing. You don't want to just drop in immediately and just pick up where you left off in the wrong spot. So I believe it was just a quick issue, one of the skins, which means it's all good. It's a cosmetic problem, so we can jump back in right where we started. 5-4. Remember the situation. For a team that's already up 1-0 in the series, if they're able to clutch this, it would obviously do numbers for their own resolve and their confidence moving forward. Conus Mountain, again, they're up 5-4. They need 1 round. Conus West need 2.
Oh, they're right beside each other. Artie doesn't see because he's cooking the nade. Why wouldn't you check that as West A? And Hart coming through with the 3 revenge, the last left alive. That is bemusing, to say the least, from Artie to begin with, and then from West A in general. It just feels like that push had very little coordination. Conus Mountain on the precipice of taking this one.
I think I need to actually, I think I might need to clarify. I believe the name's flipped. It should be Conus Mountain. It should be Conus West A who need 1 round and Conus Mountain who need 2. I'll get that confirmed. I believe it was just a flip that broke my brain. But that means that if West win this round, they're going to need 1 more. It would be round 11 technically going forward. We'll find out. Revenge. So patient. Well, now you know. And he's got really no other choice yet, playing this like as if he has another round to give, and he surely does. Round 11. Here we go. It's all down to 1 and done.
Huge moment for both of these sides. A hard point going down to the wire, and now a search and destroy. And we called it going all the way, and it would kind of be a shame to see another 2-0 situation off the back of such close games, but that's not me putting one side down by any means. If it ends up being 2-0, ends up being 1-1 either way, I think it's deserved. I think it's fair to say between these games, even though they've been close, whatever way the land lays results-wise, they've been deserved results.
Absolutely. I mean, look, at the end of the day, the game plays the way it does. And that first blood helps things even more. Smoke.
Oh, the Raptor B.
I believe it was actually Hart who got that pick there. And they're going to rotate. They get a first blood, man. Oh, careful. Working around the bend. They're just going to plan it and try to force this round over.
I love this, the rotation, but they got to go quicker. They've taken too long in doing this. If they're going to plant, it's a commit right now. And even now, it might be a little bit too late. This plant may go down, but there'll be danger rotating off the site. The smoke does help. Now they can run down the clock with the man advantage. Brilliant rotation over to B, albeit a little late. But Axis dig it up early. 3v3.
Can't lose Tiki that quickly. Tiki just has to lay down and play life. There's no reason to peek full steps. But you do have the positioning up top. You can't get picked here. There goes a nade. Beautiful nade over towards the site. Cool. Somebody's got to pick it up. They do. Smoke. Hart. Kuzo. Trying to play time. Revenge making the move. Revenge gets caught. And that is a brutal round 11. GG's. A 2-0 series lead. Conus West A will take the lead in the series. And they are 1 map away from moving on to the lower finals.
Well, as West A side believed in their opportunity to get revenge against Mountain, and they most certainly are getting it so far. After what was a 3-0 loss earlier in the championship, they are now in a crucial loser semi-finals, the loser going home, and they are winning in this series 2-0. Phenomenal performance once again, where the search and destroy looked like it was just falling out of their grasp. But in the death, they bring it to our round 11 and do even one better, getting the victory, going now into a map number 3, a Scar Overload, feeling confident. But I will still say, if there's ever a series where we could see a back half run into a grand final, it will be this one, because these games have been nail-bitingly close, and I would almost go as far to argue that if it wasn't for the reset, West A may not have gotten that one. I mean, I did say either team that it gets it, you know, wins it, does deserve it, but I mean, it's as close as you could get. It's not a nailed on 2-0, you know, this should have been the way it is.
No, I'm with you. But the only thing now is do you let that pause get into your mental? Do you let it tilt you? And if you're feeling frustrated, which rightfully so, but if you're feeling frustrated after that in your mountain, you got no chance in the overload. You have to just shake it off and go next. You have to have a short memory here, because it's a brutal way to lose a round 11. It's a tough way to lose that S&D after the momentum you've been gaining in rounds 8, 9, and 10. But you got to shake it off. There's no other way about it. You're down 2-0. You're playing a very good team. Man. Who would have thought this would be the situation we'd be in? Even at that round 11, the way it happened, who would have thought this is where we're at today?
It's been a crazy series to say the least. It's been absolutely fantastic to watch. Definitely leaving the best to last in terms of the Call of Duty action. Have loved this one from start until finish, and hopefully when we get ready for this map 3, that isn't going to be a finish, although it potentially could be. It's been terrific games where both teams are fighting really hard, and I know it's kind of a cop-out statement, but it well and truly could go either way.
It really could. We only find out by doing the darn thing. We're going to jump to a break. When we come back, we'll continue on with what could be the conclusion here of the lower semifinals for Call of Duty. We won't know until we do it. So we'll go to a break. When we come back, we'll see you then. Welcome back to the AFG 2026 World Championships, Day 3, last match of the day. I'm Spaceman. Joining with me is Zet Cass, and here we have a 2-0 series between two of the best teams in the tournament, but only one can advance through the semis to the finals. It's Conus West versus Mountain, currently on the lower side of the bracket. One must go home, and man, has it felt like just a coin flip of a series that now leads us here to a shaky round 11 and a 2-0 lead for Conus West, and they're one map away from being able to advance in this thing and send home a really talented squad, to say the least.
Yeah, look, it's just getting to that point where it's do or die, and it gets very difficult for all squads involved. You know, squads who you think on their day could offer something, but you know, unfortunately, someone has to go home at this stage, and unfortunately, that could be the case here for this Mountain squad. I mean, the West Alpha have just been unbelievable in their performances. Hard games across the board, close games, and ones with the raid, search, and destroy. I'm sure that, you know, it would be understandable if they felt a little bit hard done by the opposition, but regardless, this is where the land lies. You're more than capable of offering up the reverse sweep from this point. So you just need to make sure that you don't get steamrolled in the scar overload. We've seen a number of scar overloads get away from teams fairly quickly over the last couple of days. They can't be on the receiving end of that.
No, not at all. This is going to be a real test of a match. Again, scar overload can completely dismantle a team's mental of how quickly it can go by. We know it can be a fast round. It can be 2 minutes in, 3 minutes in. It's a different situation, but if you're here in this spot, you're here for a reason. You have to be able to shake it off, let go of the tilt from the last game on the round 11, and get right into it as we get ready for what could be the last match of the night. Here we go. Conus West versus Mountain, 2-0 series lead, lower semis of the Call of Duty Black Ops 7 tournament. World Championships 2026, AFG has not disappointed, and we are ready to get underway. Are we going 4? Are we going 4? What are your thoughts?
Again, to go with a little bit of a cop-out political answer.
Go ahead and cop
This
out
is the most capable series we have seen still of going to a 4. You know, we have so often seen by this map 3, the teams that have been on the receiving end going into map 3 2-0 down, they have just collapsed, capitulated. I don't see RD capitulating. I don't see Revenge capitulating. I see these guys fighting tooth and nail for every single gunfight overload maneuver up the map that they can get. So it'll be tooth and nail to the end, and hell, maybe they'll put West A on the back foot and be in the driver's seat for the rest of the series. Anything could happen, as for the moment, Revenge tries to send this one on through an early capture, an early detonation on the site. That's the statement you want to make.
I love what Revenge is up to already. I was not playing any games in this one. Just get in, get a point, get out. Set a statement. Create a problem. Shots that don't quite register, but already gets 3 of them. And he will get cleaned up, but not before the damage is done. And already a second cap. 2 goals down. Conus Mountain are not out of this series at all. They are coming out with a vengeance here in this game.
Well, this is certainly not what we've seen coming. I mean, yes, did we think maybe they'd go get the 1, but to relay with the 2 and be looking so dominant and confident to begin with, I'm shocked, but they've come out with a point to prove. Again, realizing it's do it now or go home, and they are just running away with things. I wonder if Scar Overload was their pick, because we have seen them be very strong in this map mode combination before, so maybe we are in a bit of their territory here in terms of where they would like to be. But shots coming through now as they get moved up the motel, and for the first time in this half, West A get a little bit maneuvered.
Yeah, Kamara didn't, I don't know if he saw him or chose not to look, but maybe it works out.
Wow.
It's a long wrap. Oh, this is a interesting play. I mean, it probably doesn't lead to the cap either way if he picks up that kill, because you're basically giving the spawner another look at sight immediately off of that 2-second delay. But it does ask the question, how much are they willing to invest for 1 cap, and can they play defense at mid-map? So far, kind of, but it's a bit shaky after those opening 2 goals. Conus West A have had some moments where they've had an opening, have been unable to capitalize. Now a chance to wrap towards B.
To be honest, both defenses, in my opinion, at the moment are looking a little bit shaky. This EMP does get quite advanced quite quickly on both ends, and it's been a couple of last-ditch defenses which has allowed the hang on, but this will be another chance now for Mountain to get this moved up, and they're going to take it playing and cause an issue over there. Axis with the 2, but a good defense through. Kimura, though, with the trade, and this is a bit of trouble now for the West A side.
These guys are shooting, man. They're in prime form right now.
Wow.
That's 3 dead, a massive 3, but you got to move this EMP. You can't allow a player like Axis to get behind you. That's the problem, is that the longer this takes to develop, the easier it is for somebody on the other side to get behind and create problems. So far, that is
Huge
exactly
kill.
the case. Another 4 dead, and it's going to be a punch in. Not if the defense can stop it in time. Just barely. Not going to happen. 1 goal away from a 4-0 lead in round 1 from Conus Mountain, coming out here and showing that that last S&D meant nothing.
And both defenses have been very poor. Obviously, Conus West, their defense being even worse. But when we see that ball pushed up, teams are just, they're struggling to cope with the waves of pressure. Kuzo, especially 4 and 12, has not gotten into this one whatsoever. Hale kind of the only saving grace, but only prolonging the inevitable, as we're going to see this be, out of nowhere, one of the shortest halves of an overload we have seen in the championship. I know we have seen shorter, but that's up there in that timing, and that goes very much against the run of play. This has been a complete 180 on form.
I mean, I think you're right. I think this was their pick, because the way they're moving on this thing is they're almost playing it like they're on the winner's bracket and they're playing in the grand finals against a team that just had to fight through, you know, so much nonsense on the lower side. They are just knife through butter. Absolutely unreal. Now
they're playing like they're 2-0 up, honestly.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the thing. It's like, all right, if that's how they're going to come out swinging, if you're Conus West A, legitimately, they're still good on this map, but it's like, all right, how do you slow them down? And more of a proverbial question, but wake up, because you're getting cooked.
Yeah, beyond anything else, tactically, the kills have not been there. I mean, we only have one player over double digits, and I mean, it's not good when you can add like every other player's number in 2s and it still doesn't match what Hale is offering. 8 and 8, 16, 8 and 5 is whatever number that is. My brain's a little bit fried, but when you have Hale above all of that, sitting double positive, you begin to feel like, hey, where's the rest of my side here to come through with a bit of a carry and make these numbers a bit more even? But I think maybe we are going to see a West A side maybe on the side that they do prefer now. But whether or not that'll count for getting at least 4 overloads through, I mean, that's a very, very tall task to pull off in a series that's been this close as well, which is why it's so impressive what Conus Mountain have done here to get 4.
And every time you think there's an opening, there isn't. Gotta clean up your food. Gotta finish your kills. More trades. More opportunity. EMP and neutral zone. The less time on the clock, the less chances Conus West A have to be able to tie this up. We will absolutely be heading to a hard point at this rate.
No, look at the position of Revenge. That's going to be an issue. And it absolutely is. Picking up 1, going to have eyes in the second. It's going to know exactly where to look. Oh, but the hop up the side as well. Very, very well played to make life difficult. And now maybe they can move up. West A have had a little bit more of the overall mid control, but Mountain are going to be happy to play in such a way that slows this game down, because 2 minutes gone, not a single overload through for West A. On the precipice of maybe getting there first, but even then, it's still just being a little bit too slow for what they need.
Yeah, that's the takeaway. Everything's just a bit too slow. That's a nice double. But what else do you have? The defense trying to come up big. Hart gets 2. Hale with a 3rd. And finally, a goal on the board. And knowing where they're at, they can absolutely rally this, but they need kills, and they need them desperately. You can't have Hale at 25 and 14 and everybody else still trying to fight for 20 kills. You need more.
I really don't like how West A played that off the back. They really tried to aggressively push out into Conus Mountain, who just sat ready and waited and picked up the kills and slowed down the advantage that West A had created for themselves. West A should have just picked up some awkward advanced angles as opposed to trying to continuously push the issue towards the spawn. They needed to keep the lane free. That was the only priority. And deciding to push out has cost them. Now that EMP's reset to the other side, we're over halfway through, and it is Mountain in full control of that EMP over towards Motel. They'd be happy to keep it here at Motel for a minute and a half.
Ain't no reason not to. Again, just got to kill the clock. Nice shots. Got to pick it up, though, quickly and get on the move. Somebody needs to get that EMP in their hands. They do. And the back, though, Smoke. Oh, tries to turn on a 180. Hale has no blockers in front. They're just setting the house, and it's not working. They're getting gunned. Revenge is on a heater. 22 and 17.
Poor. That was so poor from West A again, taking so long to get up to that EMP. That lane was free for miles, and a solid 5 seconds it took to hop up and get that EMP. Again, we didn't have the POV. Maybe there was just the hop up wasn't working. Maybe it was just an unfortunate movement. But to have the lane so free and it be such a last-ditch attempt to take so long to move that EMP up is criminal, really. And, you know, I talked about, you know, with teams deserving these games and the winners, regardless of how close they are, deserving them. But when you're pulling out plays like that, it's clear that Conus Mountain are deserving of the win they're going to get here in map 3.
Oh, absolutely. They're way far and ahead the better team in this matchup, at least on Overload. They, you know, outside of the hard point, it could have been a 2-1 series for them. But this has been a brutal beatdown, a statement win from Conus Mountain for a team that had their backs against the wall the way they did. We'll hold on for now. See if a rally can come through late in the game. Hail, trying, need some help. Credits to the sub plays from Conus Mountain, who have been able to get up and disrupt the flow of the offense. Still.
Wow. Did you see that spawn of Kimura, by the way?
Yeah.
Spawned right on, I don't know if it was Kuzo or it was Kale, but that was a very fortunate spawn to come through just to shut down that relay opportunity that West A might have had.
I mean, Hale's got to go. I know why he's playing up here, but he's got to go pick up that EMP. You need somebody else to pick up the charge. I'm going to shut up because he's found a couple of kills. Might be able to rally it. They're going to A. Can they slide in? No yes, they will. They just got to pick it up, though. They're getting him in a spawn trap here. Hale and Hart are still going. They can pick this up and rally it. Hale needs to stay alive, but he's down, and they can't get it in time. It will touch. Oh, it was so close, but not going to happen. GG's, fist bumps. We got ourselves another hard point.
About 1.5 to 2 seconds too late in the end. Takes 10 seconds for that EMP to cap, and he got it in about 8.5. I think that was the dilemma, because I think that was the key issue for the player that had pushed forward. He pushed forward and got kills over towards A, forcing the spawners over towards B, leaving the EMP carrier no choice but to cut around, and the cut around meant that there was no time left for that next EMP cap. And maybe it was just to try and get a little bit of mid control, because obviously it's harder to relay back to mid when you're forcing that spawn out towards plane. But I think on the overall, you know, Conus West A were the architects of their own demise, slow on certain plays, not able to get up to speed on the kills, and then, as I said, towards the end, but just pushing one side instead of the other, forcing the spawns the wrong way. Even though those are minuscule things, that's how fine the margins can be. They just fundamentally made the wrong decisions, or the slower decisions, over and over again. And arguably in the last 2 minutes of that second half, were the better team, but again, everything just coming a couple of seconds too slow, whether it was how they wanted to move, where they were getting the kills, even when they were getting the kills. I was seeing a lot of times where I was seeing arrows face each other, and it was just taking an awful long time for the kills to come through, even if it was just going to be there for a trade, whatever it may be. They were slow in getting the job done. The pace was set for Mountain, and they deservedly took that one.
Yeah, and it really had a couple of windows of opportunity, and though they did play great in the latter half, they just did not get going early enough. And credits to the other side, really, Revenge, who was crucial defensively as an AR, being able to post up and make sure he took out a couple of players who were setting up that offensive relay. And he was so good at being able to keep that offense at bay. 38 and 19 for Hale. Revenge on the other side, excellent across the board. Stats all being what they are. We got ourselves a gridlock hardpoint. And honestly, for map pick alone, I gotta feel pretty confident about Mountain going into this, because I think if Revenge is playing that way, he's playing that aggressive, it's a tight map, especially in Showers, in Dojo, going out to that P3 side as well. This is going to be a tall order for Conus West, especially after how the overload ended. We could be looking at a game 5.
Completely agree. I think Gridlock Hardpoint now is going to see what Mountain are all about. And if we do go all the way, we'll find ourselves in the Hacienda, which could be a pretty mixed bag. It's hard to say which way it would go after that point, but the Gridlock Hardpoint, I mean, I was not expecting the overload to be as dominant as it was in the first half last time around. That was the switch point. That was the moment that this Mountainside needed to sort of turn the tide, where they needed to go against what you might have favored going their way. They've had that already. Now, if they can just follow through with what they should be good at, which is this Gridlock Hardpoint, they go all the way to where they have a real 50-50 chance of winning it. It's incredible, really. I think they're going to owe so much looking back, potentially, to that first half of the overload. But they can't think that way right now. They have a direct job to do ahead of them. And listen, Gridlock Hardpoint, even though it can be quite intense, you know, with the subs and those tight quarters, there still is a couple of long lanes where the ARs can really dominate and lock them down and hold that information. I think specifically over towards P2, right? You talk about when you're sitting at 18, as long as you're anchoring back spawns, you can really keep a team pinned on back away from P2. And then if your transitional kills are good over towards P3, and maybe even after that, anchor the P4 spawns, again, with a deep AR presence, making sure the spawns are anchored, you can all of a sudden run away with this map. You don't see it as much, but the possibility is there.
It is, and look, like, you're in a spot now where, like we said, going into the overload, where all you have to do is have a short memory. You can't be thinking about that round 11, and they didn't. They played it like they were, you know, up 2-0. Now a chance for, again, same conversation, Conus West A to come out and just right the wrongs of the last overload and at least slow the game down, because the overload was way too fast for them to handle.
Coconut Mountain on with the initial time. Revenge with 3 already. This guy has a point to prove. He has grown a lot into this series, been such a good player throughout the day. Struggled to begin with in this series, but has come back in spades. And now looking to get the job done, to take it all the way to a game 5. Engineer the reverse sweep force side. Still a long way to go. Great initial hold from Mountain. West A struggling. Now trying to think about that rotation over towards P2. You can see 3 of them on the map already making their way, but already in Revenge, already maneuvering over. They're aware of the danger, but already's dropped. Heart making the kill, and Revenge is just pushing deep into the back to guarantee these spawns.
Yeah, he is. And already a healthy lead. Got to imagine that Revenge and company are going to feel like they can play with house money here and just continue that pace of play after the overload went the way it did. 4-0 for Kimura. Sub in his hands. So far, not good. It's okay, though. Off the spawns, we know where they're going to be at. All blue in the kill feed. Hale, good for 2. And would love to see an AR on this team step up and kind of take over the show, as we've seen from Smoke before, from Hale as well. Kimura back on the MP15, or the M15, excuse me. It was good for 1 off spawns. Kuzo, only one in the hill for now, stopping some of the push from 43 to 18. Now a different game, and off the rotation we go. Player 4, it will be Heart out early towards mid-map. Party running around him. They don't even see each other, and there they go.
Yeah, that's going to throw the timings a little bit amok. They're going to be like, hey, how come Artie was there? Why was that not covered? I went mid. I don't know what you're talking about, bro. He wasn't there. That just shows what the call timing can be. Again, we angered the call gods earlier in this series, we're all getting punished for it, really. You know, sacrifice your goats, people, if you want to get them off our backs. Right. That actually, I probably should say, don't do that. I do not want to be accused of encouraging sacrificial animals. But going in to P number 3, this is going to be already sat in this point. Up 40 to 60. West A done a great job recovering on that P2. Just need to try and translate that into the P3, but they're so far nowhere near. Mountain sitting on this point well, clearly enjoying working in those tighter spaces. I'm going to be kind of ready and waiting for this push. Surely going to get at least 1, making it 2, and then together, watching the right angle at the right time. Heart's going to pick up 1. He surely gets traded though, and this is textbook for Conus Mountain, who just are experts at playing the trades in these close quarters facilities.
They are. The reads are still pretty good from Conus West, but they're just not getting the kills in succession anymore. And what we're looking at specifically in these hills going towards Dojo is, can you keep 2 or 3 numbers up at a time? And the answer's been no. Conus West have been dropping like flies, and they can't get this together. Finally, they get 1 entry break. Can they hold the numbers up? That's going to be the biggest difference maker in this game. For the top, Axis, here he goes. Right all the way in, just goes for the hunt, goes for the kill. I love that decision. No matter what happens, I have a plan going in. I'm just looking to break the anchor inside the hard point, and once I do, my teammates can pick up the rest.
Back and forth on the point. Once again, dismal KD disparity for West A to begin with here, with Hale trying to carry through. Heart, Smoke, and Kuzo. Again, you combine any of the KDs as 2. It just about and goes up to what Hale's offering. That's not the way it should be. Whereas Conus Mountain, 3 players over those 10 kills, and Axis not too far behind. Alarm bells, honestly, for West A. Beyond everything else, beyond the rotations, beyond the positioning, they're not winning gunfights anymore.
Yep. That's the scary thing. We are very much looking down a round, or excuse me, 8 game 5 at this rate. It looks like an entirely different team after that overload. I mean, both teams could have that same conversation. It fits for both. Kimura gets caught. Smoke trying their best. 9 and 12 for Heart, 6 and 12 for Kuzo, and you can feel the difference. Trying to find the third. Revenge finding a bit of it after that first hard point in that round 11. 132 to 58. Again, not quite in a panic mode yet, but you're thinking at least you need at least another 30, 40 seconds in the next 2 hills to stay within range. If you don't get it, then you're starting to freak out a bit.
Yeah, it's not a panic, but it's as close as it could be to one without being 164 to 140, as you say. At least a full hill in the difference, in Conus Mountain on the precipice of being in a position of being able to win it from scrap time. So for West A, you're just thinking, right, we can't afford to give up much time in this P2, and we need to have a successful P3, which they have not gotten anywhere near P3 as of yet. So they've got to manifest something they've not been able to bring to the table throughout the entire game. But Hart and Smoke have started to pick up those KDs, and that has made a difference in the few kills and the transition over towards P2. They keep that up, they give themselves a chance, but I am still concerned about those rotations to P3 and their ability to hold on that point. I think they need to get over there super duper early. If they have even a sniff of losing this P2, they got to give it up and go for a 40 on P3.
Yeah, gotta give it up. No other way about it. Can't slice it any better than that. 146, 102. Axis has the sub out. A chance to pounce now. Artie, one of the most aggressive players in the entire tournament, has not slowed down at all. Hale runs by a couple, a bit errant to walk in pretty freely inside Dojo and not check the corners. As Hale tries to get back online. Smoke.
Oh, good position from Smoke.
What a read. Need plays like this. Need plays like that. They do have a Hellstorm in their pocket. I believe that's Hart with it. So it should help some of the rotation, but this is a massive money hill for Conus West A. If they hold this, this is a brand new game.
Yeah, pretty much a do or die hill for them. It was make or break, needed to be done, and they are doing it. 35 seconds left remaining. They are painting the kill feed blue. The sky is blue for this side as they try to pull themselves back in. Only a 20-point game now. It has been a clean, cool, calm, collected, concise comeback. But now they need to keep it going. They found the rhythm, the form, the momentum. Even Kuzo pulling the numbers back up now. Smoke out of nowhere, 21 and 22. When back a couple of hills ago, we were looking at Hale being on, I think, 16. I think Smoke was on 8 back when Hale was on 16. I think that they're 14, excuse me. That's how much the change up has happened here and how much Smoke has begun to pop off. 8 points in the difference. Once again, the rotations through for West A, who found the form when they needed to most. But I'm looking at where Hale is at right now. Why are you risking flipping the spawn so much out the back here? Maybe good for an initial wave of kills, but they need to now deal with Artie.
They really do. I mean, you have brought yourself back in this game in a statement recovery method for a team that looked like they were getting punch drunk in the last overload. Smoke for 2, Hale for a third. They are just turning it on at the right time. That is the beauty of Gridlock, is that you could be down by a bunch, but if you start to put things together and you start to hit your shots, that's an interesting death. If you start to hit your shots, all of a sudden, it's a brand new game. I've never seen somebody go that high before. I've seen this map a lot. That's the first time.
Yeah, every now and then you get the spots that send you flying, but that seems to be a new record on the height at least. Conus West A over the 200-point mark. All of a sudden, 40 points in the lead from being 40, 50 points down. I believe it was something like 80 to 140 going into P2. And now after the full set of rotations, 210 to 160. It has been near perfection. The kills have been coming win wave after wave. Axe picking up the 2, but that's all he's going to get. Although this time, we're seeing Mountain get a bit of red in the feed, and they're going to get back on this time. But now Hale is the streak to burn. And he's going to take them off P1 as quickly as he can. And just hover this one, get that information. He's not going to pick up the kill through. It's only slowing them down, but he's in the perfect position to come around the back.
Lord.
Get 1, get 2. Not on the point, but he slowed down Conus Mountain enough for P1 that there's still time for West A to not immediately panic about P2 at the very least.
Yeah, Kuzo can't waste time on this wrap. He has to get in, get the kill, and keep moving, shaky shots, but it's good enough, and they're already out for new. The scrap time will make it feel like it's even worse than it is. Still doable here for Conus Mountain, but Hale and Hart able to open up proceedings inside the hill, a 1v1 now. Revenge. This is basically for the game. Revenge. Dips out of the dodge. Leaves the hill. Gets back to his team. I actually like that play a lot.
Me too.
He recognizes that he's better with numbers, and he pulls back. They get a full 4-man wipe. Good God, what a risky play it was, but it pays off.
Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant to take that risk, get off the time, wait for the team, get the 4, and now you've got the time to play the reset. And for the most part, I fancy Mountain more at P3 still. So if they can get themselves rotated over, as long as they play enough time here, huge win from Axis. Stay alive long enough to where they can't win on this point. You just need to stay alive for another 2 seconds on the contest. You've done it. Now it's about P3.
Oh my
It's a foot race. Teams need to get over there now.
Yeah, they do. I mean, you're always going to send one hit at this. This should be an easy pickup on numbers. Conus West A need to recognize they're going to be challenged on every single contest. They're going to be starting to get pushed on the back. Flank will come out. This is all about fundamental hardpoint. You have to start making your reads. And they do. Through the front, that's another big pickup. Smoke, 236 to 206. trophy down. Most important utility you could get in this moment. Gets one, gets two.
Huge.
Heart for the third. Oh, baby, that might be the series. Nobody else close around. Player number 5, Kimura, just has to get feed in, and it won't happen. 250 to 206. What a bounce back in this hard point. Good Lord. They keep themselves alive. Come on.
And the revenge coming on through for West A. The comeback on the gridlock. They looked down and out and defeated after overload in game 3. It looked like the reverse sweep may have been happening. And I tell you what, the start of that game 4 didn't look any different. But they locked in, got the job done. And that was an absolutely unbelievable performance in the end up. Massive congratulations to them getting the revenge against the Mountainside. And I have to say, for Mountain, they played it so well in recovering time on P1, on P2.
Yeah.
The killer, though, only having one person rotated over towards P3. They know how good they were at P3. P3 was their cleanest point in the first set of rotations. The only reason it wasn't clean on the second time round was because they didn't rotate for it. So the third time around, to have only 15 seconds left with only one person rotated over versus the 3 that were rotating over from West A, was just a calamitous mistake. They needed to give up that initial time on P2 as soon as they realized that it wasn't winnable on P2, or that they stopped West A from being able to win it on P2. Even if it would have left at 248, 249, they had to rotate over and guarantee that P3. It didn't happen, and they ultimately paid for the mistake.
They did in the end, and one must ask the question, if it wasn't that last stretch of kills, could there have been a real comeback here? I think there could have been. For Artie Revenge, Axis Kimura, man, they made it look so good. This was a real series in the end. But that spree, those couple of crucial kills, the comeback, the holds, it's just beautiful to see Hardpoint all the way down to the wire play the way it does. And the fundamentals had to pick up here. Really around here is when we started to see Smoke, everybody else come online. They started to control mid-map. They won the rotations. They then kept their numbers up alive in the Hardpoint, which is, you know, name of the game. And from there, this team started to put things together, what they couldn't do in that Scar overload. This was a beautiful little recovery in the end, and a valiant finish through Dojo to win it, and to keep their hopes alive through lower semis, down to lower finals, and they send Conus Mountain packing. Who would have thought? Who would have thought?
I will go out on a limb and say it right now. I know on day 1 we did see a map number 5. But I gotta say that I think that was the most entertaining series that we have seen in this entire championship. 250 to 225. Around 11, 6-5 in map 2. Only one in it in the end of the Scar Overload. And then a 44-point game in the Gridlock Hardpoint. And a 44-point game where you thought it was well on its way to a map number 5, but the turnaround, the switch on, it was Hale carrying the sides for as long as he could. And he was like, guys, I need the help. And Arisen from the Ashes were his teammates, who came through with the goods, and it was just waves and waves of blue getting the damage done for the win in the end up. What a series, and what a map, what a team.
I mean, would not have expected it to come down that way. I love the fact that we got around 11. It's such a close affair in the hard point, a rebound in the overload, but this was absolutely just a beautiful way to end things today. I mean, it's been a long day of action, but to end things on a highlight there, for that kind of a spree, for this kind of moment, for those guys, absolutely fantastic. Wouldn't want it any other way. And I believe we have an interview down on the floor with Kuzo. Let's throw it down there. I got to know what these guys are thinking.
Back at the World Championships, had some lights out gameplay from Kuzo and some incredible teamwork from you and your team. Having Smoke back, having your swagger back on the team, what has it been like to have your full potential squad back?
It's been really nice having Smoke back. We're just trying to get in the flow of how we were at Conus, not losing respawn, so we're starting to get back to that point. But missing him during pool play, we saw a setback when the tournament started.
Yeah, absolutely. A little bit of a setback, minor setback, major comeback. You guys were able to take the victor off of Mountain. A little bit of a hiccup there, just momentarily. How were you guys able to come together as a team and beat Team Mountain?
It's pretty easy. They're breakers, first and foremost, right? And they chowed us on a gridlock, which we're the best gridlock team here. No, they're actually really good. Shout out to Mountain because they helped us out when prepping for this.
I mean, everyone here is kind of friends. You guys have a little bit of beef here and there. But overall, you guys have shown that you're just a big camaraderie, a big brotherhood here on the 6. Going into tomorrow, you got the finals ahead of you. What are you and the team going to do tonight, tomorrow morning in preparation for the big match?
We're trying to get back to the actual finals, the grand finals. So we are going to prep for PACAF. We're going to take them seriously, but we want a rematch. We want to get back for Conus, Central. Yeah.
Absolutely. They're a fierce competition, so I understand. Good luck in your preparation tonight. That has been Kuzo and a dominating win going on to tomorrow, so get your rest. And thank you guys for coming out today, and back to you at the board.
Yeah, man, congratulations to them. Just a valiant win all the way around, and then a hard-fought win to get themselves to the lower finals. I mean, that was not easy at all, so I give them the most amount of credit possible. This was a ridiculously good day of games, and to end that on that kind of note, I mean, Zep, what more can you really ask for, man?
No, really can't ask for much more in the end up. It was a phenomenal series from start to finish. I mean, it's just been, it was a great series in the end up of Call of Duty action. It's been a great day of Rocket League action, great day of Call of Duty action. It's just been a great day, hasn't it? I mean, we look back at how this bracket has gone, and I mean, look, it gives us a little bit of an insight into what we will see tomorrow for the final day, right? On the Call of Duty side of things, we got the losers grand final coming up. We got the grand final coming up. PACAF versus Conus West A is going to be a banger. Whoever wins that one going up against Conus Central is going to be a banger. We've just reached that point, haven't we? It's banger after banger from this point on. There is no team at this stage is here just all because they scammed their way into it. They got a little bit lucky. Everyone is here off their own merit, and this is where the games matter more than anything. And it's been a great Call of Duty bracket in general there, as you get to see. And I'm sure we'll get a look at the Rocket League bracket as well, just to get a little reminder on that before we sign off for the day. But it's been fantastic, and supposedly what we're seeing here as well, getting words from it. Again, this may not be it, as we're a little unsure as of the moment, but it's going to be a Rocket League lower, COD lower, and then Rocket League finals and COD finals, potentially in that order. But I mean, the order is not really going to matter, because you're going to want to make sure that you're here and tuned in for each and every game regardless, because each and every game is going to be a banger.
Yeah, every single one is going to be worth the wait, man. Conus Central versus Mountain A. West waiting in the wing in the grand finals. Winner of the lower bracket gets to move up and play in that Rocket League grand finals. We wouldn't want it either way. 3 days of action down, one more day to go. You can take a look at how all of the action is played out. It has been the most one-sided affair outside of Mountain A and the Conus Mountain B in the lower semis. Every single match in Rocket League bracket play has been a sweep. So, I mean, it just tells you kind of where we're sitting in terms of competition. Very excited to see what Mountain A can bring out tomorrow. But that is an entire day 3 of action done and dusted. All of that Call of Duty, all of that Rocket League now coming down to one more day. Zep, we crown champions tomorrow. We give these guys and gals a chance to fight for the trophy. And, I mean, we've seen the best of the Call of Duty gameplay today. I'm hoping that we also get the best of the Rocket League tomorrow. Your thoughts today?
Yeah, look, as I said, I think today has been just an absolutely phenomenal time. You know, again, it's so fantastic to have the opportunity to get to cover these games, really, and to see the level of competition. We've gone now from the stage where we're seeing a lot of clean sweeps into where the games are really going to go down tooth and nail. And I think the story that ended up working its way from the group stage from that beginning ever so long ago now, 3 days ago, where we began, it's a case of the separation have established itself between the top 3 and the bottom 3. I think the bottom 3, you know, they've given their best fights across Rocket League, across Call of Duty, but there was a bit of a disparity there. And we were kind of just trying to argue throughout and find that level as how big was that gap, and did it fall in sort of like, I know what Rocket League we argued, is it a 2-2-2 split or is it a 3-3 split, and trying to find out precisely where that level was. And I think the way the things have played out now for the most part sort of started to replicate what the group stage shows, that, you know, Call of Duty was a little bit more up in the air, but it was understandable where that gap was. The teams that weren't quite up to it, they put up great fights in the end, because that's one thing I want to commend. The fights from these teams that were on the bottom end throughout the losers bracket runs across COD and Rocket League were really, really good. We've seen the best from PACAF and USAFE in the Rocket League, and then for the Call of Duty side of things, they left it all in the venue in the end up, and that's really all you can ask for. But just really excited now going forward to see the top 3 sides across both these games show us what they've got, because again, I think you're at a situation where, yes, there are still favorites, but depending on the map mode, depending on the day, the results could go either which way at any point. So from this stage onwards, it's up in the air.
It really is, man. And I want to kind of hit on that point one more time, just how impressive it was from the fight from everybody in the lower bracket. Everybody today fought as hard as they could, whether it was an elimination match or not. We really got the best of the best from every single team today, and even the teams that came up short, we saw the best of their gameplay this weekend here today, and I want to give a huge credit to all of the players for bringing their best at the very end of this tournament and putting their best foot forward. Thank you all so much for everything that you've done, and once again, thank you to USAA for helping to support this tournament. This was a program founded over 100 years ago by over 25 military members with a mission to always take care of their own. And they have, and we hope to do the same moving forward. You can learn more about USAA at USAA.com. That is USAA.com. And today has been just a beautiful day of matches. I mean, from myself, from Zep, I can't think of a better way to round out the day than with a tense S&D round 11, a tense control, really one-sided. But that final gridlock hardpoint was the reason we love watching competitive COD. And I'm so glad the players could find the rhythm at the very end. So we just love to be able to be here and see it all, and that concludes action here for day number 3. Tomorrow, same time, same schedule, but only a couple of matches to go through. Lower finals for both games, and then grand finals for both. Rocket League COD, we're crowning a champion. It's the last day of the World Championships. From myself, from Zep, from everybody on the front of house to back of house, all of production has been crushing it all weekend to get these games forward. Everybody currently in the venue, from Chad on the floor, and to all the players who have showed up to compete. Thank you all so much for the time, effort, commitment, and love you put into these esports. We can't wait to crown a champion tomorrow and do it all one more time. Thank you all so much for watching. We'll see you here bright and early tomorrow at 9 a.m. Pacific time. Don't go anywhere, at least not too far. We'll see you then.